wanna hear this. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. All y'all fools on the outside looking. Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kick down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stare down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful. A slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your district and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma didn't march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
All viral.
Man, y'all make sure y'all share this video and make sure y'all subscribe to All Viral Access Media. You know the vibes.
They thought we forgot, but we never
forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pain turned to power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American. Mike Larry. Now this shit here. It's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you crossed. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandon your land and call this strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on the soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man. You did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more high quad. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, suck the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Alrighty, y'all. Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tapping into another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Chroma. And we're joined with the other host, Lady Che. Say hi to the people, Lady Che. And we got Cookiesy in the building. Salute. My salute.
Peace to Lady Che. Peace to Mr. Chase
And
in the chat.
we join here shortly with Shabaka Santori, the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancer, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 6, episode 11, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. 1 year ago, we lost a real one. On this date, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. transitioned to the spiritual realm. R.I.P. Rest in power. His birthday was October 6, 1929, and he lived until February 1st of 2025. So that's 94, 95 years. Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. on Rocc Newman Show 2.0. Jasmine Crocc is shit. Trails in the Senate race polls. She should have ran for Congress. Tariq Nasheed talks about Kanye's latest apology. The power of repetition. The CBC being dragged by Black Americans for fighting for illegal immigrants and not them. Black Americans, we will never be deported, and we are not illegal migrants. This is our country. Then JUAN Pro, this appropriation of Black American experience is disrespectful. Innocent Black man executed over a white woman's death is exonerated 70 years later. Crime report from Professor Black Truth rates a senior citizen has social insecurity. Black Americans abandoned again due to the national ICE out protests supported by Black Misleadership. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one. We started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the original founding of the Black Panther Party, of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience between now and 10 minutes ago. From the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2. Please make sure y'all sub to Frontline Black News 2. That's the backup channel, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down. And then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, a.k.a. Chan Krumah. That's where we stream all the city council meetings and all the community events and whatever I feel like streaming for today or filming for today. And then we got Lady Chase channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. She should be doing it probably after the Frontline Black News. So make sure y'all sub up to The Revolutionary Agenda, Lady Chase channel, the RBA. Then we got Jay Militant's channel, which Crocc TV with Jay Militant, our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, who'll be moving out here shortly, I believe. His channel link is also in the description. And then we got Kukizi, who's with us on the panel, and his link to his channel is in the chat. Kukizi usually does the intro track for the Frontline Black News, so shout out to our brother for that. Then we got Breeze Omega, brother out of the VA by way of New York, and his link is in the description, and he's also in the chat. The Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. And last but certainly not least, we got our young brother, Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the links to his channel and the B1 Rolodex are also in the description. And then we have the petition for reparations. Please sign it. The change.org petition. Then we got I should probably take this down now, but require Paul Birdsong to cease representing the Black Panther Party. That's already happened, so great news. Sign the petition. The link is in the description. Lady Chase GoFundMe is also in the description. Support that if you can. That is my view. My bad, but my view. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with y'all comments. Let's see what y'all said. Camel something. I got my camel mask. See, I got my do dirty. Yeah, that one gets sweet. Then we got, oh yeah.
Yeah, they was trying to clown us in the comments, bro.
Oh yeah. Okay. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, or 9 or 10 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Start with the preambles. No, I'm going to keep doing the preambles because people don't read. So we got to read it out so they know where we coming from. And that was by Neely Fuller Jr. Crew. Who transitioned exactly a year ago today at the age of 94, 95. And he would have been 96 later on this year. So we're going to remember the elder and we're going to be confused. And then when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Fuller Jr. ProduceJustice.com. Again, in all 9 areas of people activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy as conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. That was by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who also transitioned 10 years ago to this on this day, or last month actually, 10 years ago. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed, our brother out of Los Angeles, California, our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, California, who paid for her funeral. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all want to hit that like, subscribe button. Okay, crew, you want to hear the info. No shout outs as most viewers. He got to pay the bills, apparently.
Yeah, man, hold your horses, old rushful dude. Why you in a rush? We gonna get to it. Let him do his thing.
Right.
Correct, like it's official.
Right. Don't rush it.
You act like it's official, like you can just make demands.
You get to the info.
Look, we're gonna have to treat you like the immigrants we treat at city council. You get to make demands.
Right. Y'all not citizens. What the hell?
Yeah, on your shit.
Right.
You're on our shit. You don't get to make demands over here.
Right. He just want to get you the info. He said.
Just be black.
Put that man to the back of the line.
All right. So in the middle of the screen, y'all, is our.
That's your hairline talking about shit. Talking about it want to make demands. Your hairline need to make demands, cause they're asking for more hair up front.
There's our elder in the middle, or 2 elders rather. Neely Fuller Jr. in the middle, and next to him is our great sister, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. And I forgot who the brother was over here, but I'm sure Rocc Newman will mention him. All right, so this is Neely Fuller Jr.'s last interview, or one of his last interviews that he did with Rocc Newman. So I'm gonna play that. It's like an hour long. Don't make me get you, Lady Shay.
It's evident that he cares. What do you care about? Welcome to the Rocc Newman Show. It's the Rocc Newman Show.
I'm going to check you out. Oh man, you clap. Rocc Newman is an FBA that looks white. Still FBA.
Good day, beloved. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Rocc Newman Show 2.0 today. If you see me struggling to try to contain this smile that I have, it's because my whole being is smiling. And I'm smiling because of the guests we have for you today. It is a gentleman who is very straightforward, doesn't like a lot of frills, doesn't at all ask for or expect anything laudatory. I've just got to say that I have the absolute utmost respect for him. I admire him. I so appreciate the love and love the work that he has done. Without any further ado, the guest today is none other than Mr. Neely Fuller. Mr. Fuller, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for inviting me, sir.
So I'm going to jump right in just with both feet here and read a comment of yours that states, if you do not understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Please elaborate. The floor is yours.
Well, some years ago, I kept trying to figure out, like most people do, particularly young people at different ages, sometimes once or twice, sometimes all the time. The world is presented to you, and you're in it. So you just try to figure out what is going on and why are people doing this and going here and going there. And it's sort of like a big puzzle. And I think everybody goes through that stage, come into the world and you're confronted with it. And over a period of years, up to roughly about the age 26, I came to the conclusion that this thing called interaction between people was weighted down with something called racism. And to put it all in one box, I say, now, what is this that seems to affect everything? Now, I could see a lot of things that didn't seem to be connected about things in general, but everything seems to be connected with something racial. And this was in the 1950s. And I said, my goodness, I mean, because, well, I was aware of it before then, but I didn't put it all together like putting together pieces of a puzzle. And so I came up with, just by examining everything that people are involved in, and I called that, started segmenting it into 9 areas of activity. I said, now, so I started writing notes to myself, basically. And this was about 1956 when I really got serious about it, because I was always stumbling and fumbling. And always butterfingers about everything. I could never put things together.
He said he got.
So I say, okay, there seems to be 9 areas of activity that will apply to everybody in the universe.
No black skin color.
Something called in school or anywhere else you are, dealing with finances and whatnot, and time and energy, which is what I kind of settled on. I said, okay, 9 areas of activity. Let's see. In alphabetical order, it'll be economics. Started with that one. And education. People get it. That's the process of learning. Economics is how time and energy is used. Now, this didn't all evolve at once. It just came to me in bits, including the definitions, what I call compensatory definitions, making up for definitions that I thought didn't work very well. So I said economics is not just about money, it's about how you use time and energy. And then I went to the next one in alphabetical order. Education. That is learning. Learning what? Learning everything about everything, because that's what education is.
How you doing, Lady Che?
Who's that?
I'm still learning.
I'm still learning.
Let me try
I
again.
know that's right.
How you doing, Lady Che?
I'm still learning.
That's right.
And then I added a little footnote to that saying, no one is educated because no one needs, no one that I'd ever met, including meeting myself, knew everything that they should know. I say, so is there such a thing as a real educated person? And when you ask questions, you know, the answers seem to be coming if you keep asking the questions. Persistent about it.
Problems are solved by...
So I said, no one is really educated. They say that's an educated person. No, it isn't. Because that person, unless they know everything that they ought to know all the time, they know it, you're not educated. That's a process.
Oh, my God. Yeah, man.
So even back then, even though I didn't have words for it, I cliched that later on.
I
started adopting the phrase,
no matter how you...
I'm still learning. I made that one up.
Said you look hasty.
That's a part of education. You have to learn. And that's what education is. You're constantly learning. And you never stop learning. Even when you are dying, unless you remember that you died before.
I ain't feeling that either, Kat.
You're learning about your death. You might see other people die, but
you
want to learn about your death when you're dying. So I'm not dead yet, so I still don't know about my death until I'm actually dying. Okay, then entertainment, that's the third area. Labor, law, politics, religion, sex,
Hawaiian,
and war. And then I turned around and answered to the question that you asked.
It's a good bit.
And looked at that phrase that I
used to be from Mexico.
Made up. If you don't understand white supremacy,
what it
is and how it works,
everything else
that you understand will confuse you. And then I said, now that means I got work to do.
Yep.
Because I got to know what white people who seem to be running everything that has to do with me and everybody that looks like me.
He said you should open.
He said, I got to know what they do
See?
And how they do it in all of these areas of activity. Otherwise, I'm nowhere close to solving problems, my problems. Because when I started out, really trying to wrestle with this race thing, I was just trying to solve my problem. I wasn't trying to solve anybody else's.
Mr.
I was very personal about it.
Mr. Fuller, if I can stop you there just for a moment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At any time.
Only to let my audience know that you're listening to the voice of Neely Fuller, one of the most highly informed individuals on this planet when it comes to this matter of race and white supremacy. For the very longest time, we have desired to bring him to you, and we were finally able to connect and to have a time that worked for both of us. So you're listening to the incredible wisdom of Neely Fuller. Mr. Fuller, please continue.
Yes, and so I think the last one was war.
Yeah.
You're right. And that's the 9 areas of activity. And then I started going back to number 1, economics. how should I use my time and energy? Because at that time, I was just running all over this place, that place, doing this, doing that, watching to see what other people do, and then joining in and saying, me too.
The advantage.
Unfortunately, a lot of things I put on brakes about because I was headed for disaster on several occasions. Watching what other people do and then saying, me too. I'll join this and join that because I didn't know. I couldn't. My reasoning power was just about zero because I was confused about everything. I was always the last one. I mean, to catch on to what's going on, what was really happening and why. And so when I really started paying attention, I got to slow down and pay attention to every detail of everything. Because otherwise, I can see the dangers ahead if I keep doing everything like I'm doing. Just rushing in and asking questions later.
I want a black white daddy.
And then that's when I discovered that everything is a matter of questions and answers. And coming up with the correct answers to every question, every time, without fail. Because if you didn't come up with the correct answer to just one question out of a million, that might be the thing that will cause you disaster. It's always got to be the correct question. Otherwise, it's not the correct answer. Otherwise, it's not an answer to that particular question.
So I was like, oh.
And I said, these sound like Fuller talking to myself, the laws of the universe. And that's what I've been ignoring.
Just remembering our elder Neely Jr.
People don't really make laws. They discover laws that are already there. And those laws are correct or incorrect. They're going to either be one or the other.
That's right.
That's the only thing to sort out. How to use that law of the universe.
You're a liar.
And so these things came to me gradually.
You're a daddy from God.
And then I said, finally,
move to God.
In answer to the initial question, I came up with that thing about if you don't understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will confuse you. And that's in all areas of activity.
Right.
So I said, now you can't solve any other problem on the planet. And I'm saying that now to the entire world until you solve the race problem.
That's right, Neely.
Because I was running.
That's right, Mr.
Particularly back in the 1950s when I started getting into it earnestly.
R.I.P. to our.
I was trying to run this place and that place, trying to go different places, thinking I could escape the race problem.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to realize, well, there's no escape. You have to dissolve the race problem.
Me neither.
You, yourself, Fuller. No one has set up any paradise for you.
Right.
To come and sit down in, and you have eluded the race problem. And when I came to that realization, I was actually hurt.
Right.
Because that's exactly what I was doing. And I said, well, what's the best way to go about doing it? And that's how I got started. Written in earnest back in the 1950s.
You know, if
that statement.
If I could have another moment here to further share with our audience something that you said, and I've attempted to pull some morsels out here, but it basically says that
he did
what it means. The first piece that I read, if you don't understand racism, everything else that you think that you understand will confuse you. And what that means is the people who are just getting up and trying to go to work or trying to look for a job or trying to do whatever it is they're trying to do, if they're classified as non-white, the first order of business is they're going up against the system of white supremacy. And Mr. Fuller, a few months back, I visited Durham, North Carolina. I have a friend down there who is a senior executive at a thriving company, and I called him on a Sunday evening.
Here you go with that.
And
bro.
We chit-chatted, and I said, what you do? What's up, man? What you about to do? And this brother, in the upper echelons of that company, he's highly respected himself. He said to me, I'm trying to get my head right, Rocc.
Newman, senior.
To go out here and deal with those white folks tomorrow morning.
Dolores.
I thought that is not anything that you would ever hear a white person say. But it is so understood. We non-whites
from the
simply
catch away
understand that kind of thought. And
it's the
ultimately
children.
The stress that comes with I gotta get up and go here and deal with these white folks tomorrow morning. And
where they come from.
I'm just curious of your response to that. What you think about that.
He wasn't dark.
That's what you get up for. That's the whole reason. I always say that's black people's assignment. We're born into this world. Just like I started this conversation with. We find ourselves here. We didn't plan on getting here. I mean, how are you going to make a plan and you're not even here? You're not even born yet. So you're born in this world and you look at it and say, what's going on? And what's going on this planet called Earth is people are going here and going there and whatnot.
You talking about
what are they reacting to? Or what kind of action are they taking? And who is orchestrating most of what people do?
And
it's unfortunately being run, the entire planet, by people who shouldn't be running the entire planet. And these people, unfortunately, are what you call loosely or in a serious way racist.
Yeah, my papa.
And who are the racists? They are white people who practice something called white supremacy. That's an invention. And it turned out to be the most powerful form of government of people so far,
earlier, Leonard,
according to the evidence, in recorded history. No other form of government exists on this planet that is more powerful, nor no form of religion is more powerful than the political system
I'm just talking.
And the religious system called the system of white supremacy. Now, that is either true or false. Now, many people have, upbraided me or chastised me or whatever you want to say to me. And many people have said, I don't want to hear no more, Fuller. I don't want to talk to you no more about that.
Yeah.
Because I don't agree with it.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as white supremacy. Ain't nobody supreme over me except God. But I said, well, I stick by my statement. Because the white supremacists themselves say, if you're talking about who is supreme over all of us, it is God. That's why we burn crosses or we light crosses. We wear the cross proudly. And we put the cross like Adolf Hitler did on our airplanes and whatnot and go stomping all over the world. I mean, we believe in the cross. We believe in God and Jesus and the whole 9 yards in Christianity.
That's ridiculous.
Yes. We don't back off of that.
I am Jesus.
But we also believe that God has ordered us as white people.
Justice, goddammit, crew.
To dominate and mistreat all of you dark-skinned people. Sorry about that. It ain't personal.
People.
Like in the mafiosos, they say, it's business. It's not personal. We are assigned to do that. That's what white supremacy means. Domination and mistreatment of people of color 24/7 in all 9 areas of activity consistently forever.
Right.
Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That's our assignment by our Creator. All of us. So if you black people would just shut up and stop arguing and making fuss about what we are doing, everything will work out just fine.
I could have gutted.
Now that's what they're literally saying.
Just
all right.
Just fine for them. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that they are assigned by our Creator, all of our Creator, the Creator of all of us. The people who were fortunate enough to be born white are assigned to dominate and mistreat. That's what white supremacy means. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any reason to argue against white supremacy. If the treatment was great, hey, I'd welcome it in a minute, in less than a minute. But racism is about mistreatment. They invented the idea, apparently, to all the what appears to be the record shows of racism. Now, they didn't invent the idea of slavery, I don't think. There's no record of that. Slavery has been around since people were acting ugly before white supremacy.
You know, I wanted to get into something that relates to what you just said there. On the one hand,
but I listened
just recently, and with the talk of the fervor of the talk of the first former president of the United States in history being arrested, being indicted. You have him, who I think understands exactly what you're saying, and certainly if he doesn't understand what you're saying, he sure believes that he's been ordained, because his natural comment, his default comment, his true belief comes out when he says, you gotta protest and take our country back. That's the former president, the 45th president. I don't even like to call his name.
Not me. Rare.
So that's one thing. The other thing that I want to ask you about, as you so eloquently articulate what is the sense and what is the feeling, and probably more importantly, what is the actions of those that you refer to as white supremacists. So what do you say about the time and the work of the civil rights movement? If we just isolate and look at what, sort of the Martin Luther King era from the mid 50s to, the late 60s, and what many refer to as accomplishments, integration, but what some think might have been one of the worst things that happened, that took away what sense of self-reliancy that Black folks had. I just like if you would speak to that.
Well, the white supremacists say that we're in business forever as far as racism. That's what they've been saying so far, until they say something different, like we'll want to, and what I have requested when I talk to white people, and I'm talking to white people now, right, here right this minute, because that's what my duty is, talk to white people and Black people. What are we supposed to be doing on this planet? Because I discovered something along the way of what you call learning. Learning is just questions and answers, just like on this program. Why? Because it's the most logical thing to do to solve problems. You cannot solve any problem in the universe. This is universal law, which is what I say Black people need to tap into. All of the universal laws.
Yeah.
You cannot solve any problem without questions and answers. If you are a mortal creature, a creature in the form of a person on planet Earth, here in the year 2023. All problems, and someone can write this down because I have it in my book.
And it's still
throughout, either directly or indirectly, that you can get by going to producejustice.com. All problems, without exception, are solved through the process of questions and answers.
And let me give you an opportunity to give that website again, because I have no doubt whatsoever that I've got listeners out there, I've got viewers out there that really want to be able to get all the resources that you might have. So would you please repeat from where they can get it again?
What's in the building, ladies?
2 words, plus.com. ProduceJustice.com. That's it. Go to that website.
Yep, go there.
ProduceJustice.com.
ProduceJustice.com. I just
like you're trying to produce justice, which that's why I gave my podcast that name, that title, because that's what I'm trying to do. That's what we all should be trying to do. Replace the system of white supremacy. Replace it with what? With justice.
Right.
And so, while we're on that subject, I'll just explain what justice is, because I don't like any of the definitions down through the years that I've seen in any dictionaries.
Yeah.
For one thing, they keep saying justice has to do with fair play. Well, fair is also mixed up with the word white.
That's not.
And so what the white supremacists do,
about attention.
They associate anything that is a plus value of constructive value with whiteness. So they associate the word justice, even though they don't spell anything alike, with the word fair. They'll say justice is fair play. And then they'll say my fair lady. All right. White lady. All right. And white and lady kind of go together. If it's a black female, that's not necessarily a lady. That's just a thing. The white supremacists are very treacherous when it comes to the use of language, anybody's language, and when it comes to manufacturing words that help to support the system of white supremacy. That's what causes a whole lot.
They use it as long as they can
get the words
recognize
straight first. But words are also involved in questions and answers. And I want to say this to the whole audience. And any problem that you have today, right today, I'm talking about this day, here in March of 2023, just go into the question mode.
3 years later.
Just back off of statements.
Month off.
And go into the question mode. Be consistent about asking questions. Because all problems are solved
by questions and answers.
Through the process of questions and answers. That's universal law. Neely Fuller doesn't have any laws.
Right.
I'm just tapping into universal laws.
Yeah.
And that's how I would like for all people of color to think in terms of don't follow people, including Neely Fuller. He makes mistakes, lots of them. You don't want to follow anybody that makes mistakes, and everybody makes them. Follow logic, the laws of the universe. 1 and 1 is 2 for everybody.
Yep.
You know, jumping off of a cliff without a parachute or something, I mean, it's not logical. It doesn't work.
Right.
For everybody. That's the kind of laws I'm talking about.
Understood. Let me ask you, when you say...
All right, hold it down, lady. Said
trying to understand something. Part of what, if you know, we hear the phrase all the time, our youth are our future. We certainly want that to be true. As we live in this city here in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C., we see runaway violence, run behavior that is utterly antisocial, debilitating, harmful, hurtful.
Yeah, I must have gone real quick.
What effect do you feel white supremacy has on today's youth and some of their problems?
All of it. All of the above. Anything that happens in the system of white supremacy, and this is a part of what I call the code, which is what I write about. I call it the compensatory counter-racist code. Anything that non-white people do, all this killing on the street, the killing in Baltimore, the killing in Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, Chicago for sure, or in Somalia. There's lots of killing going on there. South Sudan, I've heard.
I love how he said that.
The white supremacists are to blame for every shot that's fired.
Now
that statement is either true or false.
I was going to say,
either directly and indirectly.
Yeah.
See, that's what I mean.
Rocc tried to put a black on black crime. He said, "What about Somalia?"
When you make a statement,
what about
that statement better be true. That includes Neely Fuller's statements. It better be true. You don't make false statements. If you're tempted to make a false statement, just bite your tongue and hold it, and do some thinking for a while. And try to make whatever statement you make always be true. Because without truth, everything is downhill anyway.
So what you just did in answering that question about the youth, you very succinctly said white supremacy had everything to do with it. It could, and then you say about Somalia and South Sudan. So just recently,
that is my favorite.
I look and we see on the news all the time, every day, round the clock, the war that's going on where Putin invaded Ukraine. We hear about that all the time. From this government, they release, the United States government, Biden administration, Congress, senators, they release billions and billions and billions of dollars in support of the Ukraine population. And at the same time, I am seeing the various clashes in Africa that we barely hear about. Just as many or more people getting killed. We barely hear about it, and we hardly give them, this government hardly gives them a damn thing. So if I can, you just connected some dots there when you said everything, it has everything to do with the youth violence, is either true or it is not. The situation in Ukraine and Somalia, the difference of what they're doing is one is white, one is non-white. So those who might argue with you, debate you, to challenge you to say that it is not true. What the hell does white supremacy have to do with a kid who decides to pick up a gun in Southeast Washington, D.C. and blow another black person's head out? From where I sit, Mr. Fuller, I can't argue at all that it is not white supremacy that has everything to do with that.
The gun itself and the mentality that goes with it. The first question asked, that black child, and we're all really children in the system of white supremacy, if you're a person of color anywhere on this planet. So a black person picking up a gun and killing anything or anybody for any reason. For one thing, you get the mentality. where did that come from in the system of white supremacy? It came from the white supremacists. Even our styles of killing, drive-bys and all like that. Where did that come from? Where did it come from? Video games and stuff like that. See, we have a death worship in society in the system of white supremacy. And it covers the entire planet. It's just, the only thing that changes is the style of killing. The white supremacists brag about killing. They reenact killing. They have reenactments of things called something like a civil war among themselves. And what is all this connected to? Black people. Anytime there's any shooting going on, directly and indirectly, it's connected with destroy people of color. Destroy them. Not all of them, because, see, the white supremacists run the world just like they run a duck farm or something like that. They say, we got chickens out here. Do we kill all of our chickens? Say, you're not going to be running a chicken farm if you kill all your chickens. Because you hear black people saying something about they planning genocide. No, they're not. If they wanted to kill us, we've been gone already. Like Salazzo said in the movie The Godfather, telling Tom Hagen, get in the car, Tom. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. That's the whole white supremacist mentality. Oh, yeah, I just want to talk to you. I want to help you, and I want to help the Corleones. Do what? Kill more people and get more profits. Duh. That's the whole system. It's a gangster system. When black people understand that the white supremacist system, racism itself, is a massive gangster system, and everybody is in on it, including all the black people on the planet, because we are subject to it. That's why you have to get rid of the entire system and replace it with what that one word, justice.
Justice.
So what does this word mean? Guaranteeing that no person, that's no person on the planet, is mistreated. You can't have that. You can't have justice unless you have that guarantee. That's number one. And number two, guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help every time without fail. Illustration. If there are 10 people in a room, and this is for the remedies, because I believe in, if you got to complain about anything, find the answer to solving that particular complaint and or problem. So the answer to that is, and people can use this right now because this is part of what I call the code. A code is something, do something that works. If it's 10 people in a room, like on a job, and this is an answer to something you said earlier about a gentleman that where some place that you went who said he had to go out and confront these white people and all like that. Well, he can take with him just questions and answers in any situation he's in, because it applies to every situation. 10 people in a room as an illustration. You walk into that room. First thing you want to know, is anybody in this room being mistreated? Most likely, every hand is going to go up. Whether it's white people, non-white people, male, female, whatever. Chances are that'll be the initial response. And if there's no response to that, you ask that next question, because there's just two parts to producing justice, in my opinion. And I haven't seen this a better definition yet. The other part is guaranteeing that no person, after the first part is guaranteeing that no person is mistreated. Second part is guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help. Starting with every situation that you come into. First question you want to know, is anybody here being mistreated? 10 people in the room. Everybody's hand goes up. Then you say, some 10 people being mistreated, then you listen to everybody's story. That's the codified procedure. All right, everybody, all 10 people line up and give me your story. Now you start with the person that's being mistreated the most. That's what, that's the procedure. We need procedures for everything, which is something black people don't have, which is what I say is the difference between what I do, like on this program, or try to do, and what I've seen everybody has been doing and all like that. And I try to find out what's missing. What's missing is we need a code, because the white supremacists need a code. They have a code that always works. That's why it's a code. A code is something that always works. So we need to come up with a code. And so to continue on now, so part of the code is you go through this procedure, because a code is a procedure. And so you ask each person about the mistreatment. And then you start with the person who has been mistreated the most and solve that problem by doing what? Asking questions and getting answers. That's how you solve problems. Then you go to number 2. Is anybody here who needs help the most? And that'll probably be connected with a mistreatment of some type by omission or commission. So you just go through the same process again. That's where the guarantee comes from. See to it that everybody that gets help, starting with the person that needs help the most. Miss Agnes she needs help, but she doesn't need as much help as Miss Helen. All right? So you let Miss Helen and Miss Agnes know. Well, we're gonna take care of Miss Agnes' problem today.
He's almost there.
Miss Helen, because she needs more help than you do. So you will be scheduled for tomorrow. That's what you call codifying. Just make an order out of chaos, which is what the white supremacists do with all non-white people. Produce chaos.
Let me ask you, please, right at that point there, I want to let my audience know that you are hearing the incredible wisdom and observation of Neely Fuller. I'm going to say it again, Neely Fuller. You guys have asked me for years of being on this show, when you're going to have Neely Fuller. I can't tell you how happy I am to have him today. Mr. Fuller, following up on what you just said, I want to ask you, one of the 9 components of areas of white supremacy that you talked about was entertainment. I would like to get your observation about the impact and how the tool of entertainment, let's just say specifically like Hollywood, movies, television, whatever. What role, how has entertainment been a useful tool for white supremacy?
Like all the other areas of activity that they have codified to support the system of white supremacy. The white supremacists do not do anything, directly or indirectly, that does not support the system of white supremacy. And in all the 9 areas of activity, they do this. And in entertainment, they do this. They look at how people all over the world entertain themselves. And then they take it and start twisting it. See, I mean, they are very systematic. They're very codified in everything that they do. They don't leave anything to chance. They study people. That's the first thing you do when you get ready to do anything. If you get ready to drive a car, you got to study that car. The white supremacists have studied non-white people and how we think and what we laugh at, what we get mad about. They know exactly how to handle us. That's why they're supreme. Anything that you study, and study all the time, they burn midnight oil while we're asleep. figuring out their next move, how they're going to handle black people for the next 500 years.
It's true.
That's why we're always running behind, because we say that we ran into a racial incident. We are drowning in racism. You don't run into racism. You don't have to go nowhere. Racism is completely dictating even this program. The fact that I'm on this program, the fact that I'm talking the way that I'm talking is because of what? Racism. Black people are reacting to racism in every move that we make, but we don't know it, and they know we don't know it. I mean, like the black male that you told me about, he said he's got to go down there and face those white people. He was facing white people when he was asleep. We are drowning in the system of racism. We've never known anything else outside of that.
Sorry, bro.
And when we start tapping into anything outside of that, that's through the mind. The mind, and what the mind does is turn us around and say, now you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. Black Neely Fuller Jr.
He's back.
After all this time that you have wasted up till now, you are supposed to be on the job of replacing the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. You have no other assignment. I can only come to that conclusion because everywhere I turn.
Sorry, I had to step away from the computer, so Lady Che was way in the distance talking to the people. She wasn't able to bring you on stage. Well, greetings, Shabaka. How are you doing?
That's where the cut.
All right, I found my Raiders hat.
Oh,
so I'm going to take a picture of the motherfucker, put it up on Facebook and say, change your fucking name or get out of town. Can't be having a bunch of bust-ass motherfuckers up here, man. Come on.
Better try to get that first round draft pick.
Well, yeah, I got today's newspaper, man, so I read up on the sports, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even
see
on anymore.
Yeah, and I see on the idiot box they hyping up Bad Bunny for Levi Stadium.
Right. Welcome back, Keezy. I had to step away, Keezy.
All the way on the other side of the room.
We got Keezy and Shabaka in the building.
Yeah. Hey, Keezy, what's going on with you, bro?
Hey,
Leonard, hey, Judah.
Same old game.
Hey, Militant. Is Jay Militant with us tonight?
Not tonight.
All right, because, you know, they're gearing up in San Francisco, man. They already had the teams lined up there at SFO to go ahead to Levi Stadium.
Yeah, hopefully the Super Bowl will get rained out.
Up in the Bay Area, brother, this time of year, that damn rain, man, could come at any second. Not any moment, any second.
Yeah.
Okay, so I noticed, I saw a footnote here. You had the partial government shutdown, which is more political bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
Damn big numbers, Crow. Stop it. You talking about?
Yeah.
That's channel was like that. Laugh out loud. I got big numbers. No.
Hey, what up, crew?
It's just messing with
the shy.
All right,
I'm mad the motherfucker the damn Bears didn't make it, man.
I know you are, Shabaka, but better luck next year. So we were talking about Neely Fuller Jr. Neely Fuller transitioned exactly a year ago.
May rest in power.
So I'm finishing this interview that he did with Rocc Newman 3 years ago.
Okay, now you know Rocc Newman used to be a boxing manager. You know that, right?
Yeah, I think you told me that, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're calling him and Lady Che in the chat, talking about that's her daddy.
That's her dad. That's your daddy, Lady Che? Rocc Newman?
No, of course not.
Oh. I was about to say, shit. I shared it on my X account. I want to make your channel bigger. Mine ain't that big, but I will help, Che. As a matter of fact, you know what? I got an X account.
Yeah.
Is there way anywhere we can share this stream on the X account?
You could try it, Shabaki.
Let me see something here. Okay. Let me see something here. I remember one night or about a week ago, I shared it, man. We had all them assholes coming in there. Man, fuck you niggers. Right. You know.
Yeah.
You want to go do that now.
That's when the vertical happens, Shabaki.
Yeah, but you said, man, I was up in algorithms like a motherfucker.
That's when we got 1,000 views.
That night.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, okay, do you remember the spell of my voodoo and my magic of how we got that?
We just happened to hit the algorithm at the right time, Shabaki.
All right, okay. I should have made a note of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this man I made it a note on my YouTube channel.
Okay.
In my community.
And I'm putting.
You never know when folks will hit the live up because y'all be like the only ones live.
Yeah.
At a certain time.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about, man. We need to get like come on a time on all our schedules, you know, at the peak time, like when people from coast to coast are at home. And I would imagine, man, that there would be anywhere between 4 to 8 p.m. in the east, which would be 1.
That's what the signal boost. The people that we signal boost, Shabaka, that's the time they go on.
Okay.
So we always go on after them.
Okay. Then I'm looking at my Twitter and got Melissa St. Ville in here. Damn, she's fine as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm coming. Okay, so I shared it on the X.
On my Twitter, on my X, we got 4 viewers from there. So shout out to the 4 viewers from there.
Okay, and please spread it. We're trying to monetize. And what did you say, Brother Chad? I got it wrote a note somewhere, man. You said we need 1,000 views or something like that. Brother Chad.
We need to get at least 500 subscribers.
Okay, hold on. I'm making a note of this here, Brother Chad. Okay, I spoke with Ramel a few days ago.
Yeah, we were supposed to link up today, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay.
That's their anchor man,
Yeah.
He's out the nut house.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Because that's what it was.
But the thing is, though, Brother Check, when it comes to political shit, as you know, right? Because I think they did this bullshit in Nazi Germany. Stop the dollar, Shabaka. You just drop knowledge, you'll be good. But folks don't like money talk. Now, come on, crew. You from the shy, man. Money makes the world go round, homie. Yeah. But it's all good, crew. So y'all got Rocc Newman up there who used to be Riddick Bowe. He used to be the manager of former heavyweight champion Riddick Bowe.
Yes, but I got like 20 more minutes left to play.
Okay. I like that timepiece he got. That motherfucker looks sharp as hell.
Yeah, it does.
I can't get away from it, which is what I started out to do. And like my host is here saying, you, sir, you're saying that I'm giving out wisdom, but I want the whole world to know. I'm not giving out wisdom in my own mind. I'm just transferring what is already here to other people because I ran screaming all over the world trying to find out what to do about anything. I couldn't figure out nothing. So when you're completely bankrupt in your head, you reach out. So I just reached out for the logic of the universe because nobody was giving me answers to anything that made sense.
You know, I think someone else
And
that was.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Neely Fuller, don't follow him because that's a mistake. And then you'll get mad about the mistake that you made. Don't follow any people anywhere. Follow the logic. Listen to what people say and then test it to see if it works. If it works, stick with it. If it doesn't, don't condemn the people that gave you that advice. Just say that I tried it and it didn't work. All that means is you try something else. Because evidently they had faith that it would work, or they were trying to mislead you. But either way, you tap into logic. Logic will always take you where you need to go. And how do you use logic? I want to say this is very important. Logic is nothing but questions and answers, something that black people don't do very well. We like to make a lot of statements, in particular when you're interacting with white people. And I say this right to white people who are listening, because I want this to work. If you're a person of color and you're talking to a white person, stay away from making statements, and definitely don't make any accusations, because all that's going to do is make white people mad, and then what you got is just transferring a whole lot of anger in a circle. You don't want a circle.
Right.
We have been in a circle too long, just running around and coming right back where we started from. We want to break out. Like, what's that song that one of the local people used to sing? I feel like busting loose.
Chuck Brown.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and that rang a bell instantly. Yeah. When people first heard that song.
Yeah.
And talking about entertainment now, all right?
Yeah.
See, but what did that mean? That resonated with a whole lot of people the first time they heard that sentence on a song. I feel like busting loose.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of black people feel that way.
Yeah.
Busting loose from what? From this grip that racism has on you when you come right down to it. In every move that you make. But we get frustrated and start shooting each other. That's what the busting loose came. Now I'm going to bust loose. How am I going to bust loose? I'm going to bust a cap in somebody that looks like me.
Yeah. And someone that took another tack of not busting a cap from a gun, but tried to explain to this world the things that you are talking about, I think is very beloved. And we saw her be this particular person who if people don't know, that you obviously had some rapport with, and she certainly gave you credit for sharing with her morsels of information that she attempted to put into a form that I think would help to try to do what you're talking about doing, is to take white supremacy, obliterate it, and replace it with justice. And you saw a vicious continuation of an attempt to assassinate her mentally, to do a character assassination, that she was crazy. And I talk about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. I know my audience is appreciative of what she tried to do. And I would just ask you if you might speak on her and her effort as you knew her.
Well, you have already adequately described her. She was trying to do, and what I'm trying to do. She said that she's trying to get people to understand racism. And she said that her emphasis, when I talked to her many, many decades ago, and we used to talk all the time, every day, really, and she said she's going to work on why white people acted the way that they do. That was going to be her focus. And I said that I'm going to work on what to do about it. And that's been my focus ever since. Now, when you start talking about melanin and all like that, like Dr. Wilson talks about, and the origin of white people, and et cetera, I don't know anything about that. And I know what I've heard from different sources, but I don't know anything about that because I have concentrated, and I want to make this clear to my audience, to the audience right now, whoever's listening. I'm just concentrating on what the individual person, and that's something different from the organizational person, what the individual person can do on a daily basis to help solve the race problem. And the main thing I want to emphasize on, at least this morning, is the solution is going to be somewhere in questions and answers. That's going to be the procedure. And how to use words as an individual person when you're interacting with non-white people or white people. And I always say, like Dr. Wilson said, evidently, from what people are telling me, it bothers her the way people react. Now, that's a part of what I call the code. Someone called me an MF on my podcast the other day, and the host that was assisting me took offense to it. I didn't take offense to it. I say, okay, well, evidently there must be some disagreement. That's my position. See, in other words, I stay focused. That's a part of the code. Stay focused on your mission. Somebody made a whole TV series called, what, Eyes on the Prize?
Yeah.
Yeah, get the job done. Salazzo was correct in The Godfather. It ain't personal. It's not personal, Tom. It's business. It's good business. I mean, killing the, I really like the Don. Personally, I like it.
Money was not for my deal,
we could
wasn't
have
it?
beer together and all like that, but I got to kill him. Why? It's good for business. That's the mentality of the white supremacists. We got to understand that. That's why they can laugh and joke and march with black people. But they say, yeah, but, you're still a darky. I mean, and I can't help that. You have to check with God about that, I can't help that. I'm going to mistreat you. I mean, until you change my mind. I mean, that's the way it is. Why? It's good for business.
Exactly my grandpa
White
used to say.
I don't know if any other way to function and have all these wonderful things that you yourself, Dorothy, enjoy. I got to mistreat you in order to have all the things that have the time and the energy and the will to make all these wonderful toys that you like to play with. It ain't personal, it's business. You like to play with them. You like the things that I invent. But I have to mistreat you. So I have said to white people, and I'm going to say it this morning before this program is over. There's another way, and that way is justice. Yeah. You don't have to practice racism. You don't have to mistreat anybody in order to produce things.
Yeah.
So you put things before people.
Yeah.
And that is the virus that I tell the whole white world.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the virus is. You claim that we got to do things, get things done. And in order to do it, you got to mistreat people of color. You don't. That's not logical. You can do justice and get the same result. But the white world seems to be saying, yeah, but justice takes too long. It takes too long. You have to talk to people too long and all like that. It's better than mistreating people. Take the time. Take the time and explain to people what you're doing and the best way to go about getting the best results. So this program, really, I mean, I've done a lot of gabbing and bounced all over the place and doing it right now. This program is about 2 words that I want everybody on the planet or in outer space to say what this program, where I'm talking to Mr. Newman about, is about 2 words. Constructive results.
That's going to produce.
So that person that Mr. Newman was talking about earlier, the person who says he's got to go and wrestle with those white people, he can go in there with those 2 words. Now, fellas, I've been thinking all night, all this morning until I came in. Well, I'm thinking about it right now. that everything that we do and say this day that has been given to all of us, and every other day forward, is going to be about 2 words: constructive results. And if you want to add a word that a lot of people don't like, but we'll add it in this particular instance. You have heard of CRT.
And that's what I do.
And that is, what's that? What is
critical race theory.
Critical race theory. How about CRT? You can have a lot of CRTs. What about constructive result truth? CRT. You still got CRT, but it's something that you probably can relate to. He can tell everybody on his staff, everybody he works with, including the white people and black people, in case everybody forgets what my position is in this institution where we all work. And he can say that today if he's listening, right where he's on the job. I mean, he can say CRT. Everybody on board with that? And naturally, a lot of white people are going to say, well, I got questions about that. You know, or I object to that, or you even bringing it in here. But he'll say, oh, I'm not talking about critical race theory. I'm talking about constructive results truth. Tell the truth first about everything and get constructive results. And constructive results come from what? Questions and answers.
Yeah.
Just keep asking.
Mr. Fuller,
yes.
I know that during the midst of this conversation, you have shared universal laws that can have the potential for undoing and slaughtering white supremacy.
That's what I'm trying to do.
As we
and I do it unashamedly.
As we end this program here, I would once again like to give you the floor. And it doesn't matter if you reiterate or talk more about the methods or the ways, the modalities, how this monster
you also
of white supremacy
actions versus what they say
can be overcome.
That's true, Shabaka.
Yes, through codification. That's what I want to make clear, which I did a kind of sloppy job this morning. But I want to make clear that anything that people put together, because a lot of people say there's no way to get rid of racism. And there's an old cliche. Racism can be discussed, but only discussed, or something like that. But it cannot be solved. There's no way to solve it. But the race problem can be solved. Why? It was put together by people. Anything that people put together, and that's been proven by the laws of the universe, anything that people put together can be taken apart by people. Now, all of the evidence shows that. So racism was put together by people. So it can be taken apart by people. And it can be taken apart, like most things, faster than it was put together.
Yeah, no, it's cultural revolution on it.
So I'm saying, where's the keys to doing this?
That's cruel.
The key
reality
is to have a code, which is what black people don't have. We just go about doing anything any kind of old way.
That was a spray bottle.
A code is something where you do everything with precision. Every word that you utter is designed to produce what? A constructive result. Otherwise, you don't use that word. Just one word.
Right.
We don't pay enough attention to words. We just throw them up in there and hope that they hit somebody's ear and everything works out. Black people have more slogans than anybody in recorded history. I mean, we do. I mean, hold our elected leaders accountable. That's a slogan. Look at it.
Yeah.
Hold our elected leaders accountable. That's what we got to do. I've been hearing that forever. And what's another standard? I mean, this is the biggest one.
Yeah,
we got to come together.
Yeah.
2 words.
For what?
But that can take up. We will repeat that 1,500 times. And it's a million people out there listening for a codified procedure for what? Getting things done. And we always say, after everybody takes the mic and get introduced all around and give their credentials, they always say, now what I've discovered, it took me a long time to come to this conclusion, and what I discovered, and I'm not mocking us, I'm just photographing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
What I discovered is that, and I've come here to tell this crowd out here, and it's a huge crowd. It's at least 2,000 people in this stadium, and what I've discovered over the years is that black people, and listen to this, brothers and sisters, we got to come together. And everybody claps. They're spilling popcorn all over the place and whatnot.
Where's the lie?
Because they're clapping and stomping our feet. And then they say, now that's all I got to say. And then they hand the mic to somebody else. And after talking for an hour, that's what they'll say. Well, what's the solution, Reverend or Professor Neely Fuller? What's the solution? Well, we got to come together. We're already together. What's the solution? What's the solution?
Produce justice.
Well, we come together and we'll work on that. We'll all be in Vegas next year.
That's all we got to do, Casey. We did that.
Because we're having a meeting there.
Like that basket.
What we're going to do when we get there?
Man, Las Vegas is the worst goddamn place to have a meeting like on material like that.
People need to get together.
And this drunken ass gambling Sin City prostitute-laced motherfucker, hell no.
Say it with emphasis.
It's called Sin
Is that a plan?
He got me weak. We need to get together.
A plan is a code. It's something that you do that produces a result, and every time you do it, it produces that result. And you don't open your mouth about nothing without a plan.
That's right.
That's right.
You just listen, because you'll learn how to make a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Look and listen to everything that's going on. It'll come to you.
That nice shirt.
And ask questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lucky you off that nice shirt.
We have come to the end of our time here today. I am on bended knee. I would ask you to try to return when you could. I wouldn't be telling. I don't think I'm telling a secret when I say that you are 93 years old, and my heartfelt wish, my dear brother,
Shabaka says you got to come back
that you live another 93 years. Because as Dick Gregory used to say, yeah, we got a big job. Mr. Fuller, thank you so very much for joining us today.
No,
and I will be in touch in the not too distant future.
Not the
yes, sir. I appreciate it, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate it, and I really
Mad Dog
that's
2020.
Something.
Oh,
long crew, that shit is right, but man.
And I appreciate it.
Man,
that's
you
that
know,
bottom of the barrel shit, man. They give you out the Napa Valley after they make the good shit.
He gonna doodle on himself.
All right, folks. God bless you. I don't have anything else to say. Let's ruminate.
All right, thank you, Rock Newman, for interviewing our elder, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. transitioned exactly a year ago.
Yeah, may he rest in power. Hell, I wish I could have been a student of his when I was around your age, Brother Che.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't, but.
Now, MD20 says, he said the Mad Dog is top. Right on, MD20.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what's wrong with Crew today.
Crew, you've been sipping this evening, brother.
You know it. Salute to the MD.
Yeah, Crew trying to stay warm. The shy is cold.
Everything east of the Shy is cold.
Yeah, he must be and cold, then the cold part about it is old Ryan the Panties. He's freezing his crooked ass off. Florida down to 25 degrees. Oh hell no.
Yeah, the low for Miami, the record low is 27 degrees.
Damn.
Man, we in the 40s right now.
Yep, it's exactly 40 degrees.
And we at 57 degrees and it's mostly cloudy. That's that shit coming off the coast of California.
Shabaka, it was like 60-something degrees today.
Well, like I said, man, you know, you see all 4 seasons in Denver, Colorado, sir.
Yep, you sure do. Peasy, you talking less than Craig on Cody Holcomb shit.
Oh, speaking of Corey, man,
my show
bullshit, man, about Cory Booker. He says when he's not sipping. I hear you, Crew.
He wants
to get put in the song.
He's still gonna find finna go buy him a drink. I ain't mad at you, Crew. If you drink some good shit, bruh.
You're already on your level, though. I think you need to slow it down.
No, Crew in that damn cold. He needs the alcohol to keep him warm.
Yeah,
we had 8 inches of snow up in North Georgia yesterday.
He probably got a big back going over there. He laid up with a big back. She bought him some Mad Dog. That's what it is. It's tax season. You know he got a big back over there.
Well, a homie of mine said in Denver, man, when you got a big woman, that shade in summer and heat in winter.
Shabaka, you got to prepare for all 4 seasons.
Oh, yeah.
MD, 8 inches of snow. What the hell?
He better prepare to.
8 inches. Atlanta.
In the ATL, I didn't know it snowed in the ATL. I always thought that because when I was down there in wintertime, that motherfucker was hot as hell and muggy in the motherfucker. Yeah, we got low air pressure in the desert. Yes, sir, that is a fact. And we at 57 degrees and it's mostly cloudy.
You're in the freaking desert, Shabaki.
Hey.
It's nothing but
out here in the wild, wild wind.
What did you say, Keezy?
I said it's almost like a desert here as it's dry as it is.
Yeah, it's just a hot desert.
Yeah. If it's 0 inches in Georgia, folks crash. Georgia folk cannot drive. You ain't lying about that, man. And another crazy ass place where motherfuckers can't drive is Houston, Texas. Motherfuckers doing 80 miles an hour in rush hour.
They got highways stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, man.
Hey, but Georgia got that. Georgia got that super speeder law, though. If you get caught speeding on that highway, you going to jail. You're not getting no ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't collect $200.
California got that for your ass, too. Hey, Mac 285.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah, California, man, they catch you going 10 miles over the speed limit, man. Your ass is going to jail for reckless driving.
He's at work, bro. Like, what the hell? He said, wow, we can hear Keezy after 7 hours.
Yeah, I don't know what he be talking. He's a troll, man. I'm on troll him back.
Right.
Hey, who's on troll patrol tonight? Everybody got a wrench.
Yeah, Crew is on troll. Crew is being, since we ain't got no trolls, Crew is being the troll.
Damn. There ain't never a dull moment on this motherfucker.
He's trolling his own program. Come on, man.
No, so if the trolls get here, we just change it to subscriber only.
No, we won't. Just leave it the way it is. But like, just know that there's no trolls right now in here. It's just fucking Crew freaking out everybody and their mama because he's in his book. He's in his vibe. That's all. Yeah, he need a challenge. You need to be climbing real hard.
He want to battle you, Keezy. He said, "Don't make me battle you. Beat battle."
Oh Lord, you don't want that.
Yeah, I don't even make beats anyway. But Troll can't even stay around because Shabaka go get him.
Right.
Shabaka be going in on the Troll.
Right.
Oh yeah, man. I tell them motherfuckers to shake the spot, man. You know.
Right. All right, so
Shabaka have you in a dress. Shabaka be talking about how you got a dress on and all this stuff. I'd be like, oh man.
That's a good old California dragon right there.
Yeah. He dog walked.
That was excellent.
Like Blacc should.
Walk the fuck out of you.
Oh my God.
And I really don't like doing that, you know. I prefer to have positive content.
It was salacious.
No, seriously, y'all. Seriously.
You say because just get a reaction. So like, you know, you like it. Who are you talking to over here? For 5 years, we just see you do this.
Shabaka be going in. Yeah, put your girl drawers on, pump.
Yeah. Straighten out or what else? You know you like this shit. This is why you do it. I'm like, you should play, man.
He said beat battle. A battle of beats.
No.
Okay. I got a complete control.
I don't know why he keeps saying that. He's a troll. I don't make beats at all. I don't know what's wrong with that dude, man. Call Manny Fresh or something, family. I am not him. I told you the only beats I be doing is the macaroni noises with your big back. Big back old lady, I be making macaroni noises with her because she pay a little bit. You know, she works. She got like 3 jobs.
Well, gentlemen,
and she be making them fire honey hot wings. She be making them honey hot wings. Over there.
Give us your closing on Neely Fuller Jr. and what are your thoughts on Jasmine, Crocc, Chit, JUAN, Crow, and black people not being deported? Not being
well, that's good news. Black folk not being deported, but Jasmine, Crocc, Chit is just that. And I hate to say that about the sister, but hell, the truth is the light, and the truth will set you free.
What about the JUAN Crow?
Enlighten me on that individual. I heard the name, but what's the story?
If you don't know what he's talking about.
Jim Crow. They try to equate the Mexican struggle to ours.
Why does he gotta get
There's no comparison.
We ain't even got to that part yet.
Because he's gonna miss these topics.
You'll get over it. Unless I catch the replay. We ain't got to that shit yet.
Kanye's apology.
Oh my God, man.
Kanye's apology.
You don't know nothing about
man, that man needs to quit fucking with them goddamn drugs, man, and talk that shit about an apology about a year from now when his mind, body, and soul detox from that Kardashian shit.
I think Crew just exposed this. That dude ain't never streamed my music. He keep talking about I thought I made beats. That sounds like somebody that ain't never heard Nair Keys.
Right.
Right. And we only been playing your song for like a whole year.
Right.
Like at the beginning. And the only reason it changed is because he lost the damn laptop.
Yeah.
So then we had to start over fresh. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
So for a whole year, every time we open up with Frontline Black News, it's only been hearing Cool Keys.
Yep.
So like I don't know.
The Democrats don't speak for me.
Right.
That's like going up to DMX. You gonna go run up to DMX like, let me hear that beat. Let me hear them beats you be making.
Yeah, make DMX rest in power, man. I was
talking about beats. I have to beat you up.
And the CBC. No. By the way, the power of repetition.
Jesse, we ain't got to that part yet, so you can't give an opinion about it.
CBC being dragged by Black Americans for fighting for illegal immigrants.
Because what are you doing? You can't give an opinion if we haven't got there yet.
And black men exonerated after 70 years.
A lawsuit, imprisonment.
opinion.
Well, his family's going to have to give the lawsuit because he's been dead for decades.
Well, I could just say you don't.
Northwest knees touch. Yeah. Yes.
Can I give my opinion?
Yeah, go ahead, Lady Chan.
Jesus Christ. All right. When he died, I was fucking upset. I was so upset. I couldn't even believe I was crying. I was like real tears crying and really upset.
We can't hear you clearly, Lady J.
Huh?
He said he can't hear you.
Oh. Jesse got everything over there on his janky ass desk. He moved something, everything's gonna fall down.
Ain't nothing
Yeah, it just sounds a little muffled. That's all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, all you need is a Bluetooth, Lady J.
Hey, no, I got my mic. I got my mic, so I don't know what's going on with it.
Okay.
This is in control of the desk. Can you hear me?
Okay, I should be able to hear her now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, back. All right. So when he died, when he was going through that, I think I was devastated. I really couldn't explain my feelings. All I knew is I was fucking crying this week. I was so fucking upset. And it's the same day that I got banned from Twitter. Like the same day I got banned for life. Like couldn't get that's it. No more.
Yeah.
I tried to post something like a rest in power type of thing for Mr. Fuller. And it wouldn't allow me after like a long time after Jesse had to fix it for me to post it, and only for them to tell me I was doing some fucking crazy shit of it.
Yeah.
Like goddamn, that's that shadow banning right there, right off top. I didn't do anything that I normally don't do. I thought I was slacking on posting on Blacc Twitter for a while, you know, because I couldn't get my Twitter shit to work. But then once he died, and I was trying to send it through, they banned me for life, and I was like, ugh. But I wasn't crying because of that. I was crying because he died, and the way we found out about it was like ugly. It was all on the internet. You know? So I felt really upset. Then I learned that Mr. Bobby.
It was Black Voltron that let us know.
It was Mr. Bobby and Gate had kept on the
crew
podcast on Tuesdays for on the podcast that he was doing. Because we would listen to.
She does. She got a professional studio mic.
Yes, I do got a. It's not my fault that it's on Jesse's janky ass desk. Jesus, I'm using the professional mic.
Okay, he said he's going to the store. We'll be right back.
Okay, good. Anyway, back to what I was saying. I don't know why the mic isn't picking me up. Right?
No, it is.
All right, bet. What I was gonna say is that I felt really, really upset because the only way you can catch, the only way we can learn about really aside from reading the books, which I read and recodified myself according to the compensatory code book.
Okay, cool.
The word guide is my favorite. That's where I feel like I shine the best. The word guide, because I'll ask questions. I keep asking questions.
You said Keezy's mic is trash.
Anyway, like I would stop picking on him for real. Anyway, like I really would. I really would. It's not a good look where it's picking on him.
Right.
Or like keep poking and shit.
You keep poking the bear.
It's not cute. It's not cute.
Not
Keep
good.
it cute, man. Anyway, so back to the thing. I felt like
I'm gonna show y'all this.
the cartoon hip hop cartoon. Hip hop cartoons, right?
Yeah, Carlton Way.
Yeah, that's our friend. And we chop it over. He's
Or Carlito. Is it Carlton Way or Carlito's Way?
Carlton Way. He
just talking trash. You don't make Keezy get on camera.
He made Neely Fuller Jr.'s books.
Is that a hard hat?
Can you stop? Yeah, I'm trying to talk to people. Stop. You're distracting me. He made Neely Fuller Jr.'s words come alive with the cartoons and more palatable. You know, where people don't want to read. Which I always keep saying it's like the worst shit. You know, people don't know how to read or want to read, and that's why everybody's clowning us for having a weak literacy. But he made these cartoons that were with like Neely Fuller Jr.'s voice, and he's done them all, right? Yeah. So that's how I said it. that was the only way I was going to verify if he had passed away.
Yeah.
It's through that dude.
Yep, you just said
and I went straight there, and that's when it became real. That's when it became real. The other part is that, you know, what was it? What day was it where you do the hour show?
On Tuesday.
It was on Tuesday, right?
Tuesday morning.
With the new Fuller Juniors, like you know the when they come on YouTube.
Yeah, that's every Tuesday.
Not the one with Gate, that's the other one. We used to listen to before he died.
The Produced Justice?
Yes.
That was every Tuesday.
I remember that, every Tuesday. This is to him every Tuesday on his show.
Don't make me put on
I
my
wrote it a couple of times. I think I got on one time on the program.
Did y'all see his ass?
I'm just to Mr. Bobby.
Yeah.
So I was pretty upset. I wanted to see what was going on with Mr. Bobby because when they talked about it, they just say condolences and shit like that. But when they banned me from Twitter, I definitely couldn't find out after that. I feel like I'm still sad about it because, you know, people will get on there and totally misconstrue or overthink the compensatory code.
Mm-hmm.
And that will cause a lot of tension on the programs. You know, and have all these questions and shit when they overthink instead of just read and absorb the information. You know, it made it's made the questions difficult to absorb. And they're doing it now too, like with lineage.
It's Amaru and Khalifa.
FBA, you know, with the FBA stuff, when they call it
Maru.
When they call it the Tariq show on Twitter or TikTok or whatever. But stop. Can you stop it? They're doing the same thing. They overthink the basic points of lineage. You know what I mean? That's basic FBA points. They overthink it, they add to it, and it creates a mess of confusion. And I think that's by design as well. So that's what I had to say right here. I'm going to take it.
All right, Keezy, what's your thoughts on the great Neely Fuller?
Said, man, about how first the thing I like what he said is how Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, her job was why. Her job was why is the white supremacists like that?
Yeah.
Neely Fuller is the what are we gonna do about it?
Yeah.
That was dope. Let me step over here real quick. Let me step over here. Now that was dope, man. The solution base. So that basically represented the feminine energy, the mind, and then the masculine energy, which is the what we gonna do about it.
Right.
And so that was dope to see to listen to him explain that. I probably heard that broadcast before, but you know, when I heard it again this time, that's what stuck out to me. And, you know,
yeah,
that's what I thought. I thought that was excellent and profound that those two did that. They dedicated their life to that. And we gotta appreciate their work, and we can't let their lives go in vain by, you know, not picking up the pieces.
Right. I concur.
That's it.
Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
Are your final thoughts on Neely Fuller?
No, yes, sir. You know, great brother, man. Hey, I'm gonna start reading more of his material.
Yes. Go to producejustice.com to get all three of the books. The 1980, what is it, 80? What year is it? 80?
8 something.
84?
I want to say 89. But I'm not sure. I don't know.
84 edition of the Compensatory Code Concept for Victims of Racism and White Supremacy. Textbook, workbook. A study guide.
The word guide. Don't click on the word guide.
Get the word guide and you get.
I tell you, the word guide made my shit talking about like when I'm in defense of us or legacy or lineage or whatever. It made my fucking job 100 times easier because of the word guide. Like, I already like asking questions about weirdos, you know what I mean? But just like the right questions is the best part because we didn't know how to ask the right questions. Just asking willy-nilly questions. Now we got a set format of what to ask for or what to look at. You know, what to look for and ask questions about.
Right.
I've been doing it all the time on all kinds of things. But I'm like, man, I got questions. They already say that on my program, you know? Yeah.
Alrighty, so big RIP to Neely Fuller Jr. The one responsible.
May rest in power.
There was no code until Neely Fuller.
Yep.
So anybody talking about code and they're not talking about the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So big rest in power to him. And
and I bet you. Sorry about that. I'll bet you that DeAndre, or whatever his name is, and Conscious Fleas and stuff. They want to be influential in this stuff, but they can't quote Neely Fuller. They can't quote me. They don't know one quote.
No, they don't. They're just the Democratic shields.
Yep.
All they know is what their master program.
What bothers me about that is that all these grifters got all this smoky shit, but they ain't give us nothing like Tariq Nasheed did. Like, he's giving us a lot of shit. A lot of tangible things, like that you can see, touch, and feel.
Right.
He's giving us that. So, like, you know, what the fuck are these fools talking about? They act like we're just sitting on the internet, not doing shit, just talking shit and just kicking it all day long. Not to mention, he's failed to see that it's FBA people that are pushing the motherfucking envelope for reparations.
Right.
In all kinds of cities.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, that I don't like grifters like that, where you got all the smoke in the world, but you ain't putting out now the documentary out. Right. Not one motherfucking book. Right. You sure as fuck didn't build a museum.
Right.
You know what I mean? You ain't did shit. You ain't made no. You ain't.
Scrappy did more of the movement than he did.
Yeah.
Right, as far as eggs and grits or whatever the fuck his name is. Yeah. Oh, honey doo. Yeah, like, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like that cuz made my life hard right there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because fucking he's a twit. Okay? He's a twit. Well, he's a twit, right?
Twit.
Yeah, that's like the 80s. Go back to the 80s. Okay. Listen, that girl's a twit. Right? You know what I mean? Fuck him though. He's stupid. And the fact that he can sit up there and talk all that shit about a motherfucker, when you know he ain't did nothing for reparations, he ain't did nothing for black people. He don't go to the city council. He don't fucking do nothing. He's just sitting there fucking making assumptions, taking shit, which I have to ask, is he watching Uncle Phil or is Uncle Phil watching him? Because they both have the same talking points in some weird way. Right, a weird way. You know, I just want to point that out there. That if you watch any of those two people, like I was watching Uncle Phil or listening to Uncle Phil, and I came across this motherfucking, shame on you, cuz. Shame on you. You know what you're doing. Anyway, so like Eggs and Grits is watching motherfucking Uncle Phil, or Uncle Phil's watching Eggs and Grits. Because they got the two talking points. Same talking points all the time. And the only reason I know is because it come on my reels when I'm browsing through Facebook and I see Eggs and Grits. How the fuck did he get over there? I don't know. Right? But I think too, like, look, weird shit happens in my feed, right? I'm not like all of a sudden following Tariq on Facebook. I didn't even know he had a Facebook page. Yeah. No, I don't use like him.
I just got one question for Che.
What's that?
So it's like a case study too. So based on what we just listened to, if somebody calls you and says, "Hey man, we need to get together," what's your response?
To do what? And is it going to produce a constructive result?
Pretty much. That's a legitimate question.
Right, because that's all they're gonna say. We need to come together. We need to come together. It's always some old motherfuckers still say, They come together like two butt cheeks. No.
That's what Moray used to say. Moray that's the Moray shit.
We come together like two butt cheeks.
That's Dr. Tolbert.
Yeah, I know. Like, shit. You're like, no. Like, we can't come together.
Come together and do what?
Right. For what reason? And look, that's how the Democrats talking points come together. We need to be unified, solidarity, et cetera, et cetera. These are broad and ambiguous terms. You know?
I asked that because I know you guys are we're gonna hear that again. Somebody's gonna come say that.
Yeah.
They're gonna say it this week at City Council.
We need to come together. It's Black History Month. We need to come together. Black people are Black
is during Black History Month.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The other time they're like for everybody. This is the only time they're Black.
They're going to push reparations.
No, of course not, Tiffany. That would be too much like race. No, they're gonna still be doing the same old cool activity, except it's gonna be biggity Black. You'll see. Watch tomorrow. Watch it out. Okay. And watch all the Hispanics talk about how they represent Black History Month.
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all something on Black History Month. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Shabaka, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Black History Month, that's our history, right? And what the fuck we need to do is tell all these goddamn OTBs, shake the spot.
Right.
You got to go hold your own nuts.
Right. We get the shortest, coldest month of the year, not you.
Yeah, exactly. And every 4 years, they add one day to it, man. Come on, man.
Year.
What kind of bullshit is that?
February is in a leap year. This year is a leap year.
No business.
No, it's not.
Are you talking about the
February has 29 days.
28 days makes a leap year.
No, baby, it's 29.
No, it's 29 days. The leap year, Lady J, is the year of the presidential election. See, you got three things in leap year. 29 days in February, the presidential election, and the Olympic Games.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, did you say something? Do you say the LGB?
What?
I thought he was talking about the LGB.
Oh,
no, sir. The only thing I say about the LGBTQ is like, well, I just tweeted Barack Obama's former official page on Tweety Bird. I said, no, crew, I haven't. But one thing, though, is this, though. Wait a minute. Hold on, crew. Wait a minute. I stand corrected. I was living in Los Angeles in the 1984 Olympics. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I gotta move us along because we've been on this way too. I mean, shout out to the elder though. I mean, he did come up with the code after all. Yeah, we're still learning, Neely. Mr. Fuller, we're still learning. In 2026, we're still learning how to defeat the global system of racism and white supremacy. All right, so moving along, we got Jasmine, Crocc, Chit, Trails in the race polls. She should have ran for Congress.
She should have been ran out of town.
I think it's the sheriff that's going to give us an update on that.
Oh, yeah, I remember
Jasmine Crockett is one of the sharpest minds in Congress, but running for Senate in Texas. That's not strategy, that's ego, and the polls are proving exactly what anyone paying attention already knew. Let's talk about political miscalculation and what happens when talented people make decisions based on emotion instead of strategy. Representative Jasmine Crockett is trailing in the Texas Senate race polls, and honestly, this should surprise exactly no one who understands Texas demographics, voting patterns, and the basic math of statewide versus district level politics. Here's what happened. Texas Republicans broke up Crockett's congressional district through redistricting, making it harder for her to win.
Told everybody to kiss his ass.
Don't mess with Texas, Shabaka. You know,
man, fuck the goddamn state of Texas, man. Them motherfuckers the ones that started the damn slave patrols, and they was the most brutal.
Shabaka, we have viewers from Texas.
Oh. Damn, man. How come you didn't tell me, man, before I made the statement?
Well, you were going to make hot boy statements.
You was going to make hot boy statements anyway, Shabaka. That's just what you do. But no, we got our mods in the chat, Twin and Mac. They're from Houston.
Oh, okay. That's what George Foreman was from.
Yeah, and both sides of my family from Texas, man. You got to chill out on that Texas talk. You talking about white supremacy? We good. Texas just has to come, man.
Right, don't mess with Texas, Shabaka.
Yeah, but when y'all gonna get rid of Governor Rolaids, man? When y'all gonna push that motherfucker in the Rio Grande River, him and his goddamn wheelchair?
For the record, everybody that's watching, we all love Texas.
Right. I had a good Texas. I've been to Texas.
Across Texas. All 810 miles of it on Highway 10. East Texas is humid as hell, but West Texas is when you start going off into the threshold of the desert.
I crossed it on 287, I-40, and I-20.
Well, Houston did kind of remind me of Los Angeles, though.
I didn't get down to I-10.
I-10, Brother Che, would take you all the way from L.A. to Jacksonville, Florida.
I took that back. We got down to I-10 when we got down to New Orleans.
Yeah, I crossed the great state of Louisiana, man. But that song by Billie Holiday
up north
coming through my mind. Indiana is Texas up north. Hey, crew, go get that motherfucker up, man, in that toll booth, man, on the Illinois-Indiana state line. When I told the motherfucker I missed my turn to go to the south side, motherfucker told me, man, you still got to pay the toll, homie. Man, nigga was putting that money in his pocket.
On that 94, Shabaka?
Yeah, man, I kept fucking up, yeah. Because to get to grandma's house, I was supposed to take all the signs that say Memphis, you know, coming off the Dan Ryan, you know?
To say 55.
Damn, lifetime gun permit in the great state of Indiana, paid by the state.
That's what's up.
Lifetime. Yeah, that's what's happening.
All right, let's get back to this Jasmine Crocker shit.
Yeah, man. And she ain't a bad
that was
looking
a
broad,
targeted
but she's
political
just so
move
full of
designed
shit.
to eliminate a rising Black progressive voice who had become effective and visible. It was dirty pool, but it's also standard operating procedure in American politics. When you become a threat, they redraw the lines. Now Crockett had a choice. She could have run for a different House seat, fought through a potentially competitive primary, dealt with the inconvenience of representing a new district, and maintained her position in Congress where she was building influence and making a real impact. Or she could run for Senate, aim higher, go statewide, and try to make history as a Black woman senator from Texas. She chose the Senate race, and from a strategic standpoint, that was a mistake. Let me be very clear. This is not about Jasmine Crockett's talent, intelligence, or qualifications. She is brilliant. She is articulate. She is quick-witted, sharp in debate, and has shown she can hold her own against anyone in Congress. Her viral moments, her policy knowledge, her ability to cut through nonsense with precision, all of that is real and impressive. The problem is not her capability. The problem is the map. Texas is a hard state to win statewide if you're a Democrat, and it's an even harder state to win if you're a Black progressive Democrat. Not because the voters are particularly conservative across the board, but because of how the coalition breaks down, particularly when it comes to Latino voters. Here's the demographic reality that nobody wants to say out loud. At least half of Latino voters in Texas align with white voters on key issues and candidate preferences. They don't vote as a monolithic progressive bloc. They don't automatically side with candidates of color, and in many cases, they actively prefer white candidates or candidates who appeal to more conservative cultural values. This is not speculation. This is what the data shows election after election. Texas Latinos are not California Latinos. They're not New York Latinos. They have different immigration histories, different cultural orientations, different economic interests, and different political priorities. A significant portion of them are socially conservative, religiously traditional, economically aspirational in ways that align them more with Republican messaging than progressive Democratic politics. And critically, many of them harbor the same anti-Black prejudices that you find in white communities. Let's not dance around this. Anti-Blackness exists in Latino communities just like it exists everywhere else. When given the choice between a Black candidate and a white candidate, or even a Latino candidate and a Black candidate, Latino voters in Texas often break toward the non-Black options. So when Jasmine Crockett looks at the Texas electorate and tries to build a winning coalition for a Senate seat, here's what she's working with. She has the Black vote locked down. Black voters in Texas will turn out for her at high percentages. That's her base, that's solid, but Black voters are only about 12 to 13% of the Texas electorate. Even with 90% Black support, that gets you maybe 11 or 12% of the total vote. You need 50% plus 1 to win. Where do you get the other 38 to 39%? You need white voters. But Texas white voters, especially in a polarized environment, are not voting for a Black progressive in large numbers. Maybe you get 20 to 25% of white voters if you run a perfect campaign. That's still not enough. You need Latino voters. But here's where the math falls apart. Crockett's opponent, whether it's Ted Cruz or whoever she's running against, has Latino support. Not all Latinos, but enough. And when you combine the Latino voters who lean Republican, the Latino voters who are culturally conservative, and the Latino voters who simply prefer the white or Latino candidate over the Black candidate, you end up with Crockett unable to win the Latino vote by the margins she would need to overcome her deficit with white voters. The polls are reflecting this reality. She's trailing because the coalition doesn't add up. The demographics don't support a statewide win for a Black progressive in Texas in 2026. It's not about her personally. It's about math, and the math doesn't work. Now let's talk about what she should have done. When Texas redistricted her out of her seat, Crockett should have read the room. She should have looked at the statewide landscape, done the demographic analysis, understood the coalition building challenges, and made the strategic decision to run for a different House seat instead. Running for the House again would have been the smart play. She could have picked a district where she had a real chance to win, maintained her position in Congress, continued building her national profile, kept her committee assignments, and positioned herself for a future statewide or national run when the conditions were more favorable. There's no shame in that. That's called political intelligence. But somewhere along the line, whether it was pressure from supporters, personal ambition, frustration with Republicans messing with her district, or just the allure of making history, she decided to go for the Senate seat. And now she's learning the hard way that wanting something and having a realistic path to achieve it are two very different things. From a psychological standpoint, this is what happens when talented people confuse their individual excellence with their ability to overcome structural obstacles. Jasmine Crockett is excellent, but excellence alone doesn't change voter demographics. It doesn't shift deeply held cultural biases. It doesn't alter the fundamental coalition math of a statewide race in a state like Texas. The frustrating part is that this was predictable. Political analysts who understand Texas, who understand Latino voting patterns in the state, who understand the demographics of statewide races, could have told her this before she jumped in. Maybe they did tell her and she didn't listen. Maybe she was surrounded by people who were too optimistic or too caught up in the symbolic importance of her running to give her hard truth. Either way, the result is the same. She's trailing in the polls in a race she was unlikely to win from the start. And here's the real tragedy. While she's running a losing Senate campaign, she's not in the House building the institutional power and expertise that could have made her one of the most effective progressive voices in Congress for the next decade. She's spending time, money, and political capital on a race that the fundamentals suggest she can't win, when she could have been consolidating power in a House seat and preparing for a smarter, more strategic move in the future. This is not about giving up or playing small. This is about understanding the landscape, respecting the math, and making decisions that maximize your actual ability to achieve your goals, rather than making decisions that feel good symbolically but don't lead to victory. There's a difference between being ambitious and being reckless. Ambition says, I want to aim high and achieve great things. Recklessness says, I'm going to ignore obvious structural barriers and hope inspiration overcomes math. Crockett's Senate run is starting to look more like the latter. From a strategic perspective, what this tells us is that even smart, talented politicians make emotional decisions that undermine their long-term effectiveness. Getting redistricted out of your seat feels like an attack, and it is an attack, but responding to that attack by making a move that plays into your opponent's hands is not resistance, it's miscalculation. The smarter response would have been to say, they tried to take me out with redistricting, so I'm going to show them I can win in a different district, maintain my position, and continue being a thorn in their side while building the coalition and infrastructure for a real statewide run when the conditions are right. That's strategic thinking. That's playing the long game. Instead, we're watching a talented Black congresswoman trail in polls for a Senate seat she probably can't win in a state where Latino voters are siding with her opponent in numbers that make victory nearly impossible, while she could have been securing another House seat and continuing to build her influence. And the worst part is that when she loses and the polling suggests she's heading toward a loss, it won't just be her loss. It will be used as evidence that Black progressives can't win statewide in Texas, that we should be more moderate, that we should compromise more, that we should lower our expectations. The structural barriers that made this race nearly unwinnable from the start will be ignored, and the narrative will become about the candidate rather than the coalition math. That's what makes this so frustrating. Jasmine Crockett deserved better advice. She deserved people around her who would tell her the hard truth about what was winnable and what wasn't. She deserved a Democratic establishment that would be honest about the challenges rather than encouraging a symbolic run that was unlikely to succeed. But she also should have read the room herself. She should have looked at the demographics, understood the Latino voting patterns in Texas, recognized that Black voters alone can't win a statewide race, and made the pragmatic decision to fight for a House seat instead. That would have been the strategic move. That would have been the smart play. And right now, she'd be in a much better position than trailing in polls for a Senate seat she's probably going to lose.
Bad film also. Nobody going to watch her on the poll. Damn, crew. Damn.
I find it interesting now that
all right, Shabaka, since you got to lay it on down, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, the thoughts on this that Jasmine Crockett is full of shit. She's going to crash and burn for my prediction. You know what I'm saying? She's going to crash and burn. But she could do like what Ronald Reagan did, right? Okay, before that bastard Reagan got elected president in 1980, right? He ran in 72, got stepped on, okay? He ran in 76, didn't make it, but he did better than he did in 72. Then you saw the disaster in 1980 when that senile motherfucker got selected.
Oh, yeah.
Shabaka gonna be throwing her singles in Vegas. Probably 50 cents, man. I got to keep my paper money, man. I'll probably toss her a couple of quarters, you know what I'm saying?
A couple of quarters.
Hell, she'd do better down there doing a skit on Fremont Street.
Yeah. All right. TG, what's your thoughts?
I thought whoever was narrating that was soft-shoeing heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy, man. But they did make some great points because I didn't really look at it like that. That's a big reason why Jasmine Crockett is most likely going to lose. And that is because of that black and brown coalition. There ain't, and that's going to be proof right there. We're going to be able to show if there is a black and brown coalition, then Jasmine Crockett wins then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So if she don't win, then we don't want to never hear about black and brown coalition no more.
Right.
Forever.
Lady Chit, what's your thoughts?
She sucked at the debate. I watched the debate. I watched the debate and she sucked.
Mm-hmm.
That right there alone was gonna make her lose.
Yeah.
She just, I don't know what the fuck she thinks she's floating on, but it's not. I think it was, for me, everything she does is kind of like, ever since I saw her at the DNC, I maybe even before that, I was not a fan of this broad at all. Not even a little bit.
Lady Chit, since you watched it, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Did she say that she's in support of illegals at that point?
Yeah, she's a for everybody person. And she cried over she cries and defends fucking illegals, but she cried when they killed fucking old girl, when the white girl got killed, when the white girl got killed, right? She cried on camera during one of those Senate Congress people, right? Talking about we are insensitive. That was a mother, and she was crying real fucking.
Seed has not had one drop of that snow. Or
this bitch is not crying over no white bitch. She was, and during the debate, you know, she was all inclusive, you know, talking DNA, Democratic talking points, and there were vague and ambiguous answers. They were in nothing, and she done it for black people. She never really even mentions black people, and only when she mentions it is in context to her mother or herself. She didn't even want to take the 270 extra black families. Remember when she was getting redlined out of her district, where she didn't want to take the extra 270 black families that they were trying to.
Oh yeah.
And she made a big old scoffing thing because she was like, she'd rather look at the real estate and the big ticket items that she could collect money off of versus the 270 black families that needed to be in her district because of redlining.
Right.
They did. She is like any other Democrat. They want to hold hands and kumbaya, but she really is kumbaya. Like when she cried over the white lady, like real tears. I lost it. I was like, oh, it's a wrap for me.
Right.
Like in public. You know what I mean? Shaming everybody else. I'm like, how you gonna shame all these white people? It's their people, and then white on white crime. What are you crying for? Like I can't believe it. Yeah, she was real tears.
Yeah.
And the debate, she sucked at. The white boy beat her. And I just watched the debate because I wanted to see her skill set. It was mediocre so far.
Yeah, Karen Bass is a teller, you said?
Karen Bass is full of shit.
No, I thought she was FBA, bro.
No, she is.
Yeah, her daddy is black.
It doesn't matter. Teller's an action worker.
Yeah.
That
She'd be a raccoon.
Yeah, I thought she was just like dating some Hispanics.
No, she's just like that. She wants to, you know, do for another.
Oh, she's
another
Blaxican.
Another Democrat. No,
Yeah. Maybe she's like half Hispanic. Cause boss, they don't say Karen Bass. We be saying that. They be like Karen Boss. They use an accent.
Yeah.
This is a regular black chick who just likes Mexicans. There's no mystery.
Yeah, they say it with a little salsa on it.
Yeah, they got a little spin on it, but she's in a because she does for them more than she does for black people. So the level of respect is out there. So they put a little spin on it. But that's just a regular black woman that likes Mexicans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Say, I don't know why they named that boy that African name. No one he's from Cleveland.
Right. All right. I'm gonna move along to Tariq Nasheed talks about Kanye's latest apology. So for those that don't know,
I was a gunshot.
It was not a gunshot.
Get thick, Kanye, man.
What?
It was not a gunshot.
This is what?
I'm wearing Yeezys. I can't believe I'm wearing Yeezys right now. I'm sick of Kanye.
Yeah, Yeezy is issuing an apology to the black community.
It's not the first time.
So Tariq gonna give us
crazy.
his response to that apology.
Put that shit in the back.
Nah, he rejected.
Yeah,
he rejected your deposit.
He's apologizing. It's like the third time he's
We
apologizing.
rejected his deposit.
You're gonna have green bean casserole, sir. You ain't at the cookout.
Right.
He's just crazy. He's just fucking, you know.
He's Looney Tunes.
He's bipolar, man. Just you know that. It's like, okay. He's gonna invite him to the cookout. All right. Well, maybe next year.
Nah, I don't care. Y'all keep saying he's crazy, but being crazy don't make you coon now.
That's true too. I believe it's 4 sections. You're right. That T-shirt was holding hands with
the clan roll was enough.
Holding hands with Kundis was enough for me.
Y'all come on through, ladies and gentlemen. Let me shout out some of the people who's coming in with the gifts. That's all gravy. I love that. Let's see. We got Panamera. Shout out to you. Miss Cameo. Respect to you. Sir Mike. Respect to Sir Mike. The lovely Brandy. Respect to Brandy. That's all gravy. I love. We get people. Hey guys. Not them. Oh, they trying to get in early. Man, we got a lot of people in very early. Oh, it's one of them nights. It's gonna be one of them. And we got a few hundred people in the first 10 seconds. So it's gonna be turned up tonight. We're gonna turn it up. All right, y'all hit them hearts when y'all come on in. Oh yeah, them rocking villagers. I don't know what they trying to do. All right, Nomad. What's up, Santo Max? I think that's your name. Respect to you. Oh yeah, y'all see my NYC drip today? Yeah, y'all see I had this outfit on today. Yeah, I had to change up my drip. You said I was tethering in Senegal? No, I was not, sir, because I came home. You see how that works?
You got it on the edge.
You see how that works? I brought my ass back to the crib. See how that works? All right. Man. Yeah, I'm in New York City right now, ladies and gentlemen. And as you see, I had to change up my drip a little bit. I had to accommodate my gear for New York because this weather is different. You know, I flew in from Senegal. I was out there for a few days, and before that, I was up in Turkey. So I've been all over the place. I've been all around the world, jet setting around the world. And boy, I got out here to New York when that blizzard ice storm hit.
Cool.
Boy, it tore my ass up. What's up, my sister Tia Marie? Everybody shout out to my baby sister Tia Marie in the building.
Raymundo laugh aloud.
She's in the chat. Y'all follow my sister, by the way. But when I got out here, I had on the only thing I had was a little cotton hoodie and sneakers. Man, New York abused me when I got here, boy. This city tore me up. That wind and sleet and ice, that destroyed all that. I said, okay, I gotta change my whole thing. I gotta get me some new gear just for a couple of days while I'm out here. And I went to some of those places y'all told me. Y'all told me to go to Macy's. I went over there to Macy's, and right down the street there was the Timberland store. So I got me some Timbs, as you can see, got the Butters. Even walking down the street to the Macy's, not Macy's, but when I was trying to walk over there to because it was a few blocks to get to the Timberland store, there was so much snow and ice, I messed my shoes up. My feet were soaking wet by the time I got to the Tim store.
I believe it.
Yeah, and I got that Tommy jacket. Yeah, I got that jacket really because it was big enough. A lot of these jackets are kind of small and little demure. They got these little old demure ass jackets. And this was
Tariq is just babbling right now, man. Come on.
So it's kind of hard to find stuff, you know. So they got stuff for petite players out here in these stores. So I was up at Macy's, so I found that. So that worked right there. So then I got to the Timberland store. Man, my sneakers were soaking wet. I had to buy socks. I had to throw away my old shoes. I had to throw them joints away. But I got the Butters. Dude, my feet has not had one drop of that snow or ice on them. Well, them Timberlands work wonders. Those Timbs ain't no joke, but I've been stumping all on top of the snow and ice.
Yep.
Them Timbs will keep you dry, for real. Only thing is, them Timbs are heavy. Those Timberlands are real heavy. So, and you know, I wear size 15 and 16, so lugging them
Jesus Christ
all up in here. Did y'all see your boy Kanye? Did y'all see Kanye issued another apology? He's apologizing again. Kanye, he took out a full-page advertisement in the Wall Street Journal, and it's titled "To Those I've Hurt." So he issued a public apology addressing multiple groups that he said he harmed, and that includes the Jewish community and the Black community. He apologized for all the anti-Semitic remarks and actions that he made over the years. He was saying that he lost touch with reality during manic episodes linked to bipolar type 1. Man, didn't I told y'all when he went on this stuff, y'all go back and listen to my archives. I told y'all he was going to have to go on an apology tour.
Yep, you don't slip with him.
Folks was all acting dumb. It's a chess move. Y'all just get, he calling them out. Man, shut up, stop. I said, man, Kanye is going to have to apologize. He's going to do an apology. And he's going to say it was some manic episodes, mental. He's doing exactly what I said it was going to do. I told y'all that was going to happen.
I told
y'all cheering that nonsense on. No, he doing the wrong thing by doing that because he was trying to pander to that alt-right crowd. I knew where that was going. And fools up here, y'all just scared. No, y'all scared. Shut up. Stop it. All right. Yeah, he apologized to Black people too, but yeah, he admitted that his past behavior, including praising Adolf Hitler and selling clothes with swastikas and all these other anti-Semitic statements, he deeply regrets them. He said it does not excuse what he did. A Nazi or an anti-Semite. He says he loved Jewish people in the Wall Street Journal ad. He said he's committed to accountability, treatment, meaningful change. He explained that his condition affected his judgment and behavior. So the apology was broadly basically aimed at acknowledging the pain his words and actions caused across the board. And he apologized to the Black community. He said he recognized the Black community supported him through all of his highs and lows and the darkest times. He said the Black community was the foundation of who he was. People using that.
Then why was he laying with them Kardashian bras? That shit don't add up, man.
Sorry to have let you down. I love us.
Uses Socrates. What do you mean by that, crew that uses Socrates?
Okay. See, my thing with him, the thing that really, when he dissed Beyonce and Jay's kids, you should know better than that. To me, that was real tacky. When you started talking about kids and all that, you should know better. That's the thing that really, really lost it for me with him, just attacking them babies. Attacking because, FBAs, we don't do no shit like that. You know not to do that. But see, the thing is, man, look, I knew all of this was going to happen because Kanye, he'll be talking crazy again by April. Right. But Kanye has realized he's become a man without a base. He doesn't have a base no more. All those stunts and all that inflammatory talk and trying to court those reactionary crowds. He's ended up basically politically and culturally homeless. The album flopped. He put out an album that didn't do nothing. That album flopped.
Yep.
And the thing is, you can't survive as a Black artist without a real community base behind you. See, you can't float off controversy forever. And that's what some of these internet dudes do. They think they're just going to say and do controversial stuff, and that'll get hot for a quick minute, but then you got to keep doing controversy. You got to keep doing controversial stuff, and then it gets played. It becomes it looks like a finesse. The shock value wears off, and then you're going to have to bring some substance.
Yep.
That's why a lot of these folks who basically are professional trolls on the internet.
Yeah, he didn't fly.
They'll get hot for a quick minute and then they start teetering off because you're going to have to bring some talent. And a lot of these people are not talented.
Let's see.
This is why they had to start the trollish nonsense and the inflammatory stuff in the first place, because they didn't have talent to fall back on. So
same thing with rap.
Kanye's talented. He didn't need to do all that stuff. But Kanye tries to do this shock thing as a marketing tool, and he went down the wrong rabbit hole with the wrong people. See, he started trying to flirt with that whole alt-right crowd. He thought that that was a legitimate base for him because he saw it work for the Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes's and
Bro,
Andrew
you don't
Tate's and
have
all
to
of those people.
agree with somebody to be their mind, bro.
He thought he was going to absorb that crowd. But those people, they don't buy albums like that. They don't stream for cultural loyalty. They don't carry artists financially. All they do is support their fellow trolls.
The culture votes
who spews a lot of anti-Black gibberish. You understand? So Kanye, what he did, he started flirting with that alt-right
He knew
crowd.
some of the trolls on his
He
side.
started. You gave these people clout. You gave the Nick Fuentes's more clout. You lended them your clout, and it wasn't reciprocal. You didn't get anything out of it. You damaged your career. See, he confused viral attention with real support.
Yeah.
See, them alt-right spaces, they gave Kanye attention, interviews, headlines, outrage, clicks. But attention, ladies and gentlemen, it is not infrastructure.
Right.
It doesn't translate to tours. Doesn't translate to ticket sales. That's not fan devotion. And he learned the hard way that being talked about is not the same as being held down. Somebody's really, really, truly supporting you. You know, and all that slavery was a choice stuff. That was him, you know, trying to audition for that Candace Owens crowd. You know, it was like him signaling to the alt-right that he's going to publicly disrespect Black historical reality in exchange for approval, ladies and gentlemen, from those alt-right political spaces. And the irony is you alienated the only group that gave you unconditional cultural legitimacy. You know? For the people, you tried to trade that in for people who didn't give a damn about you. They're not going to carry you, Kanye.
Right.
Yeah, that new base you were pandering to, because he saw Andrew Tate and all these people, you know, with these large audiences pandering to that base, and he thought he was going to tap into that.
Me too, bro.
And he basically discovered something very uncomfortable. In those reactionary spaces, Black people are tolerated as tools. They're not elevated as leaders. You're only useful when you're attacking your own people, but you're never allowed to become the face of the movement. That's why they done ousted Candace Owens and all that stuff. Yeah. See, once you stop being useful as a shock weapon, your value immediately drops. Yeah. And that's happening really all across the board with the whole Black puppet class. See, we're watching the same pattern with Candace Owens, Byron Donalds. Remember, it's the right wingers throwing Byron Donalds under the bus.
Candace Owens ain't a bad
they were useful when the movement needed Black faces to deflect from accusations of racism.
Her mind is fucked up.
So
that's
now
what
that
turned me
She don't have a turtleneck on.
you know, these spaces are circling their wagons.
She don't have a turtleneck on her sex tape.
Damn. Right spokespersons.
Damn.
They're pushing them out. These Black surrogates are becoming expendable. They just don't need you. And family, the delineation movement that's happening right now, that changed the math of what's happening out here. That kind of changed the math. See, foundational Black American delineation, that disrupted the whole system where Black Americans were expected to serve as everybody's political labor force while receiving no protection, no priority, no nothing in return. And that's just not happening right now. You see?
Epstein Jr. They got the Kanye.
To be used as raw political material. See, those fake alliances starts collapsing. So they're saying that they don't need their Black surrogates right now. They don't need them. And that album flopping basically forced Kanye to face reality.
It did flop.
Yeah. When the numbers don't hit the same,
flop, crew,
and the culture don't rally behind you,
The culture vultures too.
Yeah, that's when you realize you don't have a people no more. Them alt-right people ain't stomping for you. They didn't go buy them albums. They didn't buy your album.
Nope, they didn't. Yeah, because it's album flops.
Man. And that's the base for all of his other products. Man, if your music ain't hot, just like with Dr. Dre, that's why Dr. Dre is very careful about putting out records. That's why he don't put out too many. I don't believe it's because of, or he just
Megan Kelly is not slapping Kanye.
Dr. Dre can't afford to put out a bunch of flops.
Right.
Because his brand is built on being a producer who always hits, a producer who's always right on the money. So that's his brand. That's Beats by Dre and all that is built off that narrative. So he can't put out stuff that don't hit. If he puts out something and it don't look like it's gonna hit,
$1 billion.
That's a blow to the brand. So he's very, very meticulous about putting out records. And Dre infamously has just hundreds or even thousands of songs in a vault. Just you'll never hear them. Yeah, because if they just don't come out the gate smashing, that will destroy the brand.
Mm-hmm.
So Kanye not putting out hit records no more. Everything else, the shoes will collapse. Everything is going to collapse. And he knows this. You understand? And this apology is not just remorse, it's basically a repositioning. He needs back into real society. He needs back into the institutions. He needs back into the culture. Yeah, Kanye, he's these executives at these distribution outlets, they're not really rocking with him.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, the black streets ain't really rocking with him like
cars, that. 5280.
Yeah.
Out of the
so
mile
yeah,
high.
He's a man without a country, so to speak.
That's cool.
Hey, that's me,
so
by
it's
the
very
way.
interesting to see how he's going to navigate.
Oh, okay,
my
bad, my bad.
Very, very interesting.
I'm old,
man.
I'm old. Man,
my son.
It's very, very interesting, but I knew he was going to have to do this apology thing. Yeah. Somebody said he should come into the FBA circles. Yeah, that would be probably the only thing that'll save him. He has to come around with the FBA grassroots and start representing for real. That's probably the only thing that'll save him. And he has to come hard body, but will the grassroots accept him? Yeah, some people are like, yeah, we're cool. Yeah, him dissing kids.
The only one talking about beats.
That ain't cool.
It ain't got no beats going, man. Nothing.
Dissing Jay-Z, Beyonce's kids, and Jay-Z and those guys put you on. Yeah, that.
You need my email address, bro?
Whatever. Manic issues he has. That wasn't cool. Yeah, that wasn't cool. Yeah. That wasn't cool. But hey, yeah, the grassroots probably won't rock with him. They probably won't rock with him. Oh, yeah. Man, but yeah, with him, because Kanye, he's apologized before, but he'll just flip and go back saying something crazy the very next week. Yeah.
Motherfucker on meds, man.
So that's what's happening. Shout out to everybody in here. All right. Shout out to everybody in here, ladies and gentlemen. We are in here very, very deep. What's up, Brother McCall? Shout out to Brother McCall. Yes, indeed. I'm back in the building. I hope y'all got y'all root work deodorant. We got that Majora Magic. Well, people are buying that Majora Magic like crazy. That Majora Magic hit different. I'm telling y'all. I'll get that at rootworkstyle.com. How was Senegal? Man, Senegal was great.
That's the one I want, man. I ain't tried that one.
Senegal was absolutely phenomenal.
But they got a cold ass
great time out there. I've been trending for days because I went out there to Senegal.
You ever see that statue in Senegal?
Yes.
Oh, they were so butthurt.
Yeah, with the brother.
That I was out there in Senegal having a good time. Because there's people who want to gatekeep our
I'm still trying to figure out
access to Africa. They feel like we have to.
Is the symbol saying that the little baby pointing is that he is the future?
Or they have to teach us how to be African. I talked about that the other day.
You know what I'm saying?
So me going out there without trying to get anybody's approval, boy, that shook up the apple cart.
Keezy can't rap. He gonna steal the beats like Kanye. Laughing my ass off, but I got you, bro. I need help.
I'm gonna put some stuff up probably tonight. I'm gonna get the YouTube popping. Yeah, I got a couple of YouTube channels. I'm gonna get all of them popping. I'm gonna put up a whole bunch because I'm done traveling. I'm done jet setting. So I'm gonna start putting up a whole bunch of stuff on my YouTube channels.
Well, brother Che, you're gonna have to be my legs, man.
So I have that up because people have been going to my Rumble page,
because I can't do it
and
no
that's
more,
the thing
man.
With my Rumble page.
I'm talking nigga need help.
Excuse me.
And live long enough, youngins, and you be old.
My YouTube numbers have been suppressed on my main page. That's why I've been trying to switch things up. Because my numbers
he needs help with his beats, y'all.
That's an issue.
Hey, I need help with my job. Y'all gonna come up here and help me with this job?
Yeah, we're gonna help you sort the mail.
Yeah, because I'll have a live, and sometimes it'd be 20, 30,000 people in the live, and a lot of people comment or whatever, and then they start reducing the numbers after. It's just they play a lot of little numbers games with my.
Well, Tariq, I quit listening to your ass because every time I request to talk to you, you step over me, cat.
Tightening with Tariq.
You know,
that's my other channel that y'all need to subscribe to. I'm gonna put some stuff.
Tariq got good content, but when he's not talking about the topic, boy, he be babbling hard.
There is stank on the streets. There's only one man who will bring the heat.
Like the shy right there.
Why you gotta split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I gotta get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolo Must, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block.
Musty steak, sucker!
Time before the bomb drops.
Man, what kind of bullshit martial arts was that?
His Dolomontis men planted a bomb in a
Oh,
Cadillac.
look at the knockers on her. God damn.
Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes.
What is this bullshit, man?
Or will the city go into musty
Man,
mode?
I'll fuck a motherfucker up at 66 years old, man, coming at me with some bullshit like that.
Socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno.
You don't want no problem with Rootwork Jones, sucker.
Don't walk on no pool table. Damn, man.
Rootwork Jones will get you, sucker.
He knocked the root work out of him.
Man, that motherfucker will get knocked the fuck out fucking with me, man. Because the first thing
Hello, everybody. I hope all is well.
I don't even know why I got the vodka started.
Fighting with AI, Shabaki.
Oh, I am? Oh. I sound like a bigger goddamn fool than a motherfucker making it, man. Yeah, you ain't gonna argue with no AI. And that is the truth.
You're about to put Rootwork Jones in a dress.
Don't do that, Shabaki, please. All right, Lady Shay, what are your thoughts
Oh, what?
on Kanye's apology?
Oh, it's like it's like what I said. He always apologizes, and you can't take him seriously because he got a white wife now. So, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but yeah, his wife's white.
Yeah, he's been had a white wife.
Well, you know what I mean? Stop that shit.
Northwest is...
Stop. Gives a fuck about the fucking poison with the ass Kardashian, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's been apologized. He still does the same fuck shit later on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, his album was no good. Think about it before when he ran for office, the grassroots didn't get bothered with it.
Nope.
You see what I'm saying? The way you can make it up is to hit, like I said the other day, for him to go back to the motherfucking White House to Mar-a-Lago and just start talking about motherfucking reparations instead of whatever bullshit he was talking about when he was there.
Yeah.
Because he got in the first time to see Trump. He went all the way to Mar-a-Lago too. Not only was he in the White House, but he went to Mar-a-Lago. So he could go back.
He went to Mar-a-Lago?
He went both places. And not once, but like 2 times.
Yeah, he does that all the time.
Listen, so you want to get back in the Black community, well, you got to go do the work.
Yeah.
Go do the fucking work of reparations.
Right.
They will take you seriously. Until then, it's just whatever, and we'll blow it off like we always do with other fucking 5 apologies you issue. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's the only way he could make it up. He was the one that went in there the first time, and he took fucking 2 people. We took up. Oh, Big Fuentes with his ass.
Oh yeah.
And this time he go by himself.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? He could go by himself and talk to him, and he had the ear of the man twice.
Yeah.
In 2 different spots.
Yeah.
On 2 separate occasions.
Yeah.
So he could do that. That would be how he could,
Redeem
show
himself.
sincerity. You think? That's what I think. That's my opinion.
All right, Keith, what's your thought?
Well, I think that basically this guy is going to do exactly what Tariq said, and before you know it, he'll be talking crazy again, and that apology is going to be all over with because he's going to be doing it all over again. As soon as he needs some more attention, or he comes out with a new record, he's going to look at that, make some more noise and bring some attention to himself because, he has a mental condition, and that's narcissism.
Yeah.
And narcissism is a mental condition. That's something that he really can't help. It's not something that he's doing on purpose, really. He can't help himself. He does a mental patient with a whole lot of money. And a whole lot of dummies that don't have money, they are the ones that are influenced by him. They say, oh, yeah, you got to listen to him. That's a chess move. And all that, they don't get it. But I don't think that his behavior is something that we need to overlook.
Right.
We need to pay attention to stuff like that because people with that kind of influence are definitely dangerous to the community. And even though I'm wearing his shoes, I will still I will tie these shoes on and put this foot right up his cooning butt, quick. So that's what I think.
All right, thank you, Keezy. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts?
Man, Kanye West is on meds, man, and he needs to get off that shit and flush his system out with some water for about 3 months.
He said he's gonna
then he start getting his fucking mind back.
He said he's gonna start eating more healthy and living a healthier lifestyle.
Yeah, he's in great need of it, brother, and he's in need of what's our classic line, brother Chev, our hashtag. He's in need of resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah. So funny story, y'all. I met Kanye.
You did? Okay, all righty.
Back in 2008, the same year old Sambo received the nomination from the
change that we could believe in. And I'll never forget, brother Che. I went to Denver, Colorado when he was speaking at the Pepsi Center, man. I couldn't get around Denver for shit, man. You know what I'm saying? They had the streets blocked off. All these motherfuckers with suits and sunglasses on, and I know they was packing some heat up under them blazers.
That's when I met him, Shabaka.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it was the Young Money tour, and Lil Wayne had brought his entourage. That's how I met Young Money. Like all of Young Money was there, including Chris Brown.
Oh, okay. All righty.
I need to.
And you see my last comment up there. I need to make some beats with y'all.
Sing
talking
Kanye,
about.
And he was in like a Superman suit. He was about to go on stage.
Okay, crew. You say your family knows Kanye, and you was up there at Chicago State University. Okay.
Mike, Neely, and Mo, he met Kanye. They got pictures of him, pictures with them, Mike and Kanye.
Oh yeah.
Chicago.
Yeah, he was out here. But yeah, they had that tour. You remember that tour they did in 2008, 2009, Keezy?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's where I met him at. The whole Young Money, including Nicki Nasty.
Nicki Nasty, god damn, boy, now that's a hell of a name for a motherfucker right there, man. Damn.
Yeah, remember that's what I think it was Mac named Nicki Minaj.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was a Leonard. It was.
I call it Nicki Garbage. Nicki Garbage.
Garbage.
What I noticed that she just bought her legitimacy, her national. She just became a legal citizen by paying all them millions
to get the gold card.
Gold motherfucking card and fucking the pass, right?
Yeah.
Now, like, so that's all it takes, right? Because he's been announcing that shit. He's just selling fucking legal.
Damn, her son is worse than Ye.
Selling. I'm like, that motherfucking Trump over there just lining his pocket for any means necessary.
Yeah.
Anything and everything's for sale.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna move along to Miss Demetria K. That's just Demetria. Who's gonna give us an update on the CBC and their fuckery. Oh wait, I forgot one topic, and that is the power of repetition.
I want to see her and Theo go back and forth. I think she'll probably cook, bro.
Yeah, yeah, Theo raccoon.
Oh my god, dude!
Theo be doing some questionable stuff, but I ain't gonna denigrate him.
He's been doing questionable.
He's a goddamn raccoon.
You saw how he treated Sister Vicky Dillard, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you seen
that? Dillard kills me when she be banging that mantle on the desk like she in court.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, she did it first, and then punk ass Jeff tried to copy her.
Right. Now that's the war room. She gave a war room report.
Now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
Yeah, she doesn't want you on.
Yeah, I know a lot of you were expecting that I was going to give the business to Don Lemonade, and I'll be doing that in tomorrow's Morning of Truth briefing. But tonight, there's another subject, or rather issue, I've been meaning to address. Something that we can all take forward with us as we continue to wage this war against white supremacy. Repetition, it is said, is the mother of learning. It's also the mother of ignorance, too. As the Black media, and this includes you, we have to exercise that principle of repetition vigorously and understand this is how people learn things. You can go all the way back to how our ancestors, even if they were deprived of literacy, were able to teach one another things, the so-called call and repeat, that kind of thing. Well, it doesn't stop there. Why do you think I make it a point to repeat things? From the way that I open and close my videos to the catchphrases that I'll use on a frequent basis. Why do you think that is? Why do you think I say it so much and so often? So that you remember it. The enemy certainly understands this principle. You look at broadcast and online white media, you see that they repeat the same talking points endlessly. What they do isn't mass media. It's mass mind control, or rather mass mind bending. This is how right-wing hate radio came to be so effective. All of these bloviating bigots from Neil Bortz to Rush Limbaugh, their so-called radio shows, the exact same sermon of bile every single day. If you heard it once, you literally heard it 1,000 times. It never got any different and never got any better. And the fact that there were entire radio stations, multiple stations in the larger markets, who put out this message like so much Nazi propaganda tells you that someone wanted this message out there. Somebody with a lot of money, someone who benefited from it being out there. And the fact that in all these decades, you have never heard a message like this, like the Black media in any sort of white media space, that tells you that someone didn't want this message out there. And you see by the way that we've been able to get people on the right track, we've been able to straighten people's minds out and to finally begin a counter narrative, even as modest and small as our efforts may be. Nobody's going to put big money behind Black empowerment because Black empowerment is not currently what drives economics. Economics is driven by the stranglehold that white power has on resources. But the truth of the matter happens to be it's a lie. And given enough time, even a small amount of truth can put cracks in that wall, if not crumble it all together. But it's not going to be an easy process. And as Black people, we have to understand repetition is also part of how progress gets made. You have to stick to the same thing over and over again. Nobody has ever built a house or lost weight or built a business off of a one and done anything. You have to come back to it day after day after day, over and over and over. It's not about keeping you entertained or engaged. It's about keeping you on track, keeping your eye on the ball. And when you start to extend this to other people, trying to make sure that their minds are right, you got to understand that the message must be repeated. Repetition is one of our best weapons. The enemy repeats certain things, phrases like political correctness, reverse racism, critical race theory more recently, and DEI, until they felt that these lies caught on. And you also notice that their adherents, the rank and file for the loyal opposition, they never get tired of hearing the phrases and words that they want to hear. Why? Because it validates them. For all of their mendacity and evil, and they are the soul of evil, they do have one thing right, which is when you give them the message that they want to hear, they don't want to hear anything else. They understand focus. When you work in advertising, you're taught that all effective advertising is simply creative nagging, and that an ad has to be seen at least 7 times before somebody remembers it, and 20 times before there's a chance that they'll buy your product or service. Political discourse works along the same principle. It's the socioeconomic equivalent of advertising. You're trying to sell someone on something. And the same way when a commercial comes on TV, there are folks who in between their TV shows are likely to switch the channel. You have to also understand that when you give somebody a message that isn't playtime, they're likely going to be looking around going, where's the diversion at? Where's some fun? This doesn't seem very entertaining to me. For almost 20 years now, I've been telling you that phrase, that what the Black media does is not meant to be politically oriented entertainment. It is a witness and a warning. But there was also something else that I would tell you when it comes to Black empowerment becoming the status quo. And that is, if you're not willing to abide by the principles of Black empowerment now, are you really doing anything other than kidding yourself when you say that you'll do it later? White supremacy will not stand forever. I'm not saying that it's going to fall next week or even necessarily in our lifetimes, but it will fall because all empires crumble. The question is, what are you going to do or your children when that day comes? If you have not been practicing a particular behavior, if you haven't been practicing a particular ideology or philosophy, then whenever danger comes, whenever change threatens, you're likely to go ahead and cower into a ball, or worse, you're likely to surrender to whomever comes along. You will give up the very Black empowerment that so many people fought and bled and died for. In times past, whenever an enemy army would come into a particular village or come into a particular city, they would make sure to go after the griot first. The griot would be basically the guy whose job it was to pass on the ancestral knowledge and the folklore and folk tales of a particular group of people, their ethnic group, their tribe, their village, what have you. Well, when the bad guys showed up, they understood that this person was a living repository for the knowledge, history, and thought of an entire culture. And if you're going to take a group of people and try to reduce them to nothing more than slaves, that is zombies, you have to erase their memory first. And that means the griots historically were the first ones who got killed. Whoever the guy it was whose job was to maintain the memory of the people, he was also among the first to be killed. But at least back then, people actually understood and valued knowledge. They understood how important it was to have certain information that was repeated one generation after the next. This was not merely some stories being told. These were the things that made it where their people survived and were able to prosper. And they also understood what the cost could be if they forgot it. Family, what I'm trying to say is that even if white supremacy never existed,
I try to tell Sarge, dumbass.
Internalize and repeat and keep alive the messages and the knowledge that enables us to have our power and our strength. That's not the kind of thing that just comes along naturally. It's like saying that if somebody sits around like a couch potato, they're going to get themselves in good physical shape. It don't work that way. You got to put in the effort every single day. And that's also true at the group level. When it comes to a message, whether it be economic, political, or social, the same rules apply as with advertising. You have to repeat it a number of times just in order for people to remember it. And to convince them something takes even longer. Even more repetition is required. Hell, the white media has convinced people of things that don't even exist simply by repeating it over and over and over again. Now, we know what the problem is there. Unfortunately, most people, they just take things at face value. They don't even think. Somebody tells them something, especially if they're wearing a suit, and they seem to be in an authoritative setting. It's all just social theater. Well, they'll go ahead and think, well, there must be something valid about it on some level, right? But of course, that wasn't true at all. See, that's what happens when repetition is used the wrong way. Repetition, when used constructively, is an important way of keeping people on course. And one thing we have to repeat to people over and over is to think for yourself. That's important because the white media makes it a point to put all of these so-called experts in front of you. And isn't it interesting how the experts are always individuals who repeat the party line? They'll say whatever is expedient for white supremacy's interest. They don't ever bring on any experts and prop them up and make them prominent and show them as being the authority on things if they're saying something that goes against white supremacy's interest. And then they'll have you repeating the same gibberish. Don't ever let someone turn you into their meat puppet simply because they said something a few times. Think about the uprisings and protests that took place from Ferguson to George Floyd. The white media tried endlessly to drag out the old playbook. They just kept putting on these crusty, dusty preacher mans who they bring them into the middle of some young people who are out there fighting for their freedom. They'd send some civil rights retreads to try to tell these young people to stop fighting evil. And those young people sent those bootlicks packing. And why was that? Because for the first time, they had heard another message repeated, the message of the Black grassroots. Even those who are not necessarily big fans of what we say, they still have to reckon with it regardless because we've turned it into part of the landscape. We are part of the discourse, and we've had an impact. We've had an effect. Of course, you're going to have people who try to downplay us and minimize us and try to say that we're some sort of disruptors. Well, they do have a point on that score, but tell me something. What makes the difference between being a disruptor and being the mainstream? Repetitive success. That's what. When you're successful over and over again, sooner or later you stop being on the fringe, you stop being on the outside, and you start to get to the very heart of things. You're at the center of it all. That is what we've been fighting to do, and that's what we're going to keep fighting to do. That's why the white media and their flunkies had to retreat back to the safety of their sound stages, because repeating the same old lies didn't work anymore. You see, repeating a big lie only works until someone starts to repeat just a little bit of truth. That's the reason why, from the white media to every other form of oppression, they got to make sure that they silence anyone who says otherwise. Because lies, even as big as they may be projected to be, they really cannot stand up to a small amount of truth. So it's key, it's crucial. You have to make sure that nobody is allowed to even disagree. And if they do, well, you go ahead and demonize them. Tell people, like, don't listen to those guys. They're a bunch of lunatics. They're a bunch of kooks. They're a bunch of fringes. These people, they're just the far fringe, and you don't want to be one of them, do you? Don't you know that's how you put people on a treadmill to nowhere and keep them there? Literally marching in circles, walking in circles. It was because the white media and the white political establishment spent decades propping up tools and shills to remind us constantly that too many people had died for our right to vote. But of course, they never, not even once, pointed out that neither political party did a thing to avenge even one drop of that black blood. You don't do voting simply as a civic exercise. That's futile. Voting is supposed to be about getting something, getting your tangibles, and getting your payback. Showing up to cast a ballot is never supposed to be the goal. The goal is supposed to be what that ballot gets you. Elections are supposed to be transactional. That is, if you have political maturity. But then again, if you've been made politically ignorant through decades, if not centuries, of endless indoctrination, hearing the exact same thing over and over again, then they can dumb you down.
Real.
In the wrong hands, repetition is used as a form of desensitization, because that's how desensitization works. You desensitize people by repeating a particular stimuli over and over and over and over again. The first time, it may be shocking. Second time, surprising. Third time, it's boring. White supremacy understands that principle too, because they've used it all the way to the present. Black folks have known from the very beginning that the brutality and murders we've been subjected to, particularly by the police, wouldn't be stopped by body cameras. That's not to say that body cameras are a bad thing. They're not. But it is to say that all of these so-called civil libertarians and social liberals who've been preaching this little sermon of, well, if there were just more body cameras, that would make a difference. Black folks said, no, the body cameras wouldn't make a difference. All you would do is have a video library of snuff films. Body cameras are supposed to be part of an overall means of making sure that these criminals are held accountable. It's to make sure that they get punished. It is to document their crimes for the sake of punishing them. But body cameras alone were never supposed to be looked at as some sort of deterrent. We knew that they weren't going to deter anybody, but they could be used in order to make sure that these scumbags didn't get away with it. But there were so many people who just basically say, well, body cameras is pretty much all you need. Yeah, but now that you got white folks getting killed in Minneapolis, all of a sudden, a lot of those same people who either have been saying body cameras alone were the answer, or who weren't saying much of anything at all, they're now admitting that they know that body cameras alone were never going to solve this problem.
There are Democrats willing to make a deal to fund because Body cams.
Fuck you, Keith Olbermann. I didn't like your ass
by
when you was in
observation from
Los
Monday. Wow,
Angeles.
body
Fuck
cams.
you, Keith
Because the
Olbermann.
thought that the next time they kill some unarmed or disarmed American citizen, there might be video of it, that sure held ICE back from murdering Alex Preddy. It sure held ICE back from murdering Renee Good.
Yeah, repeating the same old gibberish rings a little bit hollow when the bullets start hitting close to home. Another reason the repetition is important is because, quite frankly, memories are short. People don't remember things, or at least they don't like to. And that includes the harsh lessons that should have stuck. Your survival depends on you remembering things. And even when you've won a particular argument, you still have to keep repeating it anyway. Why? Because as I've always taught you, the enemy will go silent when they feel that they've lost a debate. When they know that they've lost, they're not going to admit that they were wrong. Instead, they're going to shut up and clam up, at least for a little while. They'll wait to see whether or not you're going to stop speaking that truth. And as soon as you do, they're going to start slithering out of their holes and they're going to start repeating the lies all over again. That's the reason why I made it a point to remind you about the deadly deception of Kamala Harris so that you would see whether or not any of her garbage had changed over the years or rather decades. And it hasn't. When Biden ran for office, I made sure to remind you of what his phony, hollow promises were. And then when he predictably went back on all of it, decided that he was going to claim that he couldn't do it, to say somebody else needs to handle it, I'm just too busy, I made sure to remind you of that too. You see, it's very difficult to memory hole something when somebody's got it on repeat nonstop. Truth is the only antidote to lies. And if you want to keep it front of mind for people, you better say something over and over until they get tired of hearing it. Because that's the only way to know that they got it. As part of the Black media, you too are an essential, crucial, indispensable part of making sure we get the message out there. But the message can't just be said once, it must be repeated. Because when somebody tries to tell you that they're tired of hearing the truth, what that really means is it's making them uncomfortable. What they're really saying is they haven't heard it enough. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Stephen 12, Reasonable Dude, Kwanzaa JV, Colin Dozier, and Leonard Cottingham. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
When they want to with those.
Right, so the power of repetition. That's what we do here at Frontline Black News. That's what text because my memory is bad because I drink. Backup drives, videos, etc. So as to not forget. Okay, crew. This is like all over the place. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
No, the professor's right once again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's right once again. They say they put this reputation shit on you, man, to get you to take out negative action against your own. The common fact on that is a goddamn car commercial.
Yeah, repetition. Repetition.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got famous pronouncing this, Shabaka. Repetition.
Repetition.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And it's similar to a motherfucking boxing ring hitting you with a left jab at the same spot. Sooner or later, that spot is going to swell up.
It's doing the same thing. Yeah. Consistency.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Another word is consistency.
Exactly.
Consistent. Keezy, what's your thought?
I would say, you know, they say if you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, then you're crazy.
Yeah, that's insanity. You're right. Insanity, crazy, out of your goddamn mind, fucked up in the head. Yeah. All that.
On an optimistic level, Jason Blacc always says the same thing over and over is not insanity, it's repetition.
Right.
All right. So it just depends on what it is and how you looking at it.
Right.
Right.
I agree, Keezy. Lady Taylor.
I had to hear about it all the time from Jesse about repetition. I used to think it was so stupid. So what I was like, man, keep repeating the same shit over and over and over again. I'm like, it's desensitized. Like, I like, like if everybody and their mother covering the same fucking topics, I done heard the same shit over and over again at least 10 different times today. Like, you know what I mean? That's like, shit, right? So I used to think it was really stupid until one day, recently, something happened, and I remember saying something that I had always been saying. I was like, man, and it was repetition. And I was like, well, I guess it just depends on the situation and how you're using it to where it's not insanity, but it makes it makes something constructive happen. You know what I mean? Because if you say the same shit and nothing happens until one day it fucking something happens, it changes, you know? So I was thinking like that I think like that. It depends on the situation now and how you're using it will determine on whether it's an insane situation or if it's actually going to come up with something constructive. It's going to produce results. You know what I mean?
What y'all doing, Luis?
Cherry
repetition, letting chair over and over and over.
Mm-hmm.
All right, crew. Yeah, so consistency. That's another
Crew he's off the sauce tonight. I swear he's drunk. He's been drinking the Mad Dog 2020.
Something.
As long as he ain't drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid.
Something wrong.
Yeah, Crew ain't gonna drink no rot gut, man. Mad Dog 2020.
He ain't drinking no Ace of Spades.
That was a grown family joke.
That man ain't drinking no Ace of Spades. He got a tall can of Ice House.
Damn.
That's a tall can of Ice House.
That's a cheap ass beer.
Yeah. Bud Ice.
It's a cheap ass beer regardless. It's like water.
Yeah. I kept it light.
Shout out to the crew.
He said he don't drink beer.
If I drink some fucking vodka or something clear.
Yeah, he off the good.
I think he drinks wine coolers. I think he drinks wine coolers in the corner with a straw.
Oh God.
Hey, Crew, they still got that old style beer there in the Shy, man.
Old style.
Yeah, they used to have some old. Yeah, when the last time I was in the Shy in the early 2000s, man, I remember seeing all this beer called Old Style.
That sounds like some white shit.
Crew laces up his Timberlands to go up in the liquor store and get a bottle of Boone's Farm.
Oh, hell no, man. That's straight rot gut, man. That's that bottom of the barrel shit from the Napa Valley, dog.
He ain't drinking that. He's drinking some kind of McCormick's or something.
McCormick's. Oh my God.
McCormick's.
That's dark liquor.
That's clear. It's clear. It's vodka.
Oh, that's the vodka, yeah. Real.
And Tussley, they fight for real.
They're fighting in the box.
What's the other that fool's up there drinking some White Claws, man? He ain't
Crew say they know what he wants when he pulls up in and out. I know that's right. That's good customer service right there. That's excellent customer service.
It's probably true. Liquor store know my name, but he's probably right.
Shit.
They know exactly what I'm getting. He's probably right.
The usual.
They get the usual.
Crew say he don't drink beer.
And 3 double shooters, baby.
Well, then why they chase you out the barbecue because you bought that White Claw?
He brought Zimas. He brought Zimas.
He brought plant.
He brought the wine in the box.
It's a wine. Hell no.
The wine in the box.
Clear said it.
They jumped on him at the barbecue because he showed up with some White Claw and he made the green bean casserole.
I like the IPAs. I'm not fucking with that green bean casserole though. They know what I want when I pull up.
Man, White Claw is not no IPA, bro. That's some stuff that Karens drink. That it's like I don't know what it tastes like, but it's like a wine cooler. It's a little wine cooler for it's like women's beer.
You tell me he's drinking on the
Cruz says only
It's the
Indians
kind of
can
beer
barbecue.
that
He lives in Indiana.
I bet you what's that dude named Myron Gaines is the type of dude that show up with a whole case of
he's off of
White
Alabama.
You knew there's some kind of fruit in it. When now you said drinking a hard Mike's lemonade. God damn it, man! Like we couldn't be wrong.
His sexuality as fruity as his Alizé. Damn.
Yeah.
Right, that dude got a bottle of Alizé. He ain't doing nothing.
You get that thug passion.
Oh my god.
No hen. He just got straight Alizé with a straw, putting his pinky up when he drink it.
Fancy. That's fancy.
Yeah, no.
That's fancy for real.
All right, who hadn't went? I think we all went. All right, so moving along. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. That damn it, crew. You got us on a whole fucking tangent. So what else?
He says only Indians can barbecue. He's in Indiana. I'm going back to Indiana. Indiana, here I come. Remember that by the Jackson 5 early in their career?
Yes, Shabaki. All right, so moving along, we got the CBC. It's being dragged by Black Americans, and rightfully so, for fighting
you talking about the Congressional Black Caucus? The Congressional Black Caucus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when them lousy motherfuckers first got formed in 1972.
Well, they need to be disbanded.
Hell yeah, them motherfuckers needed to be disbanded. They should have disbanded them tricks in 1976.
Damn. Yeah.
That's 50 years ago. 50 years ago, they should have disbanded them no good motherfuckers.
God damn, 1976. Yep, that was 50 years ago.
That's 50 years. 50 motherfucking years, man. And I ain't did shit in 50 goddamn years. What kind of useless, non-competent or incompetent motherfuckers is you?
Hey, let's go on their website right now and see what they talking about. What's they talking about on their website? What's their agenda right now?
Can you pull it up, Brother Jay?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
The agenda is stay out the way.
What's their mission statement?
The agenda is stay out the way.
No, what's their mission statement?
To
keep us oppressed and be a tool of white supremacy or RWS.
I bet it doesn't say preserve a life for the future of Black children.
Yeah,
since the founding, blah blah blah, was dedicated to the.
We accept everybody.
I guarantee you they're gonna say something about immigrants and ICE. Watch.
Immigrants, PTQ, and I don't know what else. Every agenda we're not with.
The Pan Africans and they 50 years, what did they do? Nothing.
Hold on, Sebastian. The CDC Foundation, or the CBCF. While the CBC focuses on legislation, its nonprofit affiliate, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, or the CBCF, focuses on developing leaders, informing policy, and educating the public through research, scholarships, and internships.
They do none of that.
I don't see the mission statement, though.
That doesn't sound like nothing, man.
They do none of that.
Well, what do y'all think about old Cory Booker's ass, man? No, Hakeem Jeffries, not Cory Booker.
Don't get us started on Timo Sambo and Cory Bussey. Don't get us started.
That there answers my question right there.
Let's see. Yeah, on the website.
government shutdown. They fucking.
That's great. I'm glad I asked that because you put up the site and there it is. There's nothing on the table.
Kumbaya. Kumbaya.
Damn.
That the other day, I was talking shit and I had that song. I was like,
yeah, man, Congressional Black Caucus ain't nothing but a raccoon factory, man.
Look, this is live. This is the proof right here. He pulling it up. This before he even played that video. And we about to see what they're about.
Damn.
Raccoons.
everybody looks like a nerd.
Raccoons.
All nerds.
Raccoons.
And all ass scratches.
The nerd table right here.
It says
We look cool at all. They're but fucking nerds.
Okay, it looks like their agenda is reforming, which is a nothing burger, reforming the justice system and eliminating barriers to re-entry, combating voter suppression, expanding access to world-class education through K through post-secondary level, expanding access to quality, affordable health care, eliminating racial health disparities, expanding access to 21st century technologies, including broadband. This sounds like old Sambo shit. No, old Biden shit. Strengthening the protections for workers and expanding full access to full and fully compensated employment, expanding access to capital contracts and counseling for minority-owned businesses, and promoting the U.S. foreign policy initiatives in Africa and other countries that are consistent.
Now look. Oh my God. So there's nothing on there for us. There's nothing. They're using our name, the Congressional Black Caucus, and reparations has to go through them.
Right.
And they have nothing about reparations on that site. There's nothing about it. There's nothing about us at all. There's something about, you just said Africa and you said minority. So those are neither one of us. Neither one of those are us.
That could be purple-eyed, pink-eyed.
Minority, that's white gay women. Humpback whales, anybody but niggas.
or like Brother Che said, what's that thing you say, Brother Che? That the only thing that you don't understand will confuse you.
If you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything
that you think you understand
will only confuse you.
Now that's what the Congressional Black Caucus's job is to keep us confused and coming up with a bunch of double speak.
You right.
Motherfuckers sound like mumbles on Dick Tracy with that bullshit, man.
You said their name, so I just wanted to point that out to the audience before we even see a video what anybody saying about they talking about. We need to show everyone what they really about.
Right, I don't see
what's
nothing
that record by James Brown that came out at that time?
Talking
loud, boom, boom, saying nothing, boom, boom, talking loud, boom, boom.
Say
pleasure to go through Augusta, GA.
I don't see nothing about reparations.
Of course, they're not talking about that. Look at them. Look at them. Do you think they want any money?
Their chair is a Jamaican tether.
Oh my God.
Bro, you don't even see nothing about HR 40 or nothing.
Nothing. They're not doing any of that shit they're talking about on the website. They ain't doing anything.
HR 40 is a nothing burger, but there's nothing.
I'm not stomping hard for HR 40. I'm just saying that's their little nothing burger that they put on the table, and they don't even got it on the table no more.
Look at Jimbo, Jangles, Clyburn. Look at your old representative, Shabaka, Maxine.
She needs to retire. Yeah, Maxine is senile now. She needs to retire. She did her job.
We're gonna go and attack ICE, and we're gonna get Crocc out and attack ICE. And then we're gonna do it.
That's ageism.
That's it. Maxine, man. Maxine.
Remember Efuma? Remember UBTV? What's going on here? So his name is Quasi Infumi.
Oh yeah, he was.
That's not his name. His name is like Cletus or something.
What, his slave name?
Yeah. There's Corey Bussy. There's Nagusi.
Yeah, you better knock it off about talking about presidential stuff. He's a cold fool for that.
Look at Nagusi, Keezy.
Yeah, man. That whole cast is cooked to hell. They need to knock it off.
That's the one lady.
Blow it up so I can look at these fools. Steve Horsford. Whoa, hold it. This motherfucker Steve Horsford is a Democrat out of Nevada.
Yep.
I certainly hope that motherfucker ain't my current representative. But wait a minute. I think Scam Brown is my representative. You remember Scam Brown, Brother Che?
Yeah, the one that got burnt up in the war.
Yeah.
That Steve Harford looked like he might be king of jalapeno Newton.
Oh Lord, there's a girl, Shabaka, Elmar, the one that got attacked.
No, yeah, but Ilmar cocked her right hand, getting ready to bomb on that motherfucker. You know.
Yeah,
she was just too mad. She didn't. I was wondering, like, how the hell is she not wiping the stuff off or anything? She just got mad immediately and started trying to run up.
Right. Yeah, she cocked the right hand, ready to bomb on that trick. But what had happened is her security beat her to it.
Lord,
can't let her do nothing.
And then nobody's talking
Raphael
about
Warnock. Oh man.
Like nobody said anything. It's just like a dead subject.
There's Jasmine Crocc of shit.
She's on the cool
from Great State Tech.
Oh,
get down, babies.
Those look like school pictures for nerds.
Yeah.
Adult school pictures.
What is up with this woman's
Let me get a
nose?
5-pack. This is the type of pictures they got.
Valerie, what's going on with your nose, sister?
Don't look like school pictures.
Maybe she was poking her nose in other folks' business.
Oh Lord, there's Summer Lee. That's the one that reintroduced HR 40. Yeah, it does.
Black coon.
Yeah, coon picture day.
We know that one lady's real nosy, huh?
This the one that got arrested, y'all, for protesting.
Monica MacGyver.
Yeah, they didn't talk about her.
Out of New Jersey.
Yeah.
You know who took over the trend? Don Lemon.
Yeah. Nothing but
Don Lemon, yeah, man. They got him off the concrete.
Sylvester Turner died.
Right.
Well,
Don Lemon is out. He's fresh off the yard. He's too hard.
Yeah. They let Don Lemon touch down.
He's facing up to a year in prison.
Man, the only thing they're gonna do is have that motherfucker up there probably bend over, man, and they said that's your sentence, man.
Mm-hmm.
There was that man. Go fucking look for it.
That's my seniority.
Keep it behind out of folks' church, running around with them liberals.
These are the top
They didn't arrest the
raccoons.
white boy that took him.
Yeah.
That's the top raccoons right
They
there.
didn't arrest that white man.
That was my
Then I see Maxine Waters up there. That picture there is at least 20 years old.
It's Coon Day picture.
Yep.
Serving since 1991.
Take a 5x8.
1991, lady, that's over 36 years ago.
5 wallet.
Hang it up.
This is your California right here, Shabaka.
Yeah, Maxine Waters. Yeah, she used to be my congressperson and my state representative because she was in the state assembly of California.
We just got
before she went into Congress.
We got Nagusi, the Eritrean.
Out of Colorado.
Yeah.
He's still ashy as hell.
Johanna Hayes. Well, she ain't a bad looking shit.
Jesus, cuz now you know you gotta dust this.
Okay, now you got the senator Lisa who smokes blunts.
Right, cuz you gotta come back out of celibacy.
Now, out the great state of Florida, who is this broad man with this cowboy hat on? What's her name? Frederica.
That's what I said. Look at this girl with this cowboy hat.
Frederica S. Wilson.
She took her school picture somewhere
See
else.
a country mammy.
That's the one that took her school picture somewhere else.
That's the country mammy right there.
I handed them out at fucking Christmas and shit.
She might be FBA. The rest of these monsters goddamn tethers. Georgia. You got Warlocks.
Oh, that motherfucker, man. Raphael Warnock, man. He belong in jail for fraud.
That's another motherfucker they want to give reparations.
No, great state of Illinois. Now, let me see how crooked these motherfuckers is. Representative Robin Kelly, committee co-chair, Democratic Illinois, serving since 2013. Danny K. Davis, that motherfucker look like he about to kill over at any moment. It's the Representative Lauren Underwood.
Percy Earl Davis.
Andre Carson. Now, this is in great state of Indiana.
No Representative Crew.
Looking like Uncle Phil and shit.
That's a member of the Congressional Black Caucus.
And this motherfucker Cleo Fields out the great state of Louisiana.
He looked like a Sambo.
Great state of Maryland.
This is not the
Crazy and Fume, man. I thought that motherfucker been on the time.
That's not his name. His name is Walter. It's not his name, Shabaka. He was every time he was part of the NAACP. Every time he got into a situation, he changed his name.
Damn. Oh, that's better than what's that motherfucker, man, who got knocked in the head? Talking about good trouble.
Oh, John Lewis.
Yeah, nightstick glide gracefully upside his head, and that motherfucker was stretched.
Glenn Ivy. Oh shit, I might be related to him. Senior.
What's that? Ayanna Presley.
Yeah, she's Massachusetts.
Okay. Minnesota, there's old Ilhan.
That's a girl.
Ilhan, yeah. Yeah, and old boy down here from M-I, crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Now, who's this motherfucker out of Nevada? Who's this nigga?
That's the way you was talking about earlier, Shabaka. The horse.
Nah, wait a minute. Steve Horsford, wait a minute. I might need to call that motherfucker. Shit.
Yeah. You might have to do that.
Let's get to the topic.
I'm going to do that.
Cory Booker, get rid of his ass.
Whole picture. None but fucking nerds on there.
Hakeem Jeffries, get rid of his ass. North Carolina.
Get rid of all of them, goddamn it.
All the black people in
They're all a bunch
legislation.
of fucking Democratic shields. The Summerlee.
Rhode Island.
Jim
North Carolina, Jim Clyburn. Oh, Al Green. At least that motherfucker tried to impeach that bastard, although it was an uphill battle.
Yeah,
Eleanor Holmes Norton.
There's nothing.
Man, pull back up Eleanor Holmes Norton. I think she used to be the mayor of D.C. at one time. And I think that she was one of the individuals that Sister Soldier cussed out on Phil Donahue.
I think you're right, Shabaka. But moving along.
And your boy, what's the brother? Cornel West was there.
Yeah, he got it. Got work.
Okay, Cruz says he got his Indian quilt made by his mother, not African.
Yeah. Oh, no. Here we go. All right, so I'm moving along. The CBC is being dragged.
Oh, Demetria K.
Hope all is well with you. I am Demetria K of the Demetria K Show, where you can find me here 5 p.m. Central Time. from Sunday through Wednesday. And of course, here on the African Diaspora News Channel, 11 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday. So again, 11 a.m. Tuesday through Thursday on the African Diaspora News Channel. Again, 5 p.m. Central Time on my channel, The Demetra Kane Show. All right, so today we're going to be talking about the Congressional Black Caucus being dragged by Black Americans for fighting for illegal immigrants and not us, right? So, of course, that is a very loaded conversation. But while we're waiting for everyone else to come on, I just want to tell you about the African Diaspora News Channel app that we have here for you. Of course, Black owned all the way through. And we ask you to download the California on New Year's Eve that had his life taken from him by an officer.
Oh yeah, out there in
of course, we know that the beginning of this month and last weekend to be exact. So at the beginning of the month, a white woman by the name of Renee Good, she had her life taken from ICE, or by ICE rather. She was in the middle of the street. Her and her wife going back and forth with ICE agents, and it didn't end up well for her. Okay. Then this weekend, a white man by the name of Alex Preddy, he was unalived, for lack of a better word. So I could say the other word on our app, right? Yeah. But unalived by ICE agents. He was at a protest and his life was taken. And then from that point, everybody and their mama has been up in arms, right? Now, of course, we know that there was a gentleman by the name of Keith Porter in Los Angeles, California, on New Year's Eve that had his life taken from him by an off-duty ICE agent as he was celebrating New Year's Eve, right? But that
out in the West Valley.
Any mentions at all until recently, right? And even still is just kind of an honorable mention. Okay, so of course, we talk a lot about the Congressional Black Caucus and, the lack thereof, what they do for Black Americans. Now, they were created in 1971. Shirley Chisholm was one of the originators, although I don't believe her to be Black American. Don't quote me, but I don't think that she is. But as we have seen, I forgot all of the caucus's mission statements, but I'll read them to you from my phone. I was going to put them up so you can see them because I want you to see them. But so the Congressional Black Caucus is supposed to be helping Black Americans, but they really don't. They help everybody else but
I've been
Black
looking at them
Americans.
motherfuckers for 50 goddamn years and they ain't did shit.
To, talk about defunding ICE and things like that. And they were dragged by a whole host of people. So let's put, and I'm going to show y'all some other, videos and stuff too of some of these Congressional Black Caucus members expressing their displeasure with ICE and what is going on. So this was on Twitter here, and it says the Black Caucus, right? ICE is out of control and operating with impunity. The Senate must reject funding for ICE to end the federal sanctioned violence plaguing our communities. Now, on the bigger side here, it says, this is what they posted, Congressional Black Caucus statement urging Senate to reject ICE funding. Then at the bottom, it says, ICE is out of control and operating with impunity. Time and again, we have witnessed people in communities across our country terrorized and brutalized by mass ICE agents who believe they are above the law. While being funded with our taxpayer dollars, we have seen babies detained, separated from their families, people harassed and having their rights violated. And now, once again, the cold-blooded killing of another innocent American. The violence, chaos, and lawlessness cannot stand. Congress has a responsibility to serve as a check on the lawlessness of Donald Trump and the Department of Homeland Security. The CBC is urging the Senate to do the right thing, wholly reject funding for ICE, and demand an end to federally sanctioned violence plaguing our communities. Okay. So again, they are calling for the end of the funding. Now, it sounds like the House, if I'm not mistaken, did approve some more funding for ICE. But then when Alex Preddy, was unalived, then, people are saying, oh my gosh, and it was 7 Democrats that voted for it. So one of them was like, oh, I regret doing that. And so now they're calling on the Senate to not fund it, right? Because it has to go through the Senate. So it hasn't happened yet. But again, they're saying do not do it. Okay, that was the Congressional Black Caucus. Again, they are supposed to be helping Black folks, right? Mm-hmm. And so There was a lot of dragging going on. When I say a lot of dragging, I couldn't even put all of the dragging, but this was some of the dragging, right? So that's why I said, Pamela, stay tuned. So Hojo says, you people should be ashamed of yourself. But then again, most of the CBC are immigrants, not American descendant of slavery, which is true, right? Even Yvette D. Clarke, who is the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus, she is, what is she? I know she's Caribbean, okay? So wherever she's from the Caribbean, she is that. No. Then I think that's how you say it, says when primaries come in November, let's find out if you'll need the illegal votes or the Black American ones. Don't ask us in November, when you fail to fight for us year after year. Then Pamela says the CBC is only in place to defend the illegal aliens. If that be the case, if ever there is an organization that needs to be sued, is this one for fraud, misleading, and flat out lying and using the Black community. Again, there was so many, right? I could be here forever with all of the people who spoke out against what the Congressional Black Caucus is doing. Again, they have spent a lot of time stomping and hollering and screaming for the end of ICE. Okay, so let me remove that. So I don't even know where to begin, right? Because there's so much. How about we do this? How about we start with an oldie but goodie? And as I said, I'm gonna keep on using this one, right? Because it is so telling. Here we go.
To let you know what we're all doing. Resisting
retire,
is
you did your job, sis.
President
you in your
of the
90s,
United
hang
States
it up.
of America. Let me just say,
You used to be my congresswoman.
they are targeting our leadership,
Hang
both
it
in
up,
the
sister.
Latino
You done your
community
job,
and in the Black
Maxine.
community. And while they're targeting them and following them, I'm on the street and I'm following ICE. And I'm targeting ICE. And I went to the deportation center. If David Werta is here, I came to see about you, David. I came to see about you. I came to see about you because we've got to let them know that they're not going to get away with this. We're documenting everything. We're resisting. And I want to tell you, you are seeing the biggest coming together of the Black and brown community that we've seen in this city ever. We are organized. We are coalescing with each other, and we're gonna fight together. And the
crew, I voted for her years ago, man, when I was living in a district in South Central LA.
Stop. I'm protesting. I've been to 11 of them. I stay on the street, in the alleys, wherever I need to be.
Horrible.
Okay.
So Maxine, that
that's
you was
Auntie
in
Maxine
downtown
Waters.
LA,
Y'all heard her. She's in the alleys and she's protesting. She's telling everybody to protest. And then she
God.
said, we're seeing the biggest, Black and brown unity. And as I keep watching that, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, you know what? Maybe she's right? Maybe there is some Black and brown unity.
It was Kizzy. He was saying something in the background.
Oh. What was you saying, Kizzy?
We're gonna fight ICE. We're gonna get them. We're gonna go to
And Cruz says she ain't my auntie.
Yeah, Auntie Maxine. She ain't my.
She need to retire. She did what she could, man, with what she had.
You know
to
what?
work with, in my opinion.
Just check that off.
Because I'm just letting our audience know, Brother Che, is that she was the one, man, that pushed for that damn investigation, man, during the Clinton regime, man, about the you know what in the Black community.
Yeah.
Gary Webb got up there and testified. She and Julian Dixon, but since then Julian Dixon died because he was the congressman in the district right next to her in South Central LA, right?
Yeah.
So like I said, she needs to go on and retire. She did what the fuck she could do, considering what she had to work with, which was nothing.
Yeah, well, I don't like how
I
they
ain't gonna
keep
say
throwing up.
she's a fraud, crew. She did get out there in the streets, man, particularly in 1992.
That was a long time ago, though. But we talking about now. And see, I don't like how they keep throwing that. They keep tying Black people into that. No Black people got killed by ICE. That dude that killed Keith Porter He was killed by a dude that wasn't acting as an ICE agent. He
No,
wasn't
he was
doing an
killed by the
ICE
LAPD.
investigation. He was an ICE agent. He wasn't working. He wasn't doing an ICE investigation though. It wasn't during the. He wasn't at work. He was at his house. You know what I'm saying? It was a. It was a.
Right.
It was a not 4th of July, but a New Year celebration. And you know when people go outside and start shooting, right? And so that's what Keith Porter was doing. And then the ICE dude was his neighbor who happens to work for ICE. And his neighbor comes out and accosted him and killed him. And that had nothing to do with ICE. And they just keep putting his name with ICE. And that's hella cap. That had nothing to do with nothing that ICE was doing.
Okay,
He wasn't acting as an ICE agent. He was acting as a suspected white supremacist.
Okay, and that part of the valley of the San Fernando Valley, which is also the city of Los Angeles, I believe it was Granada Hills, Brother Che.
Grenada.
Yeah, Granada Hills, or he was out in what's that motherfucker right next to Encino? God damn it. Okay, wait a minute. Not Canoga Park, because that there is north of Encino. Wait a minute.
Tana.
And that was last year too. That wasn't even this year.
Yeah, no, it was New Year's of this year. It was the LAPD that stepped to him. But keep in mind, though, be advised, since 1986, the California state legislature passed a law, man, that it is a first-degree misdemeanor to go out there, man, and shoot guns on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, she gonna talk about him after to get on Jasmine Crocc shit.
Kind of like are there if they need be, but it's like, okay, so maybe that's why you don't have time to serve Black folks, Black Americans, because you're busy with all the other caucuses. I don't know. I'm just trying to give Maxine the benefit of the doubt. And I should say,
she
too,
needs to retire, Demetria. Maxine is old as dirt. She needs to hang it up.
Yes, she is. She's running for re-election. Just putting that out there, okay? Now,
she's running for what?
I got a lot of things to show you.
Oh, hell no.
How about this?
No.
I stand corrected on that year. I
Just have
stand
a
corrected.
little bit of hurt and humanity. A child.
When this bra ever cry for Black people?
This shit was crazy.
Child is not her mom.
This shit was crazy. That's what I was talking about earlier.
And y'all want to pretend that it is okay. I am asking if there is anyone that will stand for the very people that elected us and sent us to Congress.
Okay, so that was Miss Jasmine Crocc, who is a representative from Dallas, and she is running for the Senate of Texas. I don't know if she'll be successful. She's being prime, or she's got to get out of the primaries with James Tariq, but she is on the Congressional Black Caucus. Okay, and as you saw there, she was crying over Renee Good, the white woman that was in the middle of the street, right? She's crying tears and stuff. And I'm not saying it's not sad, it is sad.
I've been looking at the motherfuckers for over 50 years. 50 years.
I'm yet to see anybody cry over Keith Porter, right? The brother that was in Los Angeles who had his life taken.
It's against the goddamn law to shoot guns on New Year's Eve in the city of Los Angeles.
Let's see.
He brought that shit on himself. That motherfucker knows that because they passed that law in 1986.
On the streets of Minneapolis. And while this is indeed a dark time in our country, I have to tell you that what I'm seeing from the people of Minneapolis is
Shabaka, that's not a death sentence.
With courage and commitment, they are standing up against Trump as he tramples upon basic American rights.
Oh, Lord.
ICE cannot continue in this way, kidnapping children off of streets, killing Americans with impunity, barging into homes without a warrant. This cannot stand.
Lord.
And it's the people who are standing up in this moment. Here's my promise to you. As I stand up in the United States Senate, I will block ICE funding. I will use the power of oversight to hold them accountable. Keep raising your voice and know that I'm standing with you.
Okay.
Shit. That motherfucker trying to
That
get
is
elected.
Ralph
Get
Warren,
that
who's a senator from
salary.
Georgia.
He ain't
He
bullshitting
is
me.
standing in the middle of the street somewhere in Minnesota, right? And he's talking about he's standing with the people. He's gonna block the funding for ICE because again, it has to go to the Senate, and he is in the Senate, and he says he's gonna, block it. He's not gonna vote for the funding. And I'm like,
there was nobody
you are from Georgia.
Right.
What are you doing in Minnesota, sir?
Right.
There's not any Black Americans in Georgia that you can help. And just watching him stand in the middle of the street, with all that ice made me cold, right? Because it's cold here, but you're there. Why aren't you in Georgia, fighting for Black folks, right? Again, he is part of the Congressional Black Caucus. Okay, and who else? Got one more person for you.
Is a dangerous, corrupt, political
not.
He's a
nigga,
liar.
please.
Slandered
I saw
Elena
his
Colgood.
bullshit
Slandered
earlier today.
Alex Preddy. She lied about them being domestic
Nigga,
terrorists, and she's covering up for agents who have killed American citizens. There are several things that need to happen to get the Department of Home.
What happened? Earth calling Che. Earth calling Che. Las
Che
Vegas
has been
calling
abducted.
Denver.
Che's been abducted.
Brother Che.
He been
Ice
abducted by
coming
Lady Che.
Oh. There's ice at his front door.
Oh yeah, they had to check him out. They thought he was. They thought he was an Ethiopian. An Ethiopian Martin Luther King.
Damn. Okay. All right. Look like Brother Che got to reconnect. All right. We're still in the studio, y'all. This is season 6, episode 11, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. The air date of this episode is February 1st, 2026. And we just crossed midnight because it's 2:30 a.m. here in Las Vegas. So we got to keep it on. Okay, Cruz saying the Hotaps got him. Yeah. Pan-Africans got it. Che, if Happy New Year, but I go for Waco outside your crib, you might send me because we don't do that.
Who else? Got one more person for you.
Oh, Che's back.
Political act. She's a pathological liar. She slandered Renee Nicole Good. She slandered Alex Preddy. She lied about them being domestic terrorists, and she's covering up for agents who have killed American citizens. There are several things that need to happen.
Nah, nigga.
Homeland Security.
You ain't saying shit about the police killing unarmed Black people.
Should be criminally investigated and prosecuted.
Yeah, it is
ICE
already
can no longer
February,
conduct
brother,
itself
the second
like a
day of
paramilitary
February.
organization. Taxpayer dollars should be spent to make life more affordable for everyday Americans, not kill them. Kristi Noem should be fired by Donald Trump immediately. And if he doesn't do it, House Democrats will commence impeachment proceedings.
And you motherfuckers are gonna
United
lose.
States Congress. We can either do this the
Ain't
easy
no
way
motherfucker
or the hard
at
way.
the goddamn
But one way
congressional
or the other,
level
Kristi Noem
or
has
federal
got to
level
go.
has been impeached and removed.
So that was Representative
Prove
Hakeem
to me
Jeffries
impeachment
from
works
New York.
when
and he's
y'all
getting
get rid of a
gangster, right?
motherfucker.
We
Other
can
than
do
that,
this
he
the
talking
hard way or the
bullshit.
easy way. Now, it sounds like the House will reconvene on the 30th, but David Hogg, who used to be, I think he was the chairman of the DNC, I think it was briefly, right? He was caught up in the Parkland shooting in Florida. He was one of the students. And so he's been very outspoken, and he's going, for Hakeem Jeffries' seat. He's like, he should be, fired in a sense from the position. What is it, like the House leader for the Democrats or something like that. And David Hogg, he was more or less like, you suck. Because how is that you allow 7 Democrats to vote for the funding of ICE, right? So he's basically saying that, Hakeem, you are ineffective. But he wants to
I've been saying that for the last 2 goddamn years, Demetrius.
She's, made a
But
lot of
nobody listen
blunders.
to an old
She called
motherfucker
out
like
Alex
me.
Preddy a domestic terrorist, and the White House is now backing away from that, right? They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, they're both kind of like fighting with each other, like, no, I didn't say that. You said it. No, I heard it from you.
Let
So
them
there's a
motherfuckers fight
speculation
within. Let
that
them crumble
Kristi
from
Noem
within.
or
That'd be
Stephen
great
Miller
news.
maybe, shown the door like Omarosa style, right? Y'all remember when
Oh
Omarosa?
yeah, they just straight picked
press conference
Omarosa up and threw her ass out.
literally threw her out the door.
No,
So
they
a lot
literally
of
threw her
that
out the White House. They
going
picked
on,
that
but
broad up
Hakeem
and threw her
Jeffries has
ass
started
out
a
there and
congressional
locked the
Black
door on
caucus,
her
and
ass.
he's walking tall and talking tough. What they about to be doing when they get back in there, and Kristi Noem and all, man. You can't think of no Black Americans that you could be saying it with your chest. We could do this the hard way. Or you can't think of nobody in the Black American community that you can help. See, that's another reason why they all need to be gone. But before we even get to that, right, I just want to read y'all because I forgot to put it up here, but I have it though. So I just want to show you that I have it, right? Okay. This is the mission statement for the Congressional Black Caucus. And again, we've done this a million times, but I want to do it again, and I want y'all to pay attention. So it says, since its establishment in 1971, the Congressional Black Caucus has been committed to using the full constitutional power, statutory authority, and financial resources of the federal government to ensure that African Americans and other marginalized communities in the United States have the opportunity to achieve the American dream, okay? Y'all heard what I said.
That motherfucker sold us a bill of goods with that bullshit.
Okay? African Americans and other marginalized communities. That is the mission statement. You can go look it up right now if you don't believe me. Of the Congressional.
That's the goddamn problem right there.
Okay? Moving right along.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the Congressional. It's kind of hard to see, I know, but Congressional Caribbean Caucus. And I see that Maxine Waters, she's on that one as well. She's a busy woman, okay? So the Congressional Caribbean Caucus is a bipartisan group within the United States Congress, that focuses on strengthening relations between the United States and Caribbean nations, dedicated to fostering strong diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties. To the co-chairs of the caucus are Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, Maxine Waters, and Stacey Plaskett. It advocates for the policies that support regional stability, trade, disaster preparedness, and the well-being of Caribbean American communities. Okay, that's the Caribbean Caucus. Did you hear anything about marginalized groups of people, other people, anybody other than Caribbeans? I didn't. Okay, now this is the Hispanic one. I know it's hard to see, but it's the Hispanic one. Okay. It says the Congressional Hispanic Caucus was founded in December 1976 as a legislative service organization of the United States House of Representatives. Today, the CHC is organized as a congressional member organization governed by the rules of the United States House of Representatives. The CHC addresses national and international issues and crafts policies that impact the Hispanic community. The function of the caucus is to serve as a forum for the Hispanic members of Congress to coalesce around a collective legislative agenda. The caucus is dedicated to voicing and advancing through the legislative process issues affecting Hispanics in the United States, Puerto Rico, and Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Island. Okay. Did you hear anything about any other marginalized groups of people outside of Hispanics?
Nope.
I didn't. You can look it up if you think that I'm just making stuff up, right? Again, I should have had it up. My bad. Now, the last one I want to visit is the Asian. I don't know if y'all can see that. The Asian Pacific American Caucus. Okay. It says the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus is comprised of members of Congress and Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent, and members who have a strong dedication to promoting the well-being of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander community. Currently chaired by Congresswoman Grace Ming, And it says the CAPAC has been addressing the needs of, for aforementioned community in all areas of American life since it was founded in 1994. Okay. Did y'all hear me mention any other marginalized groups of people? I didn't hear me mention it, right? So I just often have to remind people of that because, again, Congressional Black Caucus is running around. We got to abolish ICE. And listen, I don't know. Maybe it needs to be. Maybe it doesn't. I know the job of ICE is to make sure illegal immigrants are not here illegally, right? To show them the way out and all that. And you could come over here legally and all that other stuff. That's the job of ICE, right? But there is Congressional Black Caucus. They are taken up for illegal immigration. In a sense, that's what they're doing, practicing the benign neglect of Black Americans. Okay, now I want to, because, they're talking about how the Department of Homeland Security lying on Alex and Renee. Well, this is what they said about Keith. DHS claims the off-duty ICE agent responded to an active shooter situation at his apartment complex and was forced to use his weapon to protect his life and others. Okay, that was a statement that was made by them. It was the assistant deputy or something like that. She made the comment basically saying, well, the ICE agent was within his rights. They said, hey, there's nothing here. Again, they gave it to the LAPD, and the LAPD, they said they could take them years to even bring charges against the off-duty ICE agent that said he feared
And
for his life.
systemic.
Now, mind you,
That ain't no goddamn news that day.
He wasn't walking around the complex.
That's standard
he was in his
procedure with the
home.
LAPD.
And he
They're
left
gonna
the
throw that
confines
shit
of
off in
his
the
home
goddamn
and
files
went
and
down
forget
to
about it.
minding his Black business on New Year's Eve and took his life, okay? But I don't hear Hakeem, Jasmine, where's the video of her crying over Keith, right? Or Ralph. Is he standing in the middle of the street in Los Angeles anywhere? Did y'all see him? If y'all seen Ralph Warnock in Los Angeles standing in the middle of the street, let me know. Send it to me. I would love to, do a retraction and talk about it. But where are these people? The
All
Congressional
you
Black
got to
Caucus
do,
talk about
Demetria,
this man,
is
right?
call up the motherfucking
So let's remove that.
West Valley station of the LAPD and ask for the report. That's in the West Valley.
Oh, she had a child. Okay, this was her on the House floor.
No, that's a fact, crew. Yeah, I would lock and load and dump on his ass. She got that right.
She'd be gone, and all that is a horrible thing that her child, I think it's a boy, and don't quote me, his mother is gone, right? It's sad. It's sad. I genuinely mean that from the bottom of my heart. What? But what about Keith's daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, is Jasmine gonna cry over that on the House floor for Keith's daughter?
No,
I haven't seen the video. A little bit. Have y'all seen Maxine? She's running up in the back alleys, chasing ICE and looking to make sure ICE is. Have y'all seen her going to visit Keith's daughter?
Nope.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Or Hakeem, trying to hold anybody. I haven't seen it. Now, again, I see people talking about Keith now, but barely. And they were forced to do that. Let's just keep it a buck. They were forced to do it. It took them a long time. Mind you, Keith had his life taken from him last year. Okay. These other two, Alex and Renee, this year. Now, I know this year is not that far from last year at this point, but the point being, Congressional Black Caucus, they were forced in a sense to make a statement, because I'm quite sure somebody was like, hey, there's a brother in LA who had his life taken by off-duty ICE agent. Said the ICE agent is, Latino,
and go get the report from the Devonshire station.
Too, right? Department of Homeland Security they're trying to debunk it, but allegedly, and I'm saying allegedly very strongly, he's got some child abuse things all up on his record and all this other stuff. But nobody's talking about that. Now that man sounds like he got a whole lot of issues, right? Keith was not in the middle of the street. He wasn't in the middle of a protest. He was at home. But the Congressional Black Caucus has more smoke from Minnesota, as you saw Ralph Warnock, and that ain't Georgia. He's standing in the middle of a cold street, sounded like a knockoff Barack Obama. You know what I mean? But not, and this is, you know, Keith Porter's funeral. There's his daughter standing right there, you know, between two pictures of her dad, you know, and she's on TikTok talking about, you know, basically how people really aren't mentioning it. And for the people that are, she's saying thank you. But she says now, you know, I don't have my dad. And either she's very sad and she's lamenting, obviously, right, to lose a dad. It's a terrible thing. I just lost my dad. So I know how she feels, although I didn't lose my dad in that fashion, right? But I don't see anybody dropping a tear for this little girl. Okay, so let's remove that. Now, we are in midterms, right? This is the midterm election year, rather, that will be taking place in November. And all of the Congressional Black Caucus are up for, well, with the exception of two, right? Because two of them are senators, Ralph Warnock and I believe Cory Booker is the other one. Don't quote me, but yeah, so the House of Representatives, they are up for re-election, all 60 of them, okay? So if you have one of them as your representative, you can vote them out. Vote for somebody else, right? And I went to congress.gov, right? And I put a circle around it, right? This is just for an example where you could go. So put in Congress.
Damn, 4 cents crew.
This page is going to come up, right? You click on it and you go in there.
More than ever made on YouTube. Damn.
You can put in, you know, a representative or whatever, right? And it'll bring them up. It'll bring up their voting record.
Man, I stand out there and panhandle in front of a goddamn liquor store, man. You don't get more than 4 cents.
Right?
God,
as you can see there, I just did Maxine Waters just for a sake of an example. You can see there, state of California.
Slave wages.
Democrat. She's been in there since 1991.
Wow. Yep, in the Congress. And before that, she was in the California State Assembly.
1991, I was 20 years old.
Wow.
I'm about to be 55 in April.
Yep.
When I think about that, I'm like, damn. Maxine is
it's called aging, honey. Time flies the older you get. Time don't wait for nobody.
Maxine is running again.
Your ass 55 years old and don't realize that. Hell, I realized that shit at 45.
I swear she said it. The audacity of WAP. I think it's great. When she was asked about, you know, how does she feel about the song WAP between Megan and Cardi B? And I'm thinking, the audacity of Maxine. Man, you've been there since 1991 and you gonna keep on running. And you have, in a sense, I would say most of the time you've been there, practice benign neglect of your constituents. Now, I know most of them are probably Hispanic now, but 1991, I'll tell you, a lot of her constituents were Black.
Yeah.
So you're asking to run again.
Chewbacca was one of them.
And as someone said, the CBC is going to want Black voters to show up and vote. But as they said, ask the illegal immigrants to do it.
Right.
Right? So I'm just saying, if one of these people are representing you, right? And I say that loosely, representing you, go to congress.gov. It's that simple. I promise you. Like, I ain't all that up on the internet, right? I do all right. But if I can do it, you could do it. Congress.gov. You can even put in your zip code to see who it is if you're not sure, because there's a lot of people who aren't sure. Type in your zip code and it'll tell you who your representative is and all that, and you go down and say, oh, okay. Well, they really ain't did nothing. Because this is the language you got to look for as well.
I know that's right, crew.
Sponsored. Okay, cool. What did you sponsor?
$800 suit, so I know you got a tailor cut.
I looked on Jasmine Crockett. Yeah. She got a Delta, the sorority, right? A Delta Founders Day or something. She got that, you know, a push through. It's passed. I'm like, a Delta Founders Day. Who needs that?
Right.
I maybe I'm talking too much. I'm not part of a sorority, but nevertheless, So if you see them talking about they sponsored, they're championing, they filed, and they're all right, cool. But did any of it pass? And what passed?
Right.
Did you pass anything that's gonna directly benefit me? Like they got all these proclamations. Oh, we're gonna have this person have a day, and this sorority, they're gonna have a day. It's like, is that what people send you to Congress for? Is to give organizations that are already doing stuff? To give them a day? Now, I don't know, maybe that's the chapter she belongs to. So I get it. What's in it for them, right? But what's in it for Black Americans? See, when you go and you vote, and again, they're all up for re-election.
Yeah.
Maxine, we love you, right? Oh, auntie, I don't know Maxine personally. She's probably a wonderful great grandma at this point. Maybe even great. Let's leave it at great, right? Great.
No.
She's a lovely woman. But do you really
I
want
say
Maxine
great is accurate.
at this point running in the back alleys, chasing behind ICE? No, we want her to be safe. We want Maxine to be safe. So, in order to keep Maxine safe, if you live in her district, say, not this time, auntie. Go ahead and reclaim your time. Because we don't know how much you got left. That was probably too salty. I shouldn't have said. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that. Forgive me, Lord. But yeah, so just, go there and look it up. So anyway, I'm going to get
I'm here.
Get into the comment section because I know y'all got something to say. Somebody's Khalid, how you doing? Says, no, we don't love her. Oh, we don't hate her, do we? We don't hate Maxine. Like, for real. Like, honestly, when I always talk about like politics or whatever, I'm talking about them politically. I don't know these people. Now, I will tell you about a congressman by the name of Mark Takano. He's part of the Asian caucus, and he's from the area I'm from in California, right? Now, I don't like him because one day I was at the Black History Parade, where Black folks are at, right? Marching around. I'm standing there. Do you know? He's Asian. He came up to me and he looks at me. He says, how are you doing? I said, I'm doing good. We're not going to have any trouble out of you, are we? What? Now, I should say, there's some history. My friend Donovan and I, we've talked about him and the things that he is not doing in that area and stuff. So he's seen our work and stuff, keeping him honest. Yeah, he came up to me. We're not going to have any trouble out of you, are we? And I described trouble. So yeah, I have issues with that. But as far as them politically, yeah, that's where it's to stay. Personally, unless you know them and all that, I ain't got no dog in the fight. And Maxine probably make a hell of a peach cobbler. She looks like she does. So anyway, going to the top, and thank you for bearing with me here. Let's see. I'm going to try my best to read everybody's comment. Okay, how about this? In all fairness, I'm going to start here. I'm just going to start here. John, how you doing? Says April Chapman posted a video last night claiming Black Americans are in the.
I guess you're just gonna be reading comments now. All right, what's your thoughts on the CBC?
Man, put them right straight in fucking jail or a damn old folks home, man. And dismantle that motherfucker, man. They're as useless, man, putting a damn bolt, man, on a goddamn sewing needle.
Damn. Easy, what's your thoughts? Keezy.
Keezy still with us?
I didn't tell you your thought.
Oh, what?
The CBC.
Well, I thought we were talking about fucking Crockett.
No,
versus fucking. Man, as I said, they're a bunch of nerds and bullshit. They've been doing shit. They especially don't do shit with Black people.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if it is military's coming, no fucking way. For some odd reason, this shit they just keep staying in the position. We got all the shit we want. It doesn't matter who vote or whatever.
I'm still here.
Okay.
They're still gonna be in the same fucking money grubby, corrupt position that they've been in. Because they don't change seats. They don't do anything. Like you would think that, like I'll give you a perfect example. You would think that our state would turn red. But it didn't. Instead, it was fucking blue.
Yeah.
Even though I was still questioning what the fuck happened. Disney, stop. not to move it. Why do I have to hold this?
So they can hear you.
Basically, our speech should have been read, considering all the motherfuckers that turned out to hear him speak about deportation. And I don't know.
Okay, Shabaka, thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for having me. Y'all take care.
Nice.
All right. I'll call you later on today, Brother Che.
Okay. Nothing but fucking Democrat.
Right.
It made no sense. It made no sense because it is the Democrats are in certain cities all over everything. They're in the election office. They handle the elections. They take your votes. They tally your votes. They submit. You know what I mean? They're all over the fucking election division.
Yeah.
So there's no such thing as open-mindedness to let the other side win when it's a Democratic-led city, meaning that all the people are higher up, whatever, motherfucking Democrats. And then the ones that aren't, they're way out in the rural areas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As far as Republicans are concerned. And they're good auspicious shit that is quite kind of questionable. But yet, because they got the complexion for the protection, they don't nothing bad ever happens. Nothing happens to anybody. Like, it's just a lot of shit talking. So, we want to fucking replace McGinty. We can't. We're not going to. Because he's thoroughly embedded. He is thoroughly embedded into fucking Denver. Or into Colorado, or whatever fuck. And we barely see him, but he's thoroughly embedded. He's not going nowhere. Last time I seen that John Bailey event, and his speech was whack. He's fucking, when you hear him talk, it's like, fuck, man, I want to go to sleep.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's always asking you, never go to the motherfucking air. And his socks never match. It's weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But hey, that's our representative. You think we're going to be able to get him out? No. Answer is no. It would take a miracle. And for any of those seats that anybody who's on midterms to turn to go a different route. And they're not going to go that route because fucking Trump's made it like a joke. So it's you're even getting an ugly look when you decide to be a Republican.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or independent what? You know what I mean? And the fucking socialist thing, that's like a red herring. That's a fucking canary in a fucking coal mine. If that's possible. And cuz said the thing was broke. So how the fuck is he gonna make everybody's fucking world of imagination, free shit, everything fucking come true? Can't unless you steal everything. You know what I mean? That's the only way it's gonna happen. You gotta steal everything. And you can't, because you can't. He's fucked. So all that pipe dream and shit, it was just like we said, he was smoking yet. And living in a world of his own imagination. Thought he could do it, but he inherited debt. He inherited debt. And that means because everybody took all the migrants and said that it was an unlimited, open fucking check. They were just writing for the immigrants. And now they can't take care of nobody. So they're in debt and they want to use big ticket items to overtax the poor. And if you don't comply, then we got the cameras there, force you to comply. You did? So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. And we got Palantir in our fucking city. Literally, I'm at Jesse's house. It's literally 10 minutes from here. Just mobbing in my chair to get there 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's literally that close. Palantir. In our state.
Yeah.
You make all the moves, right? You watch TVA and you know what you know. I asked TVA that about a month ago about Palantir.
Can't say ugly in the chat, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I'll say is that if you're done,
yeah, lady chase now. Go ahead, please.
What we saw on their website that they really don't have any tangible policies that we can articulate or we can point to. We don't have any legislation on the books, but all they don't even have lip service for us now. They don't have lip service for us now. Now they replaced us with the illegals and all that. So now they have lip service for them. They don't have any policies for them. They don't have any tangible anything for them. All they have is a bunch of lip service, and they're putting the jumper cables on these folks, and they're crashing out, and they're not even doing nothing about it. They're not. When these people getting harmed, they still don't have any legislation on the table. They don't have nothing. They don't have anything going, and they're not some of the most disrespectful people to keep demanding support and telling people what they need to do, but not doing nothing for the people. So this is very telling this next I'm gonna keep an eye on this Jasmine Crockett, and I'm gonna definitely be rubbing that in. I hope she wins. I hope she wins, but I just don't see it at all. I think it's impossible because I don't believe in the Black and Brown coalition, and I don't think it exists. And that's gonna prove it. That's gonna be all the proof that we can keep doing the repetition and building that muscle on folks to flex on them. Look, where's all that pride at? Where's all that coalition?
Well, the thing
Because all we keep seeing is Mihora Raza. Mihora Raza. That's all we see. So we know.
The thing too that you're right about, but also the thing too is that FBA ain't fucking with Jasmine Crockett. They haven't been at all, really, to be honest.
In Texas, I'm pretty sure she's gonna get all the niggas that's standing around over there, but that's not gonna be enough. They're outnumbered by because you're outnumbered. It doesn't matter. The math don't math up. If all the black people in Texas voted for her, she still wouldn't win because she still wouldn't get all the Latinos and whites. They're all gonna vote for the Republicans.
The thing is too is like if black people were watching and they were paying attention, like I was paying attention, I've been watching, they would have saw that she didn't want the 270 fucking black fellas in her fucking district.
Yeah.
That right there was fucking crazy. And she had a fucking ugly ass answer to that, that was non-respectable. But then too, like, there's been all kinds of little silly fuck shit that she's been doing. Like, she's been over there all over it. See, Emma's.
But that's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. She's trying to get that Latino vote and trying to lock that down. That's why she's doing all this caping, and it's not going to work. So that's all that is.
Yeah, she can't. And then I watched that debate. That debate was weak as fuck. Like, you would have thought she had some more.
If you were a Latina, would you be impressed? If you keep fighting hard for you?
Fuck no, because first of all, I wouldn't put myself in that situation. Secondly, I would not. I wouldn't vote for various amount.
You wouldn't make her no burrito.
Fuck no, man. She's not getting nothing. I don't live here. I'd be in my own country.
She's not cutting the cake. I don't think she's doing anything. This is like I said. They're not doing anything for the illegals that they're sitting here caping for. They're offering them lip service. They're giving them lip service. They're giving them intangibles. And that's enough for them to crash out. They're taking the bait.
Yep. They sure are.
The Democrats have pandered to us, really. They're not pandering to us at all.
They're pandering to them, and it's working, but it's not gonna turn out well.
All right, I'm gonna move us along to the next topic, and that is Black Americans will never be deported, and we are not illegal migrants. This is our country. So shout out to Big Ant, the spokesman. You're gonna give us an update on that.
Like a whole year, we've been saying that shit.
Big Ant, the spokesman, man, we back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on this conversation with illegal immigration and what's going on inside of the American nation once again. Because I'm tired and fed up of this garbage, this trash, this misinformation being spread to my people, Black Americans, and them being confused and lost by these fear-mongering tactics and conversations that are never going to happen. And I want y'all to understand this, y'all. When it comes to me speaking on stuff like this, as a media personality, as a YouTuber who has built this platform off of being direct, honest, and making sure that I'm giving y'all the facts that I received, the ones that I can say are directly there for proof, where you can read them up yourself, where you can use your common sense and logic. This right here is one of the things that I really can't get, because you can look back, lose your common sense, look back at what is happening in this country and what's going on now, and realize this has nothing at all to do with us. If you are a Black American in this country, and not just a Black American, no matter what country or continent your lineage comes from, if you are legal, you don't have to worry about it either. Now, the thing is, you got certain people, they might have married in or started a relationship with somebody who was not legal, so they feel it because this might be their family member now, close friends. That's a different conversation. But don't try to make this conversation be, hey, Blacks, they're going to get deported. Blacks, y'all going to go, we're going to go back into slavery. We're next. There is no next. Let me tell y'all this, y'all, which y'all need to know and understand. I'm going to just start off with this for the obvious, so the people can just get directly to it. Donald Trump. They told us, and this is if you really ever believe that nonsense, back in 2016, let's say 2015, when Trump got to talking and saying, make America great again, and all the, the things he would say. And most definitely, I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. I did not vote for Donald Trump, and I'm not a Republican. But every time you speak the real, people start saying you are. But also with the facts of me not being a Democrat, me not being a person that voted for Hillary Clinton or what's the name, Kamala Harris or Biden or any of them. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. But back in 2015, y'all remember what they were saying? Hey, man, Trump finna put us back into slavery. They about to deport us. They about to kick us out of America. Bam, none of that is true. They can't deport us. Right. For the simple fact, it is what it is. We are not immigrants. We had people in America that were Black before they even got here from Europe, from across the water. There was Black people in America already. The ones that ended up getting brought up through the Caribbeans, and the ones that were already in the Caribbeans and right here where we are in America. But then they brought Blacks from Africa and everything like that from the slave trade as well after the fact, when they came over here and seen what was happening and seen the land and things, right? We've been here from the start of this, meaning we helped build this country from everything that is in this country. I'm talking about the landscape. I'm talking about the build, the structure, the economy. Anything that has happened in this country, we was here from the start of it and had people here before. We have been over here for half a millennium. Before the laws even got created over here, we were here with them. We was the one putting the physical work. We were putting the education. We were finding information. Look at how much stuff we invented here. Yes, they didn't see us as humans at first. And it's a lot of laws that you're crazy. They still don't be seeing Blacks as humans on certain type of paperwork and documents, no doubt about it. But they know we are the people of this land. We're not immigrants, bro. Y'all need to know that. What's happening now is everybody's trying to use this everything that goes on. They try to use the civil rights movement and the wars that Black Americans have fought on this land and try to make us be included with all the problems, when this is not a Black American problem, y'all. And it's also not a Hispanic or Latin problem either. Right now, if you look up in Minnesota, the main issue that they're focused on right now is the fraud being committed by Somalians. That's not Latin. That's an immigrant situation. Other countries are having the same situation. Other continents are having the same situations. But y'all are focused on one conversation with it and trying to make it be this, we next, we this. Our people fought in every single war on this land as Black Americans. Your people fought in every single war. Your ancestors, stop disrespecting what they did. They not kicking us out. There's nothing that says we're going to get deported. What are we going to get deported to? To be deported, you got to be an illegal here. To be deported, you got to be somebody that wasn't born here. We were born here, or your parents not born here. Our parents were here. Our grandparents were here. Our great-grandparents was here. Our great-great-great-parents was here. We got people who've been here for half a millennium. Our blood, our sweat, our tears, our pain, our agony, our suffering is in the land, the dirt, the mud, the fields, the swamps, the rivers, the lakes, the pits, the crevices, the cracks in everything of this country. This country is built off of our soul. We're not going anywhere. So if you got these people like dumb Lennon, that's what I'm gonna call him, dumb lemon head. If you want to go out there and put your life on the line, tell me this right here, bro, and put your freedom on the line. Are you going out there because you really feel that black people are next? Or do you just want to jump out there and try to act like this is our problem? Or you try to get some clout? Or you try to really put some fear-mongering things on there? Do you think that black people is really going out there? Or do you care this much about immigrants? People you don't know. People you don't have no background checks on. Don't even know if they good people or not. Now, of course, there are some illegal immigrants who are good people. Come on now. I'm not a person that's inhumane. I don't want to see families getting ripped apart. I don't want to see kids crying and their mothers and fathers crying because they separated. I would never want to see nothing like that, bro. But also, I don't make the laws. The day they make the decision to come over here illegally, they decided we're going to break the law to come into America, which that's their choice if that's what they want to do. But when do we start dictating what laws is this, what laws is that? And be clear here, y'all, under every single president, including y'all boy Obama, you had a bunch of people getting deported. But right now, it's became a media conversation. Right now, they try to make us jump out there and try to make this a fight of ours and all this sanctuary stuff. Man, come on, dog. I'm going to say for black people, but I'll say this for anybody in America who's a legal citizen who's been in America. Name the continent and name the country where we could come over, and I'm going to just say black people right now. As black people in America, name the continent, name the country that we can go to in this world illegally, unannounced, sneak in, become part of the economy, get jobs, get paid, start businesses, and everybody gonna come support us. If let's just say we send 30,000, 40,000 black Americans to any continent and country in a matter of a year, and we all there, we set up communities, we get money, we doing all this stuff, we having everything going on, and you gotta even just think like the people gonna really come support us and support our businesses, support our food industry, support our clothing line, support everything that we got going on. We gonna be able to set up shop and sell them something that they use on the day-to-day. And then once the government starts saying, well, hey, we got about 5,000 of them over here that are criminals, we need to deport them and kick all of them out, no matter if they got families, and some other ones are going to get caught up in that as well. Let's just say that was a real thing. Do y'all think that the people in them other countries going to jump out there and say, oh, let's put our life on the line and die for them. They're a part of this. This is a sanctuary. They not, and y'all know they not. Now let's role reverse it as black Americans. Stop letting people try to make y'all think we soulless and we heartless and make you think that, hey, we got to get out here and jump out here for this. When have we shunned away or turned away anybody from moving in our communities in America that our ancestors built? You can move up in the black community and sell whatever. You can sell your foods from all races. Everybody can come to our neighborhood, set up corner stores, set up restaurants, set up gas stations, set up liquor stores, beauty supply stores, you name it. Clothing stores selling us our type of clothing to us, leather jacket stores, hoodies, white tees, things that they don't even use. We ain't never said we not going to spend with them. Let's gatekeep our dollar and only spend with our own. No, they can do that. So we don't have that ill mentality, but now they telling us, let's go put our life on the line. Let's go put our freedom on the line for people that are breaking the law just by coming over here. Not to mention, how do you scale and see who has came over here illegally that broke the law once they got over here? If a group of niggas was out here breaking the law and did a bunch of crime and did a bunch of fraud and all these other things, y'all ain't finna got that march for them to not go to jail or not be this or not be that. Y'all gonna be like, nah, get them niggas up out of here. Do y'all think that anyone in this country, us as niggas, y'all, as niggas, if they said, hey, we want to get all the killers, all the gangsters, all the trappers, all the hustlers up out of America, let's get them up out of here. They don't deserve to be here no more. They hurting society. Do y'all think that all these groups that's out there protesting right now, they gonna jump out there and say, well, nah, they got a right to be here. They're American and their ancestors died and fought every war in this country. There's nothing that they haven't contributed to the economy. They spent their money with everybody. They've been here. They deserve to be here as Americans. No, they gonna say, get them niggas up out of here. So y'all better stop letting these people put this fear monger and stuff on y'all. We're not going back into slavery. We're not going back into no type of martial law. If we were to go under martial law, it would be the entire city, not separated strictly for black people. It would be everybody in the city or an area or a region or the whole country. It wouldn't just be blacks. Y'all got to go back into martial law. Man, stop the fear monger and stuff. Y'all said this already 10 years ago when Trump got in office the first time. Y'all was saying it before that. Then we got here, and what's what? We still here. He already a year down. Does it seem like we finna go back and get into this? No, these people are volunteered to go out there and disrupt the federal government, disrupt police and cause chaos. Dumb Lemon went over there to that church on his own. He knew he was breaking the law. He knew he was doing it, but he thought that he could use this opportunity. He knew what he had. He knew he ain't facing no real time for this, but he knew it's gonna get some traction. He knew it's gonna get that look. He knew, hey, I can try to prove a point, and let me try to act like I'm doing this for the greater good. Man, you went on there and snitched on yourself. You went over there and you broke the law. And the thing is, you do this stuff. You work for CNN. You was hired in the chain. See, somebody else who was doing this, they might have not known that they was breaking the law by doing that. That under the FACE Act, you can't go into the church and do that type of stuff. Under the FACE Act, you can't go out there with media and go up into a church service. They might not know that, but he knew that. And he knew what the consequences, what they wasn't that steep. But he got him a federal charge now. Now he trying to make this they want this to be the new civil rights movement, and it's not. The fake Black Panther, all of them, I'm going to give my people the facts. It is what it is, bro. Y'all do what y'all want to do. Feel how y'all want to feel. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not on either one of these sides. But I know one thing, y'all. Black people, this ain't our fight. Do what y'all want to do, though. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot. I'm going to have some videos dropping on the Patreon. I'm going to get into a more depth and longer conversation on this topic as well. We got more stuff coming.
All right, Big Ant. Thank you for that. I'll let you tell what you're talking about, Big Ant. Just lay down for us.
He's right, because all over the news, they've been trying to make this immigration shit into some sort of civil rights thing. And I keep saying civil rights equals black people.
Mm-hmm.
There's a black people thing in civil rights. It had nothing to do with them. They had already had their fucking rights. They had already been doing everything. They're the ones holding black people back. But now they want to use black people things to push their agenda. That's always how it's been. That's always why you hear fucking a butchered Martin Luther King speech.
Mm-hmm.
Some sort of well, this is what it means. No, it doesn't mean that. And they keep trying to do that. So Don Lemon, being who Don Lemon is, there's like seven fucking black people.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I heard.
And one motherfucking white dude the one white dude took him there.
Yep.
He was riding in the truck with him. That one white dude was out there cussing out little white girls.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't hear about him getting arrested. You heard about all the black people getting arrested.
Yeah.
And who they were. But none of them had a big enough name unless it was Don Lemon. And he's trending everywhere. Do you think the other ones are trending? No. They're not trending. They're not trending at all. He is. They had to go, the president, it came down from a presidential level for them to go and get his ass at the Grammys. He spent the night in jail. Oh, big whoop. Then he comes with this fucking empowering speech of whatever, and he's not going to stand down. That's basically looking like, it's leading to that scenario. That they want to use this fucking thing, white on white crime, this motherfucking white people standing in the way of fucking federal agents doing their job federally. You know what I mean? This is all fucking propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a distraction. But you got motherfuckers going to go out there and hold the motherfucking hand, kumbaya shit. Knowing good and goddamn well, these white people are only tokenizing this event. These white people are only tokenizing this event. They don't give no fucks about nobody. About themselves, they just do it photo ops, just like the George Floyd thing. They get out there and they're antagonistic. All them fucking things, like, look, when that man got killed, 2 white women were filming it and didn't get out and help him. And the same one who was over there he helped up.
Yeah.
She was filming right over there and decided to give interviews. Long, every three words, hard pause.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn, man, can you speed this conversation up? They were over there. They went immediately and sold their visuals for an interview so they could talk about it and hype everybody up. He got all these white people taking on little pieces of this man's life. He rode bikes, so we out here riding bikes around Denver, right? He was a nurse, so we over here got all the nurses over here to protest. Man, he was a vet. He took care of veterans, got all the veterans out there. He got all these children out there who like, you know, the literacy rate is fucking like, whoa. You got these motherfuckers missing school because they're talking about adult shit that they ain't got no business talking about, thinking that they're doing something. They're not doing anything but breaking the law.
Right.
The law is broken, and anybody who stands in the way of them doing their job or hiding them out is obstruction.
Right.
It's harboring a fugitive. The law was broken when they broke into the country. Doesn't matter.
Said, "Come on in."
It doesn't matter where their status is. They bombarded the motherfucking border. They broke in, and then they went and had the audacity to fucking ask and demand everything that they've been getting for the last 2 years. Then they want to come to city council talk about, can you please help, begging and shit, and where they don't have no business. We can't go into their country, break into their country, and then go up in their city council and make demands for housing and food and shit. Talk about we're living in our car. Do you think they give a fuck? They're gonna be like, what? Okay, look, check this out. You're about to get deported back to your country of origin, which is the United States. We cannot do that anywhere, nowhere. Stop us. We can't do that nowhere. We can't do that. So we gotta go with the passports. We gotta contact the embassy. We gotta do all this extra shit. You know what I mean? Whereas they can do whatever the fuck they want, and that is not even fair. But to have all these white people take on a cause like harboring people they don't give a fuck about, normally, if this wasn't an issue, they normally would just look past all these immigrants and migrants in Somalia. You know what I mean? They wouldn't give no fucks about it, but all of a sudden they want to stand up and, you know, this person, that person. Look, anytime you got white women antagonize a situation, videotaping a murder, and then come out a week and a half later to talk about it, knowing good and goddamn well that 11 days before that motherfucker was spitting on ice and kicking the fucking shit out of the vehicles, and then crying for help when they threw him on the ground. He was like, help me. That day. Okay, but the day that he got bucked on, he was like, he was over there filming them antagonize a white lady, or the white lady was antagonizing them. He was filming. They were like, enough of that shit. You're too close, man. Fuck that. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. But this bitch was in the car right in front of him, filming, and the other bitch was right there. Nobody helped that man. That white women, he got killed for the white women antagonizing situation, and none of them helped him. Back and filmed it. And we're supposed to go out there and fucking, you know, jump off the bridge like everybody else. Fuck all that.
All right, Keezy, what's your thoughts? Thank you, Lady Chen.
Yeah, I would say, you know what? For the most part, everybody already knows. Everybody already knows not to go crashing out. I almost forgot who was speaking.
LA.
Who? That was the lady from LA, right?
Which lady?
The lady that was on the African Diaspora News Channel. Is that what we just watched?
Yeah, Demetria K. Yeah.
Demetria K. Yeah, well, you know, trying to get us to go out there at this point, you just being disrespectful. I mean, nobody's going to get harmed. We're not gonna let ourselves get harmed in order to protect nobody.
Right.
At all. There's no reason nobody should do it. But I think it's funny that it's not funny. It's not really a laughing time.
Yeah.
Nothing funny about it. Because everybody that invokes the name of black people or safe during this time, they're being hostile and trying to get us harmed. That's not a laughing matter.
Right.
I don't think that's cool. Especially I expect it from other groups. But when you see FBAs doing it, now that's a special kind of stupid, and it really hits home real hard because it shows, and it's usually coming. You know who it's coming from a lot? That's coming from the We Need to Get Together crowd.
Yeah.
The We Need to Get Together crowd, they're the main one saying that, and they're not even out there.
Right. Yeah, that part.
And everybody that's telling us to do stuff, they're not doing it.
Nope.
Right.
They're not doing it.
They're not even doing it.
They want
So that should let anybody know, man. Like, don't do it because they not even doing it.
Right. It was Big Anthony spokesman. It was talking about how he was the Americans. But
Talking about what? Yeah, I seen them, Big Ant.
So I'm gonna move on to the next topic, and that is this bullshit JUAN Crocc. This appropriation of Black American experience is disrespectful. So our brother, True Savior.
Yeah, I have lost my thought anyway, so that's why I was kind of everywhere with it.
Oh, it's all good, Keezy.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I find it interesting now that people from the Latino community are raising their voices, apparently in an attempt to say, hey, we played a role in the shaping of Americans' identity too. For centuries, the American story has basically centered around the relationship between Black and white people. Our history is so interconnected that it's so hard to tell the story of America without focusing on these two groups. Now, in an attempt to secure their place and importance in American story, they now promote a racial history that clearly borrows from the experience of Black people in America.
Yeah.
Their goal seems to be to call attention to the plight of Mexican Americans who they feel suffered just as much as Black Americans. Now, according to them, this country's racial history just doesn't involve Black people. They want their seat at the table. In order to have their experience viewed equally to that of Black Americans, they created this term called JUAN Crow in order to draw parallels to the institution of Jim Crow. For any historian to suggest that the Mexican experience in America is on par with that of Black Americans are completely dishonest about the history. Mexican Americans did have some difficulties navigating their place in the American experiment. However, most of them understood that they didn't have it worse than Black people.
Right.
Now let's watch this short presentation of the exaggerated history and racism and discrimination Mexican Americans purportedly has suffered in this country. And we will take a minute to break this down and expose all the lies and misinformation.
Okay.
We told them to learn their history so they'd understand their power. It's not just what they took, but what we gave back, what we fought for. Every story has a voice. Today it's yours. Tomorrow everyone will hear it. Grandma, when they ask about what we learned, I'll tell them about JUAN Crow. I'll tell them we made history, a different kind of Jim Crow, one that wore a Spanish name and silenced a generation. Some say segregation ended in the 1960s. Others know it just changed names. If freedom was promised to all, why did JUAN Crow make sure some never got it? In the American Southwest, Mexican Americans lived under a modified Jim Crow system, a regime of segregation in schools, housing, and workplaces that historians now call JUAN Crow. This system denied equality to millions, long after slavery's end, and its history is still missing from classrooms today. They taught us Jim Crow ended in the South, but they never mentioned its cousin, the one that spoke Spanish and ruled the Southwest. For decades, Mexican Americans faced a hidden caste system, separate schools, low wages, and barrios built to contain them. In Texas and California, kids were sent to Mexican schools, old, underfunded, and fenced off from white classrooms. Families were banned from white neighborhoods. Some cities even had no Mexicans allowed signs at pools and theaters. Employers created a Mexican wage paying less for the same labor. Even the courts shut them out. Laws in Texas kept them off juries and out of the ballot box. And when they spoke Spanish in public schools, they were punished, their language labeled un-American. But resistance grew. From Lulick's 1929 founding to Mendez versus Westminster in 1947 to the Chicano movement of the 1960s, Mexican Americans fought back, demanding to be seen as citizens, not servants. Still, this part of history remains buried, omitted from textbooks, and banned from some classrooms even today.
Of all the things that are mentioned in that lead-in, I just want to focus my attention on the claim that Latinos were on the front lines of civil rights.
And yet, we were the first to fight against segregation in 1911, the Maestas family in Denver, Colorado, and they won. Silvio Mendes fought against segregation in 1940 and won, paved the way for Brown versus Board of Ed. We didn't fight for just our rights, but for the rights of all. And Latinas often led that charge.
Well, did they actually lead the charge for all people, including Black Americans? The history doesn't suggest that. In this documentary, he seems to suggest that if it were not for the efforts of Mexican Americans, the landmark case Brown versus Board of Education may not have materialized. So in this video, what we're going to do is talk about a few of these cases that John Leguizamo highlights in his documentary. Now, the reason why I believe that these few cases are so inconsequential to the success of Brown versus the Board of Education, because it rests on the fact that Mexican Americans were considered white. So before I take a look at some of those cases, let's take a look at the history of how Mexican Americans became white. This bit of information will help us understand how many of these cases were successfully won in the courts over the desegregation of schools. So, how did Mexican Americans become white? Let's take a look. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo granted Mexican Americans citizenship of the United States and classified them as white by law in 1848 after the Mexican-American War. Okay, now this is how the history goes. When America started their Western expansion, they rented land from Mexico to institute slavery. This land that I'm talking about in particular is what we now know as Texas. So several conflicts happened between Mexico and the new settlers, which ultimately led to the Mexican-American War. So as a result of Mexico losing that war, America attained California, Nevada, Colorado, Mexico, Arizona, and of course, Texas. This treaty allowed Mexicans living in the new acquired territories to keep their property and be classified as white American citizens, because in 1848, only white men could be classified as citizens of the United States. Although Mexican Americans experienced various degrees of discrimination, their participation in many social settings was not hampered by the Jim Crow laws that Black people were subjected to. Remember, they were classified as white. So they were better than Black, so they had some access that Black Americans simply didn't have. The foundation of these highly discriminatory laws rests on the Supreme Court case we all heard, Plessy versus Ferguson, which federally mandated the policy of separate but equal. Only Black Americans were lawfully impacted by these laws. Other groups were not bound to these laws. The degree that other groups were discriminated varied based on the feelings of individual white people and establishments. In this social caste system at that time, Mexican Americans fared much better than Black Americans. Mexican Americans at that time in the early 20th century was living in a very precarious social status, right? On one hand, they were classified as white, even though they knew that white people didn't really see them as white. So they were basically subjected to second-class treatment. but it was a delicate walk for them because they didn't want to come across too offensive to white people, that they would in some way see them as Black. And you definitely don't want to be seen as Black.
We got a clip that speaks to this white versus non-white, and if I'm going to be white, why am I not being treated like other people who are white and are not Latino? So here's clip 4, guys.
Mexican Americans were fighting to be treated as if they were white. But the irony here is that the Texas courts seized on their claim to be white, not to treat them fairly, but to continue to defend this practice of unfair mistreatment.
I think many Mexican Americans were afraid. What would happen if we weren't considered white? How do we know we're not going to be forced or pushed to identify with the Black race at a time when Black people are fundamentally denied so many basic rights? But there's also the element of racism, of the belief among some Mexican Americans that Blackness is inferior. So there's an element of racism and there's an element of fear of Jim Crow segregation.
Kind of sat in the middle. You know, you have a favorite place that you like to sit, but I don't remember anybody ever telling me I needed to sit further back or in another area. No, but I do remember it happening with the Blacks.
Blacks. And even though you were able to drink from the water fountains and sit next to whites, did you feel that you had the same privileges of whites in the city?
You know, when I was a kid, I didn't think that there was segregation, first of all. I didn't understand that concept. So for me, it was a normal process. I just had a good time. I was a happy kid. My parents exposed us to many things, and I feel that I enjoyed my youth. I never felt that I was set aside or looked at differently because I was a kid. I didn't really experience racism until I became an adult.
While this particular speech is mostly talking about white people, it somehow speaks to the mindset of Mexican Americans at that time. Check it out.
But what is happening in the poor woman, the poor man's mind, is this. They've been raised to believe, and by now they helplessly believe, that no matter how terrible their lives may be, and their lives have been quite terrible, and no matter how far they fall, no matter what disaster overtakes them, they have one enormous knowledge and consolation, which is like a heavenly revelation. At least they are not Black. Now I suggest that of all the terrible things that can happen to a human being, that is one of the worst.
All right, let me give you a brief summary of two cases that John Leguizamo mentions in his documentary. Let's start with this first case. This is a picture of Miguel Meatas. And the case we're going to talk about is called Meatas versus Schoen. All right. Now, this is about a Mexican-American family who happens to live on the Angle side of town, a small town in Colorado. This is around 1911, 12, or 13 in this period of time, early 20th century. So they went to a school closest to them to enroll their child. This school happens to be where white kids go. They were told that their son had to go to the Mexican school, which was on the other side of the railroad tracks. Now, the reason that the school district denied their son entry to the school was basically due to their belief, at least this is what they're saying to the family, that Mexican children are not proficient in English, so they probably wouldn't do well at that school. Now, the real reason probably was because they were Mexican, but they could not say that it's because he was Mexican, because Mexicans were considered white at that time. So they made up this whole notion that it was about English. All right, so the family was clearly upset about it, right? Why should their kid have to travel a long distance to go to school where there's a school very close to them, right? So they sued the school. And so this particular case appeared in a local district court. All right. So the judge called several students to the stand to test their command or proficiency in English. Miguel Meatas was one of those students who testified, and all the kids did well. The judge ruled that they had no basis, the school district had no basis to prevent Meatas' kid from enrolling in the school. Now, this ruling was a local district court. I keep mentioning that. It was a local, it was not a state ruling or a federal ruling. So it only affected the kids in that district. All right. So let's talk about Sylvia Mendez. Now, this is the case of Mendez versus Westminster. All right, so here's the story. They too sought to enroll. Now, this is happening in the 40s in California. All right, so they sought to enroll their children in a school near them. Right. However, a result of her darker hue, Sylvia was denied enrollment. Now, what happened was Sylvia's aunt took her kids and Sylvia and her brother to enroll in this particular school. Her aunt's children were of a lighter hue, and their surname wasn't Hispanic. But Sylvia was of a darker hue, and her last name or her surname was Hispanic. So she was denied. Now, needless to say, her parents were pretty upset with that.
Sure.
And so they filed a class action lawsuit to integrate this school, to allow her child to be able to go to this school. So basically, the judge's decision ultimately said that separate but equal was not a good policy. Interesting. Now, at the same time, separate but equal was federally mandated for Black people. But he ordered California schools to desegregate their schools and allow Mexican kids to go to any school, at least in their area. Now, some seem to suggest that the Mendez versus Westminster provided the roadmap for Brown versus Board of Ed. I kind of have a problem with that because unlike Black Americans, Mexican Americans didn't have the obstacle of Plessy versus Ferguson. And so it made it easier for them to integrate, where at this very same time that she was allowed, Sylvia and other Hispanics were allowed to go to the school of their choice, Black children were still not allowed because there was a federal law preventing us from doing so. Some of you might be unaware that Thurgood Marshall also was one of the lead attorneys on Mendez versus Westminster. But let me describe what kind of work he was doing even prior to the overturning of Plessy versus Ferguson. Here we go. Marshall was the key strategist in the effort to end racial segregation, in particular, meticulously challenging Plessy versus Ferguson, the court-sanctioned legal doctrine that called for separate but equal structures. Marshall won a series of court decisions that gradually struck down that doctrine, ultimately leading to Brown versus Board of Education, which he argued before the Supreme Court in 1952 and 1953, finally overturning separate but equal and acknowledging that segregation greatly diminishes students' self-esteem. I think it's important to keep this in mind. There was a lot of things going on after Brown versus the Board of Education. It took nearly 3 to 7 years before Black students were fully able to integrate into public schools. Please understand that, because there was a lot of people fighting against that through all that time.
Yeah.
All right. So such is the case is like this. In 1957, Texas legislatures drafted a plethora of segregationist legislation designed to circumvent the Brown v. Board of Education decision outlawing school segregation. Mexican Americans and African American civil rights activists quickly organized to prevent these bills from passing. Now check this out. But when a few Mexican Americans associated with the League of United Latin American Citizens, which we know as LULAC, suggested working with Blacks in the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, LULAC's national president, Felix Tijerina, sternly reprimanded his colleagues, saying, "Let the Negro fight his own battles. His problems are not mine. I don't want to ally with him."
See?
So much for the Brown and Black coalition.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But thankfully, this former Mexican American congressperson is going to set the record straight.
The civil rights movement impacted my life in many ways. My older brother fought in the Korean War. He was a proud American veteran who fought for our country with valor and honor. Upon returning from the war, he came back to Texas. One day, he walked into a restaurant for lunch wearing a military uniform. When he tried to sit at the table, the owner told him that if he wanted to eat at the restaurant, he would have to eat his meal in the back of the restaurant. My brother stormed out of the restaurant and never went back. Here was an Army paratrooper who had defended his country proudly, and they wouldn't even let him eat at a table in that restaurant. I will never forget him telling that story to his brothers and sisters at the dinner table. His anger and frustration were palpable. Moments like that, the struggles of my brother and others who suffered in the civil rights movement inform the work I do today as a member of Congress. The Hispanic community has benefited tremendously from the civil rights movement of the 1960s. When I was growing up, my father and my older brothers had to pay a poll tax. This poll tax was maybe $1.50 or $2.50, which was a lot of money back then, and was essentially a tax for any minority who wanted to vote. Without the civil rights movement and without the March on Washington, we may still be dealing with those same problems today. As chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I am committed to many of the same ethos that were exemplified by the March on Washington and the civil rights movements. The quest for equality is at the very heart of the work we conduct in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. I am very proud of the work that we continue to do with the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Asian and Pacific Islander Caucus. The fact remains, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus exists today because of the doors that were opened by civil rights leaders who marched on Washington.
Before the March on Washington, Mexican Americans made modest gains to secure civil rights for their community. The first major civil rights action by Mexican Americans was the 1968 East LA school walkout.
Yep.
This was about the quality of education that they were receiving. Now, in many ways, you can see just how influential our civil rights movement had on them.
Last topic.
If you look closely, you will see
Yeah,
a sign
goddamn.
in this particular image that says, "By any means necessary." I wonder, where did they get that quote from? I'm just saying. Take a listen to this song that farm workers would often sing when they were protesting. It's a familiar song from the Black church.
Opposition to this injustice became a major issue for the Chicano movement, the great mass mobilization of Mexican Americans during the 1960s and early 1970s. Inspired by the African American civil rights movement, Chicana and Chicano activists fought against political, economic, and educational discrimination while promoting Mexican American cultural pride.
So take note of that banner that reads, "Be brown, be proud." It's clear that this phrase was intended to do for the brown community.
Yeah.
James Brown's song entitled "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud" would do or had done for the Black community. All of these Latin civil rights movements replicated our verbiage, style of dress, and tactics. The Brown Beret and the Young Lords modeled their activism after the Black Panthers and the Black liberation movements.
Was that, we Latin people had been here, since the beginning, since the 1492, the conquest, and before, obviously.
Stop it.
That from 1830 to 1930, 6,000 Latinos were lynched in America, burned alive and shot, and that we were massacred, segregated, and that the first case against segregation in America was a Maestas family in Denver, Colorado in 1914. And the first young boy lynched in America was a Latino boy, Antonio Gomez, in 1911 for disrespecting a white man. So these facts are there. And
apparently John got this one wrong.
All right.
Antonio Gomez wasn't the first boy lynched in America.
Right.
Laura and L.D. Nelson were an African-American mother and son who were lynched on May 25th, 1911, in Okemah County, Oklahoma. They had been seized from their cells in Okemah County Jail the night before a group of up to 40 white men, reportedly including Charlie Guthrie, father of folk singer Woody Guthrie. The Associated Press reported that Laura was raped. She and LD were then hung from a bridge over the North Canadian River. According to one source, Laura had a baby with her who survived the attack. Antonio Gomez was hung a month after that in the same year.
Stevenson, while your report concentrated on the southern states, and obviously lynching was most intensely practiced against the African-American community, it was also widely practiced against in the old Mexican territories that were the United States, like Texas and New Mexico, Arizona. I've seen one report where as many as 600 Mexicans were lynched between 1848 and 1928 in the Southwest. I'm wondering if particularly in Texas, which you studied, you came across so many of those incidents as well.
Yes, we absolutely did, and you're absolutely right. In our full report, we actually talk about the lynchings of Mexicans and Mexican Americans, and they had many of the features that are evident in the lynchings of African Americans. They weren't being lynched for accusations of crime necessarily. There were Mexicans that were lynched for speaking Spanish in settings where people didn't want to hear Spanish. People were lynched for celebrating Mexican holidays. And you're absolutely right. In the border states in particular, this phenomenon of lynching directed at Mexicans and Mexican Americans was a very real threat.
Okay, so
these are some of the images from the National Memorial for Peace and Justice in Montgomery, Alabama. All of these hanging blocks of steel represents as many as 4,700 documented lynchings in America, starting at the end of the 19th century to the 1960s. Clearly, there were many that were not documented. Some have estimated that the count could be as high as 7,000. Unfortunately, we may never know. This is the kind of history that America really needs to deal with. Whenever the conversation about lynching in America comes up, many of us seem to only talk about it in the context of the post-Civil War period. I think this is a mistake because we unintentionally play down the horror and the brutality suffered by enslaved Africans before emancipation. One can only wonder how many souls were lost during the Middle Passage. Let's not forget all the Black babies used as alligator bait. There are a lot of horrific things done to the enslaved. Everything from whippings, mutilations, to outright murder. If we consider the modest number of Mexican Americans lynched in comparison to the huge number of Black Americans lynched, it shouldn't be surprising as to why more attention is focused on the Black American experience. Now, I'm not saying that to play down Latin pain, but the number of 6,000 Mexicans uttered by John Leguizamo is pure nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who would subscribe to that is not living in reality.
Right.
My message to the Latino community, and specifically the Mexican American community, is to say that everyone's history in America is unique in their own way. Black Americans are the only people who have been enslaved in this country.
That's right.
We are the only people to have laws passed ensuring our inability to succeed in this country. Now, with that unique history, our history will undoubtedly look different from others. Now, as a result of this horrific treatment Black Americans have suffered in this country historically, it shouldn't be surprising that our history gets more attention. The truth of the matter is, Latinos have not suffered the injustices and cruelties that Black Americans have endured in this country. When you try to compare the experience of Black and brown people in this country historically, it will become obvious that Black Americans have been treated far worse than Latinos. Equating your experience to ours is completely dishonest and disrespectful. To suggest that your people's suffering was on par with Black Americans is erasure of our history in its purest form. Stop using the events of our history as a way to seek relevance. Stop embellishing your history. Be proud of your own history. Stop appropriating ours.
Right.
If you haven't already, subscribe, thumb up the video, share this information. It's so important. Until the next time.
I'm Black News. All right, Lady Che, what's your thoughts on this one pro madness?
That shit is fucking crazy. Shit is crazy. I really look. It's John Leguizamo always trying to be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
He's always trying to make Latino nonsense relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that.
Him and that damn Derek Cologne.
Black man exonerated.
Yeah, it's not that. He's just over there over embellishing, lynching, like they're lynching. Come on now. This is the first time you hear Mexicans getting lynched.
Right.
In all my 45 fucking years of life. That's ridiculous. If that was the case, why didn't we hear about it many times before? Because it's not true. If it is true, then there were like the Blaxicans that were getting it. You know what I mean? I don't believe it. Because like I said, in all my 45 fucking years of life, I had never heard nothing like that. And we would have heard something like that. It'd have been like history. You know what I mean? But no, it's not. I just never heard no crazy shit like that. And you want to take it to be relevant. It's always trying to be relevant. It's always trying to put Latino people ahead again over Black people. And he gets away with it. He couldn't get away with it at all.
Okay, thank you, Lady Che. Keezy, you still with us? So I would.
Mm-hmm.
Keezy, you still with us? It's probably wait for its break. All right, I'm gonna move along. We're definitely pressed for time now. It's probably the last topic. Black man, innocent Black man executed over white woman's death is exonerated 70 years later. So Dr. Bashir Bashad is going to give us an update on that.
Wrongfully convicted. However, he has already been executed. This happened in 1956. Put it up for a mass. 70 years since Texas teenager Tommy Lee Walker was wrongfully executed for the sexual assault and murder of a white woman. He is finally declared innocent. At the time of the trial, prosecutors had alleged that Mr. Walker attacked a Miss Venice Parker, a store clerk who was on her way home on the evening of September 30th, 1953. Parker's killing took place during a time of panic and racial division, and it was created panic and created division in the Dallas area, as there were reports that a peeping Tom believed to be a black male was terrorizing women. And that was the narrative, according to the Dallas County Criminal District Attorney's Office.
Absolutely a drop in
the review found multiple issues. Found problems with statements from Dallas police, who claimed that Parker had identified her attacker as a black male, but multiple witnesses denied that Parker, quote, did anything outside of convulse and hemorrhage or a bunch of blood after being attacked. Dallas County DA said on record. So during the next few months after Parker's killing, hundreds of black men were rounded up by authorities, and 4 months later, Walker, who was 19 at the time, was then arrested. Okay? Walker was subjected to threatening and coercive interrogation, which is the common tactic, by Will Fritz, a Dallas police captain who had been a member of the KKK, Ku Klux Klan. Walker later testified. He confessed to the killing because he was afraid for his life. At his trial, Walker's lawyers presented 10 witnesses who testified at the time of the murder that they were with Walker and his girlfriend when she gave birth to their son, Edward Lee Smith, at a local hospital, according to the Innocence Project. Walker was still, however, convicted by an all-white jury, 1954. The prosecution in this case presented misleading and inadmissible evidence. This case, while it has undeniable legal errors, was riddled with racial injustice during a time when prejudice and bigotry were woven throughout every aspect of society, including the criminal justice system. It still is. During an emotional moment at Wednesday's meeting, Smith, Walker's now 72-year-old son, and the victim's son, Joseph Parker, hugged each other. This is new generation, even though they happen to be up in age. Quote, "I'm so sorry for what happened," Parker told Smith. "And I'm sorry for your loss," Smith replied. Quote, "I'm 72 years old and I still miss my daddy," Smith said as she cried. She said, "Baby, they give your father the electric chair for something he didn't do." And I want to make a note again. The person, the other victim, the white female, according to the report, did not identify this individual as the killer before dying. Like there was nothing that was said that was in that accusatory framework. So you have law enforcement who decided to just get together, just make it up, just make the whole damn thing up. 4 months later, they chose who they were going to criminally prosecute. And this person had such an airtight alibi that you got 10 witnesses, you got a hospital, and you got a baby being born at the time, and he's there at the hospital of this particular crime. Things like this also do something else. No, not only does it prosecute an innocent human being, takes that person away from their family. It leaves the person responsible or the people who did it on the streets to do it again to somebody else. It emboldens them in a way. All right. Senator, thoughts here?
Really sad. I mean, I would call this a cold victory because Mr. Walker lost his life, his family lost the benefit of him being with them. And this is not rare, Doc. I mean, I wish this was a rare type of story, but this is not rare. This is a normal behavior. This is a status quo, if you will, that happened to countless of Black men in this country and still happens even to this day. The narrative is age old. Black man attacks white woman, therefore we're gonna rain terror on Black, allegedly. So therefore we're gonna rain terror on all Black men. Of note to our audience, when you laid out some of the facts there, they rounded up hundreds of Black men or over 100 Black men. Not investigating, not even using any protocols or procedures for investigation. It's just that, you know, in the words of Ice Cube, my skin is my sin. You just Black man, allegedly a Black man. So we just gonna go and randomly round up Black men.
Yeah.
Still happening to this day.
Yeah.
There is a disconnect and there's an extra burden when the alleged victim is a white woman and the alleged perpetrator is a Black man. Those are the facts. They were the facts then and they are the facts now.
That's correct.
Birth of the Nation, Doc. Remember that film, Birth of a Nation? It was shown in the White House. One of the most racist movies ever, showing allegedly what would happen if Black people got power and was able to do to white people, you know, just terrorize. And you see a scene in that movie where a white woman would rather plunge to her death because a Black man was chasing her. And all this was blackface. This is white men playing these parts, but that's how much this is in the fabric. The movie was played at the White House. So I need y'all, I think it was President Wilson. Doc, I need somebody to check me on that. The bottom line is this narrative is not new. The impact and destruction to Black communities because of this particular narrative, there are others, but this one right here is really rooted in white supremacy, white guilt that they then project onto Black people because of the things that they've done to our families and our women. It's a projection. So anyway, glad but he's dead, and I'm glad the two families embrace, but the damage has been done.
That's right. That's right. And one day we're going to talk about that projection ideology a little deeper when we have time.
Please.
But you're absolutely correct.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. It is me, Demetra K. And
all right, Lady Terry, what are your thoughts?
I think it's bullshit. I hope he's going to find out that he was innocent when he was alive.
Right.
Who did that legwork after the fact? You know what I mean? And yes, it's good that they gave him they told the family, but they executed him.
Yeah, they did.
And then here we are later, years later.
Yes.
Like, where's that white woman?
Probably where Carolyn Bryant was.
Right. She's probably dead and gone, but you know, she didn't suffer the consequences for her lying. And that's the nature of what they do. Just like what we're talking about right now, what's going on. White women, do you think white women are taking accountability for being antagonistic?
No.
No. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. In fact, nobody's even holding them accountable for you know, any of the sins that they've been committing lately, like, you know, lying and being antagonistic and, you know, bleeding hearts and I don't know what else, you know. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lady Chair. KG, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm passed out, man. I went to sleep.
I kind of figured, I was like, where the hell is KG at?
Yeah, I was in the break room, was listening, and I put my head down. Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay, what's the last thing you remember hearing?
Dude, I don't know, man. I woke up discombobulated. What you doing, Kurt?
Let's go on mute. Okay. All right, well, never mind. I'm gonna move on to probably the last topic, and that is Professor Black Truth Friday crime report. We have a racist senior citizen who has social insecurity. Will probably be the last topic of the evening, the night, or the morning. Shout out to Professor Blacc too. You'll give us an update on that.
Saturn time.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Norcross, Georgia, Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. The Social Security office in Gwinnett County, Georgia opened a few years back, and if you're so obnoxious that you managed to get kicked out of one of those places, then you got all kinds of issues. Enter 65-year-old Robert Burke. He got himself banned from that Social Security office for having caused disturbances there in the past. And apparently he wasn't done yet. 2 weeks ago, Burke had gotten into a verbal altercation with a female desk employee who asked the Gwinnett County Police to remove him from the premises for trespassing. According to the police report, Burke was aggressive, yelling at the employees, and he was also talking to himself. They asked him to leave again, and that's when he really started acting out.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. You can do it now? Yeah, take a shot, motherfucker.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm a fucking citizen, you fat shithead. You're a nigger. I said it. You're a fucking nigger.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay. What are you gonna do? It's free speech. You fat, ugly shithead.
Sorry.
Burke had left before the officers arrived, so a warrant was issued charging him with disorderly conduct. But he wasn't a fugitive for very long. Burke was arrested the next day after officers responded to another disturbance, this time at the Courtyard Marriott Hotel in Duluth. He was booked and produced the best mugshot since Donald Trump's. And just to show that this wasn't some one-off, there's actually video of Burke going off on another employee, this time at a gas station.
He was harassing the old lady and made the old lady at the gas station cry, so I trolled him.
I don't need this shit.
Shut up.
Tell me to shut up.
Athlete wearing that fake football ring. Oh, you come in my circumference.
This is
I'm
a
not.
college ring. It's not a football ring.
It don't matter where is it from. You ain't earned it. Your family probably paid for that.
I bought it.
I know you did. Yo, you I'm gonna knock your out. Guy. You're mad at the world. You mad as white divorce.
People stealing my goddamn money.
Look, it's a gas station, bro. They even gonna put your money back on your card, you head. How they gonna steal your money? Look, people in the world like him.
This man has been so rude to me.
Yeah, he's a rude person.
Now, I don't know if this is Burke from the Courtyard Marriott incident necessarily, but if it's not, then that means that this is likely the third incident involving this man. So this is definitely a habit for this guy. He got himself banned from a Social Security office. How do you get banned from a Social Security office? I mean, I know how, but of all the places where no one there should have the energy or inclination to be acting up, it ought to be the Social Security office. Part of the reason might be, according to the white media, he reportedly told police that he suffers from schizophrenia, paranoia, and has mental health disabilities. At last report, Burke has already been released on a $1,000 bond, so he's already back out on the loose, and no doubt making his next appointment at the Social Security office. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't his first run-in with the law. A bench warrant had to be issued for him back in August 2024 after he failed to appear in court when he received a ticket for not having insurance. Now, while his criminal record won't surprise you, you probably will be surprised to learn that this friendly, outgoing man wrote a self-help book. I wish I was making this up. Well, I for one think that this is actually an accomplishment. I mean, he's the first person in human history to have written more books than he's read. His book is only 92 pages, though, and given his limited vocabulary, I think we can all agree that this could have easily been a pamphlet. But it seems he has plenty of free time on his hands, in between verbally assaulting elderly gas station cashiers and attempting to physically threaten people at the Social Security office. And when you read the description of his book, it gets more ironic. He writes that the book is about overcoming adversity and redemption. Overcoming adversity and redemption. I don't think that that was a grammatical error either. Given his behavior, that's probably how he sees himself. He's overcoming adversity and overcoming redemption. Either way, that conclusion would have been a tad premature because the book also says that he details his struggles off medication, which are clearly still ongoing. Then it says his book can help people realize that through proper medical treatment and medication management, they can lead normal lives. Well, I sure hope this isn't what he means by a normal life. Keep in mind, this book was published in 2022, which was before the bench warrant was issued. So only 18 months after this book was published, he was right back in trouble with the law. And about the only thing sadder than his book sales are the reviews, all 4 of them. And worse than that, all of these reviews are from trolls who showed up in the last couple of weeks just to post how much contempt they've got for him. It seems his viral antics are the only reason anyone knows that this waste of cellulose even exists. This book was allegedly published in paperback. That is astonishing to me, because I seriously can't imagine any publisher, other than probably Ben Shapiro, putting money into giving this a print run of any sort. And given his own behavior, I seriously doubt Burke has the money to even do a vanity press print run either. But apparently, somehow he pulled it off. But you know, it probably shouldn't be that surprising. I mean, these white supremacists are usually on some form of government assistance. Most of the money that trash like Kyle Rittenhouse and others get from the maggots comes from them sitting in their little state mental health disability checks. Your tax dollars at work. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. Now, I'm sure that some of you might feel sympathetically towards this bigot. Some of you have loved ones who are living with mental illness. Perhaps you yourself may have been diagnosed. I don't condemn nor make light of his condition. In fact, I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking it dead seriously, because I don't think schizophrenia makes people racist. In fact, most racist people aren't schizophrenics at all. So I don't want to hear that this guy has something to do with any mental health disorder. Yes, all racists do have a mental disease, but it's not schizophrenia. This man is a public menace. And were he black, he probably would have been gunned down by the cops when they found him. Though something else that needs to be asked, if this man is genuinely schizophrenic, we'll take him at his word. What are the authorities going to do to make sure this man is no longer a threat to the public? It's pretty obvious that if you put him on his medications, he'll just stop taking them. I'm not saying that throwing this goofball in a padded rubber room would help, but at the very least, the rubber walls would dampen the sound of all of his screaming. Now, keep in mind, Jordan Neely was strangled to death by a punk named Daniel Penny simply because he was having a manic episode on a train. He had not struck anyone, he had not touched anyone, he hadn't spat on anybody or thrown anything at anyone. And yet, because he was black, it was completely and thoroughly acceptable for this white thug to strangle that man to death. And the reason why? Well, look what he was doing. He was being loud. He was making threats to people. Okay. And if that black security guard had decided to strangle Robert Burke to death, would the cops have allowed him to just stroll on home? Would the white media have concealed his identity? Would you have the white right and other assorted trash saying that, well, this guy was threatening people, so he deserved what he got? I've documented for you chapter and verse how every time a black person defends themselves from white assailants, whether it was Mr. John White in New York or Corey Pujols, who killed a white child rapist in Florida after that reprobate called him the N-word, black people are the ones who get prosecuted for legitimately defending themselves from white attackers. And nobody takes their side or otherwise tries to make some sort of folk hero out of them. Mr. John White went to prison for the crime of protecting his family. And the individual that Mr. White was accused of killing had actually attacked Mr. White's son at a so-called party with his bigoted pals. That's what actually happened there. But you didn't hear about that part. They buried it. So had that black security guard killed this racist in the process of protecting that office? Do you think you'd see the white right saying, hey, he was just doing his job? Or would they be invoking Ashley Babbitt? You already know the answer, and that's the entire problem. The reason degenerates like Robert Burke feel emboldened to act out like this isn't because of schizophrenia. It's because of white privilege. That's a mental disease far worse than schizophrenia. He knows that he lives in a society where he can act out and make violent threats at people in public, and the police aren't going to harm him. He'll get some sort of penny misdemeanor at most, and the authorities, who are also from the same racial background as himself, will be bending over backwards to get rid of this case. He knows that he's protected, not by the First Amendment, but by white supremacy. And he knows that it encourages him to act like a brainless savage, to disrespect people, and then he gets to say freedom of speech. But in reality, what he's really saying is that he's white, which means that he can't be touched, certainly not for disrespecting and threatening a bunch of black people. Threatening people is not free speech. And were he black acting like this and threatening people at a Social Security office, if he wasn't killed, at the very least, he'd be looking at all kinds of felony charges related to that alone. But he knows the white authorities aren't looking for him to be punished. They're all on code. What he was saying and doing didn't come about in a day or even months or years. This was the end result of a society that told people like Robert Burke that he's a great person and that he's exceptional simply because of the color of his skin. He's internalized this delusion. Well, that calculus needs to change. As black people, we're under constant attack from people like him, and we have no obligation to sit on our hands while our safety and our lives are threatened. Whenever incidents like this happen, common sense says to assume that this guy's going to come back at some point armed next time. And we know there will be a next time because this creep was kicked out of that same office in the past, but kept coming back even after being trespassed. Well, I say, even though this incident didn't happen in Florida, none of the black people that this guy likes to threaten have any obligation to back down. He's the one who's out of line. He's the one disrespecting people. He's the one threatening people. And in the process of defending themselves, they also have the prerogative to educate this little worm, to make sure that he understands that if he thinks that he can pull this kind of stunt with black people and then just go on about his day, then he must be crazy. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: LaDane Hayden, Liban Gurhan, Herman Lee Holmes, Jack Smith, and Blacc Rye. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. It only exists because of you. All right, y'all. What are y'all closing thoughts on the way out? We're about to end this.
Yeah, that dude might go postal later. And he's already set himself up for a defense by saying he's schizophrenic. That's all I gotta say. About, he's gonna be getting fucked with regularly. He's angry, racist. He's mad at the world, and he's probably a Trumper. Mm-hmm. So yeah. Stay black, stay dangerous. I'll probably do an RVA sometime today, or later on today. We shall see. See what happens. That's all I gotta say.
All right, thank you, Lady Chit. Keezy, what's your closing?
Well, I mean, I would say that, I like what you just said, Lady J, but I'll definitely say that, we got to just keep our eyes open and know that we're not going to be treated the same no matter what. You can't expect to get the same grace as that dude. They're not going to say you're just being crazy. They're going to say you're being hostile and that you're just a violent N-word. So we can't think that we're going to ever be treated the same, because they sure didn't do that to Jordan Neely.
No. Nope. No. All right. All right. Well, thank y'all for tapping in to season 6, episode 11, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Join us today, later on today, for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button for our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Expansion Hands on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations of Black empowerment. Che and Kuma and Lady Che. And Kookie signing off from the mall, high income and illegal migrants for the sea. Peace. Appreciate everybody that came through.